When we flew in here, I noticed one of the trucks had a pretty hefty antenna on it, probably equipped with communications equipment. There's got to be one in there I can use, Parker said.
John nodded, satisfied. Be careful. Stay out of sight, and the moment you're done, I want you two to get out of here. With that, John eased the door open, leading with the muzzle of his rifle, and slipped away like a ghost. Ty stared at the door, then at Parker again.
He can't just leave us here. He just left us here.
Chapter 25. John exited the building, heading for cover behind a pair of refrigerator-sized wooden crates. He worked his way slowly toward the back of the warehouse, to the rear exit where Ratcliffe was going. John kept the AK shouldered with the barrel at a low-ready position, moving heel to toe as he stepped, covering ground as fast as he could but maintaining stealth as the highest priority. He reached a position that would provide enough concealment and a suitable viewing angle to see an expensive luxury car parked in the open. The driver was waiting for Ratcliffe to get in, holding the rear door open. Warren paced around outside, issuing his final orders to the men around them.
I want those search files stored in my private directory the moment you have it, he said to the insect technicians. Once that's complete, break down the Guardian and have it transported to the airstrip.
The tech nodded an affirmative and headed back inside. Warren was about to get into the car, but there was a commotion near the rear exit of the makeshift base, a large truck parked in a way that blocked the gate. Another crew of insect technicians buzzed around the truck. The rear ramp dropped open, kicking up a small puff of the dry desert dust. John froze at the sight of what came out. Heavy metal boots clanged, one after the other, down the loading ramp. A man wearing a suit of armor that made him resemble a thick, menacing robot marched to the hard-packed dirt. Servos whirred, and the joints hissed and clicked with each step. It was a juggernaut suit, but not like the one John encountered at Ratcliffe's mountain retreat. The previous version had only been a prototype, but this one looked more complete, the production model ready for action. It had the same passing resemblance, a mashup of a heavy bomb disposal outfit and a medieval knight. But unlike the one John faced earlier, this one was power-assisted. Mechanical joints and pistons no doubt gave the wearer increased mobility and strength. John felt a sense of dread, but it only got worse. When the armored soldiers stepped to the deck, a second suit exited the truck, followed by a third. The first two juggernauts carried thick battle rifles that looked like modified scars, but in a version seemingly invented 5 years from today. The third armored soldier carried a heavy minigun that would ordinarily be mounted to a vehicle. The multi-barreled rifle had a flexible metal track connected to a large case mounted on the back, full of belted 7.62 by 51 mm ammunition. Ratcliffe's driver seemed agitated during all the commotion, waving his hands, trying to signal the juggernauts and the technicians that they were in the way of him exiting the compound. Warren's reaction, however, was that of excitement. Not the kind you see from a kid on Christmas, but a smug satisfaction of a businessman on the verge of successfully acquiring a rival company. He stepped around the car and moved towards the armored suits, not afraid in the slightest. The technicians walked around the three juggernaut suits, checking connections and running diagnostics, preventing Warren from getting too close, so he admired them from afar. John strained to hear the conversation between Ratcliffe and the insect juggernaut crew. It sounded like he was asking questions about technical specifications, but John was unable to make out any of the answers. Instead, he took advantage of the distraction to work his way closer to Warren. He didn't see anything in Ratcliffe's possession, so John figured the pest device had to be in the car already. His plan of stopping Ratcliffe and getting the pest seemed almost hopeless at first, but now, with 3 active juggernauts, success was all but impossible. There was no way he would survive a head-on engagement, and there were too many people around to isolate and sneak up on Warren. Maybe he could sneak onto an outgoing truck undetected, then commandeer it to pursue Warren once they were on the road.
Think fast, John. Ratcliffe will be heading out in minutes.
Parker and Ty were outside, moving in the opposite direction John headed. They stayed out of sight, crawling behind, and even underneath the vehicles when necessary. They were moving toward the communication truck that Parker spotted from the air on their way in.
You sure the truck's still gonna be there? Ty asked. Not to mention, even if it is there, do you think you'll find what you need? We really don't have a choice. Time is running out, and this is the only option we have, Parker said.
Ty shrugged.
Right on. Lead the way.
They found the truck, still parked where Parker saw it last. That was the easy part. Now they had to cross almost 24 meters of open ground to reach it.
"What are we going to do now?"
Parker asked.
"How would I know?"
Ty asked, taken aback.
"This is your plan, man?"
They were both crouching behind the nearest vehicle to the communication truck, scanning the area, thankful that no one else was around. All of the activity was happening on inside the warehouse, which was okay by them, but the large steel door to the warehouse was rolled all the way up. Anyone inside the giant building had a clear line of sight to their destination. Parker cursed under his breath.
"We have to get to that truck." "Sit tight. I got this," Ty said. "Just tell me what you need me to get."
Parker nodded.
"Okay. I need a signal booster. At least a Series 3. Higher is good, but nothing lower. It has to be able to—" "Whoa! Ty cut him off, holding his hands up, palms out towards Parker. "I have no idea what you're saying. Just give me a physical description, like size, shape, and color." "Sorry, it's a small metal box that looks sort of like a wireless router. It'll have an antenna sticking out like this," Parker said, using his hands to mimic the appearance of the booster. "You probably just described everything in that truck," Ty said.
Parker waved his hands, exasperated.
"Look, it might actually say signal booster on it, or might be in a section marked signal booster. Maybe I should just go." "Dude, you're in no condition to make that run," Ty said. "Just leave it to me. I'll bring you one of everything if I have to."
Before Parker could object, Ty turned and sprinted at a low crouch toward the truck. For a tense moment, Parker panicked, glancing over at the warehouse stores. Everyone's attention seemed focused on the Guardian device and the computer around it. Ty dove quietly into the back of the truck just as a soldier stepped out of the warehouse to check on something in his own truck, parked in front of the door. And Parker let out a breath of air through pursed lips and felt, for at least a moment, a sense of ease. He waited as he glanced back and forth constantly toward the communications truck and the warehouse. Ty's head poked out the back of the vehicle and glanced at Parker. He then held a small device for Parker to see, raising his eyebrows, shrugged his shoulders in a "is this it" gesture. Parker strained to examine the object and finally shook his head no. Ty didn't hesitate to duck back inside and come out a few seconds later holding a similar-looking device the same way. Parker shook his head more vigorously this time and waved his hands, struggling to find his own clumsy way to gesture, "It doesn't look like that." This time, Ty stared confused for a long moment before ducking his head back inside. 10 seconds later, he brought out a device that looked exactly like the first two, only in a different color. Parker lowered his head. Ty wouldn't be able to find the device without his help. The programmer rose on unsteady legs, holding onto the truck to prevent the sudden wobble. He rechecked the warehouse to make sure no one was watching, and when he felt secure enough to move, he ducked and ran as quick as he could toward the communication truck. He almost fell twice, and Ty tried to wave him back, concerned for his health. After an uncomfortably long stretch of time crossing the open ground, Parker made it to the communication truck and tried to climb up. He didn't have the strength, so Ty grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and hauled him inside. They both hit the bottom and lay flat, just as another soldier glanced at the truck.
"What are you doing here? I told you I got it," Ty said. "The signal booster doesn't look anything like what you're grabbing." "Did you see me signal that to you?" Parker asked. "Man, I didn't understand a thing you were saying. I thought you wanted me to make a pizza or you were having a seizure," Ty replied. Parker glared for a moment, then crawled around him looking at the equipment secured on the shelves inside the truck. Row after row of very similar-looking devices sat on the shelves, but Parker found what he was looking for in about 12 seconds. He grabbed the device, held it up to Ty, and said, "See? That looks exactly like the other 3 things I showed you," Ty snapped back. Parker was incredulous. "How can you say that? This one has completely different sized connectors. And this thing right here," he gestured to a small knob sticking out the side, "is the antenna." For the first time in his entire career, Ty was speechless. He was so flustered he couldn't think of a snappy comeback. "Just whatever. We have the booster. Can we go now?" Parker gave the truck a once-over, grabbed a couple of cables, and nodded, his head peering out the back of the truck again. When the coast was clear, they exited the vehicle, slow and clumsy, and made their way back toward cover, Ty supporting Parker's weight. "We passed a power generator on our way here. We need to go back there. This thing has to be hooked up directly to work," Parker said. Ty nodded and led the programmer back where they needed to go. Chapter 26. Inside the warehouse, a programmer noticed something unusual on the monitor. The software behaved erratically, as the data flowing on the screen paused intermittently, stuttering, and at one point freezing for a full second before the flow of text started again. Something's wrong here, the programmer said to a nearby soldier in an insect uniform.
"What is it?" the soldier asked.
"I'm not sure. It's like something is bogging down the system. The program doesn't seem to be acting the same way it was just a second ago."
The commotion at the computer caught the attention of Peter, one of the Spetsnaz hackers. He shouldered past the two as if they weren't even there. The insect soldier bristled and postured, taking offense, until Maria, Peter's twin sister, approached, speaking over the insect soldier's shoulder.
"What is it, Peter?"
Maria asked. He answered with a series of mumbles and curses in Russian.
"A hack. Someone's trying to break in."
Maria flipped up the monitor on a laptop computer set up next to the main one, fingers poised over the keyboard. The twins glanced at each other in a sudden realization. Then she snatched her radio up.
"It has to be coming from somewhere inside the base. The Guardian is not connected to any outside network,"
Peter said, leaning in closer to the monitor. Maria keyed the radio to call the interrogation room.
"Dmitri, give me an update."
There was no response, only static. She repeated the call, but by then the twins already knew who was responsible for the attack. One of the two men they captured for interrogation had a messenger bag with computer equipment inside. It was possible that they escaped and were now trying to hack into the Guardian.
"Kessa, report. Is Dmitri with you?"
Maria said. Barely waiting a few seconds after getting no reply, she keyed the radio to an open team channel.
"Boris, the two captives may have escaped. Guardian is being hacked, and there is no response from the interrogation room."
Nikita, Boris's second-in-command, answered.
"I will find them,"
he growled, the fury in his voice coming through as plain as his words. Parker's fingers blurred over the keys. He activated a brute force program that would allow him into the Guardian software.
"Almost in," he said to Ty. "I just need to... Damn it!"
Parker's brows furrowed in deep concentration, and his fingers flew faster.
"Something wrong?"
Ty asked.
"Yeah, something's wrong. They found my program, and they're trying to stop me."
Ty shrugged, not knowing what to say. He had no idea what Parker was doing or how any of this worked.
"I think I can sidestep him if I just block this attempt."
He mashed his finger down repeatedly on the escape key before typing a few more commands.
"I've got more than one trick up my sleeve. Chances are good that this will..."
Parker froze for a split second, stunned.
"What? How? Bro, you can't just leave me in suspense like this," Ty said. "We're being traced," Parker said. "Whoever this is really good. He's trying to block me out of the system while simultaneously tracing my location."
Parker was on the ropes and losing fast. He had to prevent the trace program from locking down his position, but if he got locked now, that would be it. Game over. He split his focus back and forth, pushing his way into the system while trying to throw obstacles to shake the trace program. He couldn't win this battle on both fronts, and the double attack had Parker flustered.
I can't stop both. I don't know what to do. Just focus on breaking your way into the Guardian. Don't worry about the trace. I've got an idea,"
Ty said, putting a hand on Parker's shoulder to reassure him. The words had just barely come out of Ty's mouth when he spotted one of the Russian soldiers moving in their general direction, rifle up and clearly searching.
"I guess they know where we are."
Though it was likely a suicide mission, if John could reach Warren Ratcliffe and put enough rounds on his vehicle to destroy the pest device, he might be able to create enough chaos to allow Parker and Ty to escape. John steeled himself and maneuvered closer. He saw a car parked only 100 meters from Ratcliffe, but John would have to cover a lot of open ground to reach it. Without hesitation, he moved toward the car, using the spectacle of the juggernaut as a distraction. Staying low, he crossed without incident and crouched behind the front wheel. A shot at this range would be easy for the Army Ranger. He brushed a hand across his vest to physically confirm he had a few extra magazines for the AK. John raised the rifle into a ready position and took a quiet, deep breath, releasing it slowly to steady his heart rate as much as possible.
"Sir, something is wrong,"
a voice from inside the warehouse addressed Ratcliffe. John caught himself before he broke cover and strained to listen. The man yelling rushed outside and headed for Ratcliffe. Just as he arrived, radios on the belts of the Russian soldiers came to life. "Boris, the two captives may have escaped," the radios barked.
"The Guardian! Something is wrong! Somebody's hacking it!"
the panicked technician added. Warren looked around angry and confused. Nikita's voice came over the radio, saying he would find the captives. Boris grabbed his own radio.
"Stop that hack. Find out who is doing this and eliminate the problem."
"Already on it, sir," Maria replied.
Boris had a hand on Warren's back, guiding him to his car as he coordinated his team.
We will handle this. It's time for you to go, now,
Boris said. His tone was polite, yet carried authority. He led Warren away from the battle, knowing he was not qualified to be anywhere near the conflict. Warren resisted out of reflex. He was not the type of man that liked being told what to do. Warren relented, however. At that moment, the unmistakable pops of gunfire echoed on the other side of the base. His head dipped, and shoulders shrugged with each sharp crack, heading for the car, and doing his best not to look like he was dashing there in a panic. The driver jogged back to the car to hold the rear door open for him. If Warren escaped now, John knew he wouldn't have another chance to reach him again before the pest got away. He popped up, snapped the rifle into position, and squeezed the trigger. Boris caught movement out of the corner of his eye and saw John rising from cover with his rifle aimed. With a thick arm, he shoved Warren forward into the car a split second before the weapon barked. The bullet struck Boris on one side of his vest, twisting him with the impact. Warren, unprepared for the push, flew clumsily against the fender of the car. John fired a follow-up shot, this time aiming at Boris. The second bullet struck him center mass. In a surge of adrenaline, the Russian team leader roared and brought his rifle up, firing it one-handed from the hip. The return fire chewed into the heavy tire John was ducking behind. He swept the fingers of his right hand up to switch the fire selector of his AK-74 from semi-auto to fully automatic. He sent a burst at Boris and Warren, but the Russian had already yanked his employer behind the open car door, using its bulletproof construction as cover. An instant later, all hell broke loose. Every soldier outside turned their rifles on John's position and opened fire, pinning him down. He had nowhere to go, stuck behind an isolated vehicle on the flat asphalt that provided insufficient cover. Somehow, over the rumbling chatter of gunfire and the sounds of the lead pinging off the frame of the vehicle, he heard the ominous whir of the minigun barrels cycling up to speed. John's neck and shoulders tightened, and his heart dropped into his stomach. Chapter 27. Maria watched her monitor as the display flashed a confirmation letting her know the trace had succeeded. She slapped her hand on the table in celebration, startling the people around her, including her twin brother.
"I found the rat, Petya,"
she said triumphantly. Her brother nodded with a grin, and Maria picked up a radio.
"Nikita, I found them. Sending you the location now."
She tapped a series of keys on the keyboard and hit enter.
"And now we kill the rat."
Ty watched the Russian soldier stop mid-search, acknowledging a radio call. The man nodded, then reached into his pocket to pull out his smartphone. He glanced at the display for a few moments, then put it away and headed directly toward Ty and Parker's hiding spot.
"Welp, they found us. Some tall drink of vodka is on his way now," Ty said.
Parker's face paled as he panicked at the news. His hands came off the keyboard.
"It's over. We have to get out of here. I can't stop this guy from locking me out of the system, and now they found us." "Hey, relax. I'm going to buy you some time, and you're going to break in and end this," Ty said, looking Parker in the eyes with his hands on his shoulders. A bit of color returned to Parker's face. He sat up straighter, rolling his shoulders back. With a nod, he pivoted back to his computer and got to work. "And now I just need a plan to buy some time," Ty thought.
Scanning the immediate area, he found a thick metallic clipboard that could pass for a laptop at a casual glance. He snatched it up, tucked it under his arm like a football, and prepared to bolt from his hiding spot.
"Wait, you should take the rifle," Parker said. "I gotta move fast, and that would slow me down too much," Ty replied, tightening his grip on the PL-15.
Parker looked worried and doubtful.
"The Force will be with you, always,"
Ty said with a salute. Planning to use the element of surprise, Ty emerged from behind the vehicle with his gun aimed at the Russian. He intended to fire a few rounds, which should be enough to force the man to take cover and give him a head start. Ty's plan, unfortunately, played out far differently in real life than it did in his imagination. The moment Ty popped out of concealment, the Russian spotted the courier, fully aware of his surroundings as he moved. He fired his rifle before Ty could even take his first shot. The violent crack popped in his ears. His head swam, and his body lurched to one side as something powerful punched him in the ribs. He ducked back behind the vehicle, and two more shots rang out, a warning to stay down. Ty checked his side with a hand and didn't find any blood. He saw the metal clipboard next to him and saw a jagged hole. The bullet had torn through it at an angle, causing the shot to ricochet before it could dig into flesh and bone. He breathed a sigh of relief but held another panicked breath as he realized the man was still coming.
"Okay, plan B," Ty said.
He stepped out from behind the vehicle, this time moving toward the middle of the compound instead of the outer fence. The pistol bucked, spitting fire and rage, even before Ty could fully see his target. A higher power must have been smiling down on him today, as a lucky shot tore through the Russian's right bicep just above his elbow. The man screamed in agony and dropped his rifle. Ty's pistol clicked dry, and he broke into a sprint, looking back, inviting the man to give chase. Success. The wounded soldier gritted his teeth and leaned forward into a full run, trying to overtake his prey. Now, Ty had to simultaneously lead the Russian away from Parker and avoid allowing anyone else to spot him. The courier managed to keep his distance from his pursuer, leading him to a makeshift parking lot with a few military-style vehicles in it. The dizziness spun Parker's world as he sat cross-legged on the floor of a small tent near the power generator. He was in terrible shape, possibly suffering a concussion. Fatigue made concentrating very difficult. The hacker trying to stop Parker and force him out of the Guardian system was too good, too fast. He was somehow able to block all of Parker's attempts to force his way into the system while simultaneously running a trace program to find his location. I would need 2 heads and 4 hands to pull that off. He stopped typing. Maybe it was more than one. Parker considered that he might be taking on 2 hackers and ran his own passive trace to see if the attacks originated from multiple machines. He broke through another obstacle when the program finished, confirming his suspicion. Okay, that doesn't change much, but maybe I can do something with it, Parker muttered. He had an idea, but it was a Hail Mary play. His keyboard clacked as his fingers danced across the keys, kicking off a smaller secondary attack on the Guardian system. He knew it wouldn't succeed, but the goal was to draw one of the 2 hackers away to get some breathing room. Tense moments passed while he struggled to stay in the system and not get pushed out. Then, success! His decoy drew one of the hackers away. For the next few seconds, Parker was now one-on-one, the successful play bolstering his confidence, and his mind focused to a razor's edge. Maria saw the secondary attack on the system and smiled. "Trying to sneak past us, little mouse?" she said to the screen. Peter's eyes narrowed, and he leaned in toward his monitor. "You take that one, Masha. I can handle him," he said. She nodded and moved to make short work of their adversary's futile plan. Peter showed little emotion while he continued to purge the intruder from the system, on the verge of locking the hacker out. "Wait, that's not right," he said, scanning the text now appearing on his screen. His eyes widened in surprise at the renewed attack on his digital opponent. "Niet!" he yelled at the monitor, pounding furiously at his keyboard. A moment later, another message popped up on his display, sending Peter into a rage. He was locked out, and he didn't know how it happened. Impossible. "Невозможно! Niet!" Maria looked at her brother for a moment, then back to her screen intently. She had just destroyed the secondary attack, but realized too late that it was a decoy. Before Maria realized it, she also was locked out of the Guardian system. In their arrogance, the Spetsnaz twin siblings thought they were more than a match for any hacker and had allowed their opponent to split their focus. Divide and conquer. The captive, an American civilian, bested them both, and now had full control of the Guardian program. Peter stood and yelled to the technicians with as much anger as humiliation. "Get the Guardian system offline! Power it down! No!" Maria rebooted her computer, hoping to try another way into the system. Parker felt a renewed energy and confidence. The Force is with me. The 2 hackers were neutralized, and Parker completed his brute force entry into the Guardian system. Once inside, he ran a quick diagnostic program, searching for a weakness to exploit. He found what he was looking for, and in less than a minute, he shut the Guardian system down. Parker wanted to make sure all the data inside would be unsalvageable. He uploaded and executed a particularly nasty program he'd been working on, which he affectionately named ZA. Welcome to the zombie apocalypse. The program launched within the Guardian system's framework, filling the screen with an unending wall of glyphs flying up the display. He yanked the cables to the signal booster from his laptop as fast as possible, before his nasty little present could infect his computer as well. In one motion, Parker closed his laptop and slipped it into his bag, then tried to radio Ty. "Oh no, he doesn't have a radio," Parker realized. Parker was celebrating his recent accomplishment, but standing out in the open left him too exposed to the enemy. He looked around for a place to dig in and hide, avoiding anyone else that may come searching for him. He took several steps toward a dark corner when gunshots rattled through the air. The sound was overwhelming, rolling thunder from a lightning strike that landed right next to him. Parker grabbed his radio.
"John, are you okay? What's happening?"
No response. Even with the booming reports of weapon fire, the silence on the radio filled him with a sense of dread, stretching on for minutes. He feared the worst, bringing the radio up again when John's response came.
"Is it done? Did you take down the Guardian?"
The sounds of gunfire echoed over his radio a split second after the actual shot reached Parker's ears.
"Yes, Guardian is out, I hope. At the very least, anyone who tries to log into it is going to have a really bad day," Parker said.
Then, after a moment, he repeated,
"John, are you okay?"
"Where's Ty? You two need to get out of here. I'll make sure you've got a clear path."
The rattle of heavy gunfire never ceased. Parker wanted to tell John he couldn't find Ty. He wanted to ask if John needed help, but he knew John was too busy at the moment to chat. He tried to shut out the sounds of the battle raging around him. Ty might be dead. John will probably be killed soon as well. That would leave Parker all alone in a facility filled with enemy mercenaries. He wasn't a soldier, and he knew that. Still, he gripped his weapon and made his way toward the sounds of battle. John needed help. Chapter 28. Ty was hiding among the cars, staying low and out of sight, a delicate balancing act between letting the Russian find him and not getting killed in the process. All while not making it look like an obvious plan to draw the Merc away from something or someone else. The approaching booted footfalls were slow and cautious, someone who would not walk blindly into a trap. Ty was running out of room to maneuver when he heard yelling and commotion from the warehouse. There was a panicked order to take the Guardian offline, and he smiled. Parker did it. Relieved, and Ty didn't have to string this man along anymore. Now it was time to get out of there and pick up Parker. He scanned the vehicles in the area and made his way over to a burly yet sleek monster. It resembled a futuristic pickup truck, with a reinforced front end that added to the streamlined profile, while still being able to smash through any roadblocks it encountered. Ty had heard about the concept design, and seeing it in person, right before his eyes, was a shock. This was an electric truck powered by a hydrogen fuel cell. All-wheel drive, capable of sending power independently to each wheel. It had top speed and acceleration times that approached the performance of high-end street racers. Ty heard the distant popping of gunfire on the other side of the base. He duck-walked around the driver's side and found the door unlocked. Making sure to stay out of sight, he lifted the handle and slipped inside. Staring down at push-button ignition, he said,
"If this doesn't work, I'm all out of ideas."
Ty wasn't able to hotwire the new computerized cars, and the Russian was getting closer, so he had to make a decision. Did he try to start the car or get out before it was too late?
No guts, no glory.
He pressed the starter button, and the truck rewarded him with the quiet hum of its engine coming to life. Lights flashed on the dashboard, giving various readouts about the vehicle's status. He was relieved the car started, but the mercenary tracking him now knew right where he was. The man shot a glare in his direction and raised his pistol up, extending his uninjured hand and arm. Ty dropped himself into the driver's seat, ducking behind the vehicle's dash, shifting into drive and stepping on the accelerator. The truck tore away, and the shots from the Russian's pistol pinged off the side, none of the rounds penetrating the composite bullet-resistant hull. Ty had to turn the wheel fast before he ran into the truck ahead of him. Again, the vehicle surprised him with how well it handled.
I could get used to this.
He weaved the car through obstacles, avoiding the Russian's lines of fire. He spun out once or twice when bullets bounced off his windshield. Once he felt like the truck obeyed his commands, Ty jerked the wheel hard, turning the vehicle into an angle that would take him past the mercenary. The soldier dropped the empty magazine from his pistol, sliding a fresh one in with his injured arm, before running the slide on his belt to chamber the round. He had the gun back up, sighting the tires and tracking the angle Ty was moving to escape. But fleeing wasn't the courier's plan. A heartbeat before the truck would have zipped past the Russian, Ty changed course to head straight for him. The direction change caught the man off guard, and his first shot missed, bouncing off of the paved lot. He made his adjustment, preparing for another shot. Ty turned hard again, executing a power slide, whipping the Russian soldier with the back tire. The wheel caught the Russian, his head slamming into the back paneling before the impact sent him flying. The Merc's body landed with a wet smack on the concrete, toppling and rolling to a stop nearly 30 meters away. The soldier ended face up, his eyes still open, and his back twisted at a severe angle. If the collision didn't kill him, the violent landing and subsequent tumble did. The minigun barrel spun, continuing to spit a stream of 7.62 by 51mm NATO rounds at John's position. An unending torrent of lead chewed up the car he was hiding behind. During one of the reprieves in the assault, John heard Boris shouting to someone in Russian. A moment later, the gunfire started up again. Whenever he could, John popped out firing bursts to keep them from advancing full on. He targeted the minigunner when possible, but his 5.45mm slugs did little to slow the armored soldier. While John took cover, two Spetsnaz soldiers, Ruslan and Yaromir, were moving to outflank him, following the order Boris gave them. They circled the lone vehicle, slicing the pie a few degrees at a time and maintaining a safe distance from the incoming fire of their teammates. John crouched near the front of the vehicle with his back turned to the approaching threat. Stepping quickly but carefully, the pair of Spetsnaz mercenaries were only a few degrees away from a line of sight on their target. John spun around as the two soldiers came into view, getting the drop on them. He squeezed and held the trigger, dumping a full magazine from his AK into both of them. They returned fire as John cut them down, but none of their rounds found their mark.
Kurashaya popitka, tovarish,
John called out over the sudden silence.
Nice try, comrade.
Kill that cowering dog, Boris roared in rage. John scanned the area behind him, looking for a way out of his predicament. There were more vehicles, more cover, if he could just get away, but he needed a distraction to draw the enemy fire. The amount of open ground he had to cover was too vast. With the number of rounds coming in his direction, there was no way he could avoid taking a hit. John looked at the two dead Russians. He was running low on ammo, and they had extra magazines. But they also had grenades.
Those would be very useful right now, he thought.
And the only problem was that the soldiers were a considerable distance from the vehicle as they tried to circle it. The minigun would cut him in half before he could reach their bodies.
I need to do something quick, or it's over.
He loaded the last magazine, working the charging handle, and prepared to make a run using only his AK to suppress his attackers. Before he could stand and move, something metallic bumped off of the car and hit the asphalt with a dull clink. Two more metallic thunks snagged his attention as he looked at the three round objects. They were throwing grenades in his direction. His mind shifted into overdrive, and he sprang into action, snatching a grenade off the ground one-handed and flinging it like a baseball in the direction of the enemy soldiers. John was in a full run, firing his rifle from his hip before the explosive landed. The minigun cycled up, and the AK-74s joined the chorus, then stopped suddenly. "Grenade!" multiple voices yelled. The explosive detonated before anyone had a chance to take cover. The fuse cooked off in the time it took to reach John and then for him to toss it back. The other two grenades exploded closer to John, but he managed to get clear of the lethal blast radius and adjust his path to use the car's body to absorb some of the shrapnel. John was only meters away from a steel shipping container, legs pumping and throat raw as he pulled in deep breaths. Before he reached the container, he spotted a truck further away to his left, with a .50 caliber heavy machine gun mounted on top. He was just about out of ammo, and it would only be a matter of time before the soldiers regrouped and overran his position. Even behind the steel shipping crate, if his opponents reached the armored truck, that massive .50 would turn his cover to Swiss cheese. But if he could make it there first, that machine gun would give him a chance to mount a counteroffensive. A hot spear punched through John's thigh just as his weight came down, nearly sending him sprawling. He regained his balance just as he reached the steel container, using momentum to bounce himself off the steel wall and angled toward the vehicle with the .50 cal. Every step on his injured leg sent a jolt of pain and agony up through his body, but the sudden direction change caught his attackers off guard and bought the last bit of time he needed. He came to rest at the armored vehicle's rear hatch, close to where the M2 machine gun was located. Fortune had smiled upon him. The weapon was already aimed in the direction of his enemies. Jean emptied his last magazine and dropped the AK to the ground. He yanked the truck's back door open and leaped inside. All at once, he was familiar with the minimal utilitarian design used in military vehicles. A large hole opened up in the center of the truck near the back, where the gunner would stand up to access the mounted machine gun. John pushed his broad frame through the opening and racked the charging handle of the weapon. The sound and feel of an actual round slotting into the chamber filled him with a tremendous sense of relief, but he didn't waste 1 second to celebrate. He pivoted the Ma Deuce at the nearest juggernaut, one of the two with the futuristic SCAR rifles, and pressed his thumbs down on the butterfly trigger. The thunderous booming of the heavy machine gun was intense and intimidating, enough to put fear into the bravest of soldiers. The Juggernaut suit's composite armor was actually able to stop most of the massive rounds, a feat of cutting-edge technology and materials, but the force of the attack still rocked the wearer back on his heels. John targeted the more vulnerable joints of the suit. Though they really wouldn't be considered weak points from any other small arms fire, the 50 caliber slugs wrecked the vulnerable areas of the Juggernaut. The slugs tore into the armor, destroying flesh, bone, and muscle on their way through. The fact that the suit's armor was capable of stopping the rounds was also the perfect drawback. The slugs that made it through the joints ricocheted around, shredding the wearer and killing him almost immediately. Sparks showered over John as the return fire lit up the truck. The vehicle was designed for combat, and its armored hull and the steel protective plates around the machine gun absorbed the barrage with little complaint. The Army Ranger continued firing as he raked the machine gun across the line of soldiers, tracer rounds lancing out in a nearly continuous line. Proceeding with his original plan, he let up on the trigger and swung the M2 toward Warren Ratcliffe's car, intending to shred it, bumper to bumper. The minigun churned back to life and drew his attention away. The truck's armor could withstand the assault, but the sheer volume of fire and the shower of sparks forced John to address the immediate threat. He tracked the machine gun back to the Juggernaut when a round found a small gap between the metal plates, striking the machine gun where the mount held it onto the vehicle. The impact forced John to reflexively let go. At that moment, an explosive rocked the truck from underneath the front end, rattling him enough to knock him back inside. John was too busy or too distracted to see where the grenade had come from. The interior of the vehicle appeared only minimally affected by the explosive. John let out a small sigh of relief, but he had to get back into the fight before the Russians overran his position. He grasped the handles of the weapon and hoisted himself back up, but the machine gun was stuck. It was frozen in place, with barely a few degrees of movement possible. The round had struck one of the connecting points between the 50 and the vehicle mount. That jagged, broken piece of metal now had the weapon frozen in place. Still aimed in the general direction of his opponents, John triggered another burst.
At least I've still got a little luck on my side, he thought.
The clanging of lead against the truck's hull grew in intensity as the soldiers continued pressing forward. John climbed up onto the roof of the vehicle and crouched down behind the protective steel plates. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the machine gun at its base and yanked the weapon free. John shouted as the metal groaned and shrieked, finally giving way. He slid down the back, landing on the rear bumper before jumping down to the asphalt. John pivoted out into the open, one hand grasping what was left of the mounting bracket and the other on the rear handle. With the massive weapon braced against his body, he swept the muzzle across the entire group of enemies, firing short 2- and 3-round bursts. Aiming at the Juggernaut with the minigun, John jammed the weapon high against his body, setting his stance. He let out a primal shout and unleashed a longer burst. The weapon rattled and swayed side to side as he turned and ran toward the steel shipping container. Halfway there, he spun around and fired another salvo to press his pursuers back. The immense power of the 50 caliber rounds was enough to keep the regular soldiers behind cover, out of fear. Seeing the M2 take down one of the power-assisted armored suits, the pilots of the other 2 Juggernauts were also wary of stepping into the direct line of fire of the weapon. John was almost there, lungs burning and wounded leg aching in protest with every step. Bullets snapped and zipped around him, and 2 rounds struck him in his tactical vest. The woven composite layers absorbed one shot, but the other made it through his body armor, punching into his side. The impacts took John off balance, spinning as he fell and landing on his back.
Can't let them overrun you,
John thought, crawling with one arm, dragging the machine gun with the other. Only 5 meters away from cover, he slid behind the gun, grabbing the handles with both hands. He jammed his foot against the busted bracket to mitigate the massive recoil, and the heavy machine gun thundered again. 2 frantic technicians were installing a new backpack of ammunition onto the Juggernaut with the minigun. The pilot waited impatiently, smoke rising from the 6 barrels still aimed in John's direction. The scene unfolded as if he were underwater. The M2's rounds chased many of the soldiers back. One of the technicians snapped the final latch into place. The other hit the Juggernaut's shoulder armor with 2 firm slaps to signal they were done, before they both ran away. John redirected his line of fire at the armored behemoth. The click of the machine gun running empty was louder to his ears than the booming slugs that exploded from the weapon moments ago. The American's weapon reached the end of its ammo belt. He tried to crawl into cover, smearing a trail of red along the asphalt. Boris reloaded his rifle, ready to kill him. Too many of his Spetsnaz soldiers brought down by this one man. His blood boiled and he saw red.
"Boris, you have to get me out of here!"
The shrieking voice of Warren Ratcliffe reached him over the gunfire. The Spetsnaz mercenary ignored the cowardly executive, releasing the charging handle and aiming his rifle. Small clouds of dust and debris puffed off of the juggernaut and the ground around it. The distant shots were barely audible over the sounds of battle. The incoming gunfire came from another direction. Boris looked for the new shooter but found no one. When he looked back, the American was gone, already behind cover. Boris howled in anger and stood to assault the steel shipping container, but Warren grabbed his arm.
"You have to get me out of here! Take me to the airstrip now!"
he yelled to the Russian. Boris glared at Warren, then relented. He had to complete the job and keep his employer safe to receive the final payment. His team, even his fallen members, still needed the money to support their families. He tossed Warren roughly into the back seat of the car and sat down with him. The car squealed away, smoke rising from the spinning tires. John released the empty machine gun as he rolled onto his stomach, using both arms to crawl as fast as he could. Soldiers found the courage to raise their rifles in his direction again. He heard the minigun barrels spooling up to speed.
"Too far. Not gonna make it."
The gunfire John heard was closer than he expected, coming from the direction of the steel shipping container. Bullets struck the juggernaut as the pilot turned in surprise toward the incoming attack. Soldiers in the open sought cover, not knowing the strength of this new adversary. John heaved himself the last meter and rolled behind the shipping container. The shooting stopped as he propped himself up to a sitting position. Parker turned the corner, approaching John.
"You okay?"
Parker asked.
"I've been better."
"The Guardian is down, but I lost contact with Ty. He distracted the Russians so I could finish my job. I don't know if he made it."
"Nice work, kid. Ratcliffe is out there with the pest, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to stop him from getting away," John said as the car peeled away.
"Here, you're better with this than I am,"
Parker said, handing John the AK-74. John took the rifle and the extra magazines from Parker.
"I have to stop Ratcliffe and get that pest back,"
groaning as he worked his way painfully back to his feet. Parker was about to protest, but kept his mouth shut.
"But let's get you out of here first," John said.
The minigun let loose another torrent. This time, the pinging sounds were different. The steel shipping container shrieked as the rounds punched through the walls.
"Armor piercing,"
John yelled to Parker.
"Stay low and get out of here."
Parker dropped to his stomach, scrambling to get away. John crawled low behind him. The minigun was tracing zigzagging lines through the shipping container, working its way down. A perilously long gap of open space greeted them, separating them from more cover.
"Get ready to—"
John started. The sound of metal smashing into metal rang out through the battlefield, like a car accident nearby. John spun in time to see a sleek armored truck swerving and skidding to change directions after colliding with the juggernaut. The power suit with the minigun hurtled through the air, crashing to the ground in a heap. The reinforced suit kept the pilot in one piece, but he lay motionless, unable to rejoin the fight for the next few moments. The truck wasted no time sliding back around and accelerating through another pass at the soldiers, the hum of electric motors whining as it darted forward. The driver skidded again, pulling the vehicle around and doing donuts to whip the tail across any soldiers out in the open. Chaos erupted all around. Soldiers backed away and shouted in surprise. They fired at the vehicle, but the bullets bounced off of the composite exterior. The truck swerved again and traced a path back toward John and Parker, skidding to a stop in front of them. The passenger door swung open, and Ty looked at the two with a sly grin. "Come with me if you want to live," he yelled with a bad Austrian accent. John put a hand on Parker's back to guide him forward and help him climb into the cramped back seat, ignoring his own injuries. Once he got his big frame into the passenger seat, he closed the door, and Ty's foot stomped down on the accelerator. The soldiers regrouped, unleashing everything they had at the escaping truck. The armor easily shrugged off all but the most direct hits, but even those would only leave small chips or dents in the hull. Ty swerved, trying to clip more soldiers as he made his getaway. The back gate was barricaded, but the design was meant to keep people from getting in, not out. As the truck broke free and exited the base, 2 insect assault cars pulled up, ready to pursue. The vehicles had a specially designed rear area to secure a juggernaut suit, acting as a mounted weapon system. The 2 armored suits loaded themselves on, and the drivers tore out of the base, following John, Parker, and Ty. Chapter 29. Insect technicians and soldiers ran around frantically. Havoc descended upon the operating base. Maria restarted her computer, attempting to access the Guardian software once more. The techs had managed to power it down after the Americans hacked it, and now she had it running in a diagnostic mode to get an idea of how severe the damage was. One moment the monitor displayed a system check, and the next the text became indecipherable. Something had locked Maria out again, and now her computer was unresponsive. She cursed at the screen. Whatever the American had done while he was here had utterly destroyed the software. Worse, it would infect and brick any computer that tried to access the Guardian. More shouting and gunfire erupted again, this time from the front gate of the base. Peter looked at her, and they both unslung their rifles. As the twins exited the warehouse, a helicopter swooped low. A machine gunner inside the chopper was spraying the area, cutting down any insect soldiers that fired on them. The pilot touched the wheels down inside the perimeter fence for only a few seconds, enough time for nearly a dozen men to jump down. The invading soldiers pressed out in a semicircle, firing their rifles. The chopper was up and away just as fast as it came, the side gunner strafing with one last burst. Maria and her brother shouldered their AK-74s and set up fighting positions to repel the American invaders. Lieutenant Clark was the first out of the helicopter. He took point, trusting his men to watch their lanes. They pushed a perimeter out from the chopper, firing at the insect soldiers that tried to repel their assault. The HRD team was there to secure what remained of the Guardian device. Jimenez stayed on the chopper, laying down suppressing fire, his legs set in a temporary cast. The designated marksman refused to be left behind for medical treatment, insisting that he be allowed on this mission. Jimenez would remain on the helicopter with the door gunner and provide close air support for John as he went after Ratcliffe and the pest. Clark's reinforced Bravo team pressed forward in smaller groups, one group advancing while the others lay down aggressive covering fire. The insect soldiers fell back, already weakened from the skirmish with John, Parker, and Ty. The technicians either hid in the warehouse or ran for the busted back gate. A few tried to surrender in the middle of the battlefield. One by one, the enemy soldiers went down, until the remaining opposition decided they had enough and dropped their weapons. They secured the insect soldiers with plastic flex cuffs, and Clark signaled the team to move up to the warehouse. Curtis assigned a pair to stay outside and watch the perimeter as the remaining 8 took positions near the front entrance, stacking up on either side of the already opened rolling steel door. Deep inside was dark, but the sunlight poured in, illuminating the front half of the facility. Curtis scanned the inside, trying to get his eyes to adjust to the darkness before they moved in. There were rows and columns of crates filling the warehouse floor, creating a maze. On his signal, the Bravo team entered the building with silent purpose, rifles up and ready. Immediately, the heavy chatter of an AK-74 opened up, and one of Curtis's team went down. The wounded man managed to crawl behind cover and brought his weapon back up. The team returned fire while they advanced, using violence of action to press their advantage. Once inside, another fully automatic rifle opened up from a different part of the warehouse, forcing the American soldiers behind cover. Lieutenant Clark ordered Fire Team 2 to lay down covering fire, while he maneuvered his team to flank the hostiles. 4 men opened up with M4s, lighting up both positions with suppressing fire. Curtis moved quietly along the walls, he and his men staying out of sight. The hostiles engaged the second fire team as Team 1 reached their positions. Curtis glanced around his cover and spotted a woman in a Spetsnaz uniform with an AK braced against her shoulder, firing toward the front of the warehouse. The lieutenant's team popped up to fire, but she surprised them when she turned in their direction. Even caught up in the intense battle, she managed to maintain an acute awareness of her surroundings. Her training allowed her to anticipate their tactics, so she kept her composure when spotting them. The woman pivoted into the open, whipped the muzzle of her weapon in their direction, and emptied the magazine. Pulling her rifle across her body, she turned and dove deeper into the warehouse, successfully evading the ambush, but not before a round from the second team suppressing fire struck her in the shoulder. Curtis fired his rifle, but the woman spun out of view. The second enemy was now focusing his attack on Lieutenant Clark's position. They fell back, ducking behind stacks of crates, but the distraction allowed the other half of Bravo team to press forward, shooting on the move. With overlapping fields of fire and superior numbers, Bravo team drove the 2 hostiles closer together, gaining valuable ground in the process. They reached the center of the warehouse, and Curtis saw the Guardian. "Watch your lanes. We have orders to secure the objective," he radioed on the open squad channel. The two Spetsnaz fighters dug in near the device, firing controlled bursts to keep the Bravo members from advancing. A man to Curtis's right carefully lined up an aimed shot, his finger taking slack out of the trigger. But before he broke off the shot, his head whipped back, a bullet catching him just under the helmet. The man was dead before his body hit the ground at Clark's feet. An incoming round from a Bravo team rifle hit one of the Russians. He fell back from his position into Curtis's line of fire. The two locked eyes for a moment and both sprung into action. The Spetsnaz man swung his rifle around while lying on his side. The lieutenant dropped to a combat crouch, shouldered his M4, and sighted his target. The enemy soldier fired early, expecting to walk his burst onto his target. Curtis eased the slack out of his trigger and pressed smoothly. A single shot struck the Russian in the neck, tearing a jagged hole out the back. He thrashed and gurgled until a follow-up shot from the American punched right through one of the mercenaries' eyes, killing him instantly. The gunfire stopped with a scream echoing through the building. The woman dropped her rifle and went to the fallen Spetsnaz man's side. Curtis had her in his sights, but didn't squeeze the trigger. He kept his weapon trained on her as the remaining Bravo members advanced toward her. She was sobbing and speaking in Russian to the dead man, cradling his head in her arms. "Get your hands up right now," Curtis ordered. She turned her head in his direction, screaming curses at him in her native tongue, then reached both hands to her belt. The lieutenant fired, striking her center mass. The other team members followed suit, firing round after round of 5.56 millimeter projectiles. Her body slumped back, and her arms splayed out to the floor. 2 grenades rolled from her hands, the spring-loaded spoons flying away, arming the fuses. "Grenade!" Curtis yelled, and his men all dove behind whatever cover they could find. Both explosives detonated nearly simultaneously. The powerful fragmentation grenades tore into the bodies of the fallen Spetsnaz soldiers, and as a last middle finger to Curtis and his team, the explosion and shrapnel destroyed the Guardian device. "Just my luck," the lieutenant muttered. Chapter 30. Ty gripped the wheel, pushing the speed of the armored truck to its limits. They closed the distance on Warren's car, ready to make a move, when the ominous whir of helicopter rotors drowned out the electric motor. "Not again," Ty said. "What do you mean?" John started to ask before something punched into the hood of the truck, followed immediately by a loud boom. The truck lurched, but the hood's composite material kept the .50 caliber BMG projectile from penetrating. It was evident that the vehicle's armor wouldn't be able to withstand that level of punishment for very long. Ty swerved to make the truck a more difficult moving target. The rifle boomed again, tearing into the hard-packed earth, peppering the passenger side with dirt and debris. We have company. More company, I mean," Parker said, looking out the back windshield. 2 armored pursuit vehicles were closing the distance on them, with rooster tails of dust marking their approach. The vehicles closely resembled the truck Ty was driving, but had lower, more streamlined angles on the front end. Each also had a juggernaut pilot strapped to the back, standing over the top of the vehicle, giving them an appearance like tank turrets. The helicopter buzzed by again, and another boom sounded. The sniper was aiming for one of the front wheels, but just missed. The giant slug impacted the front wheel well, tearing a chunk of the high-tech material away. A moment later, the back end of the truck lit up in a shower of sparks as the closer pursuit vehicle's juggernaut opened fire. The pilot of the suit fired the futuristic Scar variant, but the truck's armor brushed off the assault of its 5.56 millimeter rounds. 2 chase cars and a chopper again, Ty thought, as he found himself in the same predicament as he and Parker were in earlier today. "I'm pretty sure that's the same sniper that stopped us earlier," he said. "That beast of a gun is probably going to punch a hole through the electric motor pretty easily." "Not to try and one-up you, but that minigun in the other car has got armor-piercing rounds," John said. "Wonderful," Ty said, pressing his lips together and white-knuckling the steering wheel. He continued to weave the truck to evade the helicopter, but that only allowed the pursuit cars to get closer. The sniper in the chopper lined up his next shot as the second pursuer closed the distance, putting them in range of the minigun. Ty gritted his teeth and fought the urge to close his eyes and turtle up. Before either enemy could fire, a torrent of tracer rounds lanced out, stitching the lead pursuit vehicle. The HRD-modified Blackhawk swooped in before matching the speed of the chase cars. The door gunner unleashed an unending torrent of bullets on the driver's side window. Bullets sparked and streaked off the layered laminate glass and armor plating. The mounted juggernaut turned and aimed his Scar rifle at the helicopter. The HRD gunner's rounds punched through the reinforced window, ripping the driver apart. The pursuit car skidded sideways, and its front wheel dug into the dirt, sending the vehicle rolling violently. The gunner kept pouring on the lead as the car tumbled, and the tracer rounds ignited the fuel spilling from the ruptured tank. The vehicle ignited into a massive fireball, forcing the rear driver to change course to avoid a collision. "You look like you could use a little backup," the HRD pilot said over the radio. Ty and Parker whooped and hollered, and one corner of John's mouth pulled up into a half smile. The enemy helicopter broke off to engage the HRD chopper, allowing Ty to put some extra distance between themselves and the last pursuit car with the minigun. Doing his best to avoid his pursuers, Ty had lost too much ground with Warren's car. He was now just gaining some of it back, but it was already too late. They spotted a large cargo plane on a runway in the distance. John watched the car drive up the rear cargo ramp of the aircraft and saw the hatch pulling closed. They got closer as the aircraft's two jet engines roared to life, and it slowly made its way toward the runway.
"We have to stop that plane," Parker said.
"Get us under one of the engines,"
John said. The courier nodded and angled the truck on an intercept course. The lumbering jet was slow to accelerate, and Ty reached the closest swing with little effort. John grabbed Parker's messenger bag full of his laptop and other electronic toys and rolled down the passenger side window. The programmer wanted to protest out of reflex.
"Slow down. Keep it steady,"
John said over the roaring of the engines. Ty matched the speed of the rumbling plane, keeping the truck near the front of one of the jet engines. John leaned out the window, clutching the bag in a thick hand, and looked up at its intake. Suddenly, armor-piercing rounds zipped all around them. The truck's hull absorbed one or two bullets, but the rest punched straight through the composite plating. Ty slammed the brake pedal, and John almost fell out the side window. They were lucky that the Juggernaut only fired a shorter burst to avoid damaging the plane.
"Is everyone okay?"
John asked. Ty and Parker answered in the affirmative at the same time. The pursuit car caught up and fell into position right behind the truck. Ty had to keep moving between the landing gears so they wouldn't have to deal with 6,000 rounds per minute of armor-piercing death. Unfortunately, the plane made its final turn onto the runway and was now picking up speed. The HRD helicopter pilot twisted to avoid getting hit with the Spetsnaz sniper's anti-material rifle. The door gunner was unable to score a hit on the fast, agile enemy chopper. Jimenez, the Bravo team-designated marksman, had his DMR positioned on the other side. The enemy helo circled around to put themselves on the opposite side of the door gunner. Reading the enemy pilot's movement, the Bravo pilot turned to allow the door gunner a clear shot. At the last second, the insect chopper switched back in the other direction, avoiding the stream of tracers from the HRD door gunner. The enemy's evasive move had been a feint. Bracing the large rifle against his shoulder, the Russian sniper looked through the scope. Grim realization dawned on the gunner as the sniper placed the crosshairs directly on the center of the man's chest, pressing the trigger. Thunder reverberated as the round, meant for punching holes through solid steel, ripped into the side of the gunner's chest. The bullet tore through the safety harness that kept him inside, and the impact sent him spinning violently out of the Blackhawk. Thin shreds of the harness snapped in a futile attempt to keep him inside, and he tumbled to the ground below. Another boom from the enemy rifle punched through the engine. Smoke poured out as the HRD helicopter started to spiral, losing altitude. "Hang on!" the pilot yelled. Jimenez's world spun, and the pilot fought to regain control. He saw the enemy helicopter come in and out of view with every rotation. They were dropping fast. The chopper was about to crash, and... "Wait a minute," Jimenez thought. He suddenly realized enemy helicopter was appearing in his view in the same position. They were matching the descent, watching the HRD bird crash to the deck, and likely admiring their handiwork. Jimenez readied his rifle, pulling it tight against his body. He fought intense vertigo from the continuous spinning, trying to time his shot just right. The marksman took in a deep breath, let it out halfway, and held the rest. He squeezed the trigger, and missed. Worse, his shot alerted the insect pilot that he was being shot at. The enemy chopper began to pull away, turning to allow the sniper on board to ready another shot. "Got it," the pilot said, finally regaining most of the control of the helicopter. They steadied and climbed. The designated marksman had a direct view of the Russian sniper with his rifle up, barrel aimed at the HRD pilot. Jimenez shouldered his DMR, ran the quick mental adjustments he would need for a shot under these conditions, and took the fastest long-range shot of his entire career. His .308 Win Mag struck directly under the Russian's arm, a puff of dust and blood visible from the impact. The Spetsnaz sniper's body sagged, still strapped into his seat. The large rifle dropped from his hands and hung uselessly from its sling. The insect pilot tried to turn and escape, but Jimenez dove to the door gun, intense pain from his fractured leg shooting up his spine.
"No, you don't!"
He gritted his teeth, pulled back on the charging handle, and unleashed a fury of fire and lead. The bullets tore into the skin of the light helicopter, tracers looking like lasers zipping through. The chopper dropped from the sky a few feet, then suddenly exploded in midair. The fiery wreck splashed down on the desert sand. Chapter 31.
"It's gaining speed. We can't keep up," Parker said. "I have an idea. Get ready," Ty said.
He grabbed the AK from John's side of the truck and rolled down his window. The plane was in front of the vehicle, pulling away as it approached takeoff speed. The pursuit vehicle's driver adjusted to give his gunner a clear line of fire. Using the onboard computer controls, Ty switched the truck's power to the rear wheels and smashed his foot on the accelerator. The truck's design distributed more of its weight to rear, which gave the back wheels more traction and the truck better acceleration. He overtook the plane, and Ty kept the truck on an angled path toward the outside of the right wing. The minigun behind them cycled up to speed, and the juggernaut prepared to shred them to pieces. Ty suddenly jerked the wheel to the left, pulling the truck into a drift, sliding fully sideways in front of the aircraft's engine. The driver's side window now faced the pursuit car, and the truck itself would help shield John from the minigun's punishing assault. The Ranger leaned his upper body fully out of the window, heaved the messenger bag up and into the engine intake. At the same moment, Ty brought the AK across his body, unloading it at the windshield of the pursuit car. His bullets chipped and cracked the windshield. The driver flinched and swerved his car, just as Ty expected. The turn caused the juggernaut to overshoot as the car lurched away. The engine burst into flames, and the plane bled off speed, slowing down. And Ty continued his path, cutting across the runway, careful not to hit the landing gears. "I can't take off. One of the engines just exploded," the pilot shouted. "We need to stop the plane," the co-pilot said. Warren whipped his pistol across the man's head and pointed the muzzle at the pilot.
"Push that throttle up and get us off the ground,"
he said, his voice cracking. After another second, the pilot nodded, flipped a couple of switches, and eased the throttle forward. Boris looked out one of the side windows, gritting his teeth, furious to see the Americans still giving chase. His fingers tightened on the grip of his AKM assault rifle. The plane slowed, losing most of its momentum, its right engine still flaming. Then it shuddered and started to pick up speed again, its only turbine screaming in protest.
"It didn't work," Parker said.
"Get me on that plane,"
John said.
"Don't forget your boarding pass,"
Ty said, guiding the truck closer to the plane.
"See that hatch up there? You should be able to reach that from the landing gear."
"Good. Get me close, and I'll take care of the rest,"
John said, unfastening his seatbelt. Ty glanced up at the rear view.
"Looks like these guys just won't take no for an answer."
The pursuit car maneuvered behind the truck, picking up speed. Ty matched the plane's acceleration, guiding the truck next to the hatch and putting the landing gear between themselves and the insect car giving chase. John opened the door, pushing hard to fight against the wind, and climbed up onto the top of the truck. Without even a moment's hesitation, he leaped across the gap and onto the landing gear. He pulled himself up and out of sight as he reached the hatch.
"He did it. He's on," Parker said. "Okay, that's great. But now what do we do about that minigun?" Ty asked. "If the plane manages to take off, we're going to lose our cover, and we'll be way out in the open."
Tracers darted out as a burst of gunfire sparked off of the insect car's armor. Another burst splashed across the Juggernaut's shoulders as the HRD Black Hawk joined the fray. The Juggernaut answered back as a gout of flame licked out from the spinning barrels, sending a wall of armor-piercing rounds toward the chopper. The pilot had no choice but to pull away, taking evasive action, the minigun too much of a threat to the craft. Ty gritted his teeth and whipped the truck into a bootleg turn, heading straight for the pursuit car. Parker's fingers dug into the passenger seat.
"Whoa, what are you doing?"
The Juggernaut pivoted back around, facing forward again as the two vehicles raced toward each other. The minigun screamed to life again, tearing into the truck, the heavily armored front end allowing it to withstand some of the punishing assault.
"Get down!" Ty yelled. "Gotta time this just right."
He swerved the truck to one side, taking them off of a collision course, but the enemy driver turned toward the truck looking to ram them. The Juggernaut let loose, no longer in danger of hitting the plane. 6,000 rounds per minute perforated the side of the fleeing truck. At the last possible second, Ty swung back toward the pursuit vehicle. He goaded the driver to give chase, pretending to flee. Now it was too late for the driver to avoid a head-on collision. The minigun continued its assault, the hardened steel core armor-piercing rounds punching through the windshield and shredding the hood. Ty slammed the accelerator at the final moment, just as the driver in front of him instinctively slammed his brakes. The truck's insanely powerful torque, still directed completely to the rear wheels, pulled the front end higher for just a split second, and the sudden brake dipped the front end of the pursuit car down slightly. The timing was perfect, and the front tires caught the low-angled front end of the pursuit car just right. The truck ramped up and over the car, crushing the windshield with its massive weight and momentum. It continued all the way to the back, the armored front end slamming into the juggernaut. The impact crushed the chest of the suit and tore the helmet free, sending it bouncing over the top of the truck with the pilot's head still inside. The truck tipped in the air and landed on one side. The momentum caused it to roll across its top until it came to a rest on its other side. Parker's world muted and blurred. His head ached and his shoulders hurt. The air around him thumped, slowly growing in intensity as the sound of a helicopter's rotors reached him, still fuzzy in his ears.
"Are we alive?"
he asked.
"I think so,"
Ty groaned. Parker wiped blood and dirt from his face and looked at the courier, still held to the seat by the seatbelt.
"Hey, so don't forget to leave me a 5-star review,"
Ty said, pressing a hand against his forehead and right eye. John stepped into the rear cargo hold of the plane, the Russian PL-15 pistol pressed between his palms. Warren Ratcliffe's car sat in the middle of the cargo hold, the wheels strapped to the fuselage to keep it stable. Holding the handgun trained on any potential threats, he leaned in to look through the tinted windows. He reached down to open the back door, looking for the pest, when a shot rang out, shattering one of the car windows and just missing the Ranger. Heavy boots stepping on metal echoed through the spacious bay.
"It's over, Boris,"
John said, crouching behind the rear of the car. He glanced around one side to see his adversary. The Spetsnaz commander was every bit as intimidating as John. Physically, they had more in common than not.
"No, American, it is not over until you are dead."
He held his AKM rifle close to his body in a low ready position.
"I'm only here for Ratcliffe," John said. "You don't need to die for him."
Boris smiled, showing a mouthful of small, almost jagged teeth, and raised his weapon.
"I, too, am here for Mr. Ratcliffe, and I am afraid that dying for him, if necessary, is exactly what I—"
John hurled a heavy wood crate by its rope handle over the car. It arced toward the Russian giant's head. Boris snapped his rifle up to his shoulder the moment he saw the movement. The crate came in high, and Boris was able to crouch low enough to get under it. It wasn't until he ducked, however, that he saw the American on one knee with his weapon up. John pivoted around the car in a low crouch immediately after the crate's handle left his grip. His PL-15 pistol was already up, anticipating the Russian's next move. The shot split the air with a sharp crack. His round struck Boris in the head, and the report reverberated through the metal enclosure. The big Russian fell back, hitting the ground, dropping his AKM.
"Your choice,"
John said. He advanced, kicked the rifle away, and made his way to the front. He found Warren Ratcliffe in the cockpit, standing off to one side, with a pistol pointed at the pilot's head.
"I'll kill him,"
he said, the muscles in his neck straining.
"Drop the gun."
John shook his head and let the PL-15 fall to the deck at his feet. He stood up straight, his hands down at his side. Warren swiped a hand back across his head, trying to pin an errant lock of hair into place, pointing the pistol at John.
"Why? Why are you so intent on arresting me?"
"I'm not here to arrest you,"
John said as he bored holes through the executive's eyes with his stare.
"You murdered my friend and kidnapped my goddaughter. Messing with my family is inexcusable."
The muzzle of Warren's gun dipped, and his hands shook as he looked at the personification of his punishment. His eyes widened as the meaning and intent of John's words hit him. Warren raised the pistol again. John's right hand flashed to the handle of his M9 bayonet. He yanked the knife from the sheath and hurled it in a smooth overhand throw before Ratcliffe's finger could depress the trigger. The blade sank into the man's chest with a wet thwack, burying itself to the hilt. Warren Ratcliffe's eyes dropped to the handle of the knife as the handgun fell from his grasp. A second later, he crumpled to the floor, dead.
"Stop this plane now,"
John said to the pilot, before he turned to head back for the pest. A massive figure filled the entryway, and John's hand fell instinctively to the empty drop-leg holster. A bloody sheen coated half of Boris's face, soaking into his beard. He clutched a wicked serrated blade in his right hand, gritting his teeth. The Russian lunged as a flash of light glinted off of the blade of his fighting knife. John shuffled back and deflected the thrust at his foe's wrist. He ducked as Boris swiped the knife toward John's throat. The blade clanged against the wall of the cramped compartment, and John pinned the brute's hand to trap the weapon. He drove a thundering overhand right into Boris's head. The Russian's skull, fractured by the grazing pistol shot, cracked like an eggshell from the jackhammer force of John's heavy fist. Boris collapsed to the ground, but the wild fire never left his eyes. He thrust the blade upward, trying to disembowel John, but the ranger caught his hand by the wrist. John grabbed the back of Boris's collar with his right hand and hoisted the Russian bear back up. He looked him in the eyes before shoving Boris's own hand upward. The knife slid easily into the flesh under the Spetsnaz commander's chin and punctured the soft palate before the handguard stopped the blade. John let the dead Russian's body slump to the floor. He stepped over it and headed to the car to retrieve the pest. Chapter 32. John stepped down the open ramp of the plane. Pain and fatigue gripped him, threatening to send him to the ground, but he pressed forward. The rest of Bravo team joined Ty and Parker, administering aid to the two injured young men. John looked around at the fleet of commandeered insect vehicles and the HRD Blackhawk sitting off in the distance. Lieutenant Clark walked over to greet him.
"I can't believe you're still alive, Stone." "I'm not so sure I am," John said as his strength waned. He clenched his teeth, flexed the muscles through his body to take a mental picture of his condition. "Did you secure the Guardian?" John asked. Curtis wiped a hand down his face and scratched his jaw. "Well, yes and no. We've got what's left of it, but the Russians made sure we wouldn't be able to get it up and running right away. The software is toast, too," Parker said, wincing as a corpsman pressed a bandage to a cut on his forearm. John tightened his grip on the pest. Curtis cleared his throat. "The Hostile Response Division operates under strict government jurisdiction." "And?" John locked eyes with the lieutenant. "And we're under orders to secure both the Guardian and Pest." He held his hand out. "1 out of 2 ain't so bad, I guess." John felt the smooth shell of the device in his hands. The Guardian was no more, but the Pest was still too much power for one group to possess. His best friend, Frank Colt, died for this. It was the kind of thing that could shift the balance of power on a global scale. "About that," John said, still maintaining eye contact. "There was a complication. The Pest was destroyed in the fight back there." He pressed his hands together, the immense pressure bending the metal and cracking the plastic as he crushed the device. With a twist and pull, he separated the Pest into 2 pieces. Bits of wrecked internal components sprinkled down around his boots. The muscles in Curtis's jaw twitched as he pressed his mouth into a thin line. His eyes narrowed, and John could see the internal struggle taking place. After 10 long seconds, the lieutenant blinked twice and just nodded. "That's a shame. Just make sure you provide all the relevant details in your after-action report." John returned the nod, brushing his hand on his pants to wipe away the remnants of the device. Curtis turned to face one of his men. "Radio HQ. Tell them both objectives have been destroyed, but we were able to salvage the remains." "Yes, sir." Ty hooked the hand under Parker's arm and helped him to his feet. "Hey, did you guys find another one of those fuel cell trucks at the base? If so, I'll take that off your hands, and we call it square." John chuckled and shook his head. "Let's go home." Epilogue. Closing his eyes and inhaling deeply through his nostrils, Price Wyndham blew out in a long, steady exhale through pursed lips. It took 2 more breaths before he got a handle on his anger. In one single encounter, he lost both the Guardian and Pest. That incompetent weasel Ratcliffe led a government strike team right to the base Price set up to test the equipment. The elevator chimed and the door slid open with a softened swoosh. He stepped out, walking down the long, well-lit hallway, his shoes loudly clicking with each step. The underground facility had been set up to store the Guardian until he could deploy its strength fully, forcing the rest of the world to stand up and take notice of Wyndham and his accomplices. Now it was a useless research and development lab, no real purpose other than a few experiments and some advancements in weapons technology. Not enough to make a difference in their campaign for power. Standing at the entrance to one of the biotech labs, Price took another deep breath, straightened his tie, and smoothed his slacks before stepping in. "Mr. Wyndham, it's so good of you to make time to check the progress." A lab tech, the project head,
clutched his phone in both hands as he approached.
"What's the status of my alpha asset?"
The tech's face brightened.
Wonderful news, sir. After last week's setback, we switched to a more aggressive stem cell and hormone regulation treatment. The subject's body rejected the implants initially, but with...
Price took a step forward, looking down at the man.
"What's the status?"
The man looked at the notes on his phone, adjusting his glasses as he cleared his throat.
The, change in treatment was a success. The rigorous cycles aided in his body's ability to rebuild itself to a degree. The damage to the spinal cord is still present, but full function has been restored, using the implants to bridge the gap.
"So what does that mean for our timetable? Will the asset be field-ready within the next few days?" Wyndham asked.
That's what I wanted to tell you. The results are nothing short of spectacular. He's ready now.
Price raised an inquisitive eyebrow.
Not only has the subject recovered, but now he's better than ever. Faster, stronger, just plain tougher.
A smile tugged at Price's mouth, despite his best effort to stifle the emotion. He had invested a ridiculous amount of capital to fund the process, money that would need to be accounted for during the company's next quarterly earnings report. The cost had been worth it, given the subject's upbringing, trained as an assassin in his formative years, and designated an alpha asset in a secret program, a program funded by one of Wyndham's most influential accomplices, to create an army of highly trained operatives. The lab tech led Price to a window, looking into a large training facility with technicians making a note of the results of the latest round of tests. The man, the subject in the middle of the room, stood out, not only because of his black and gray compression shirt and pants, but also his size and build. He was long and lean, standing half a head over most of the techs. Muscles rippled under his light brown skin, coated with a sheen of sweat.
What was that?
One of the techs inside asked. Another answered.
600 pounds. Reset and increased to 650.
Price pressed a thumb on the intercom and addressed the alpha inside.
"Hello, Mr. Gordon. I believe you and I share a common enemy."
This concludes Divide and Conquer by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Copyright 2018 by Alan Manning. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Alan Manning and Brian Manning, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fractured Allegiance by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Chapter 1. The helicopter's rotors thrummed, slicing through the air and buffeting Lieutenant Curtis Clark with a choppy wind. A rapid drumbeat thumped his chest, rattling the gear on his rig. He had one foot already out of the side of the Black Hawk, eyes squinted, watching as the pilot brought his team closer to the landing zone. He and his men were in pursuit of a group of mercenaries operating within the U.S. border illegally. They had already taken one team into custody with minimal conflict, and Curtis hoped to do the same today. "Let's do this clean and by the numbers," he said over his mic as the helicopter reached its destination. A pair of ropes dropped out, one on either side of the hovering craft to the ground below. Curtis and his men slid down, immediately drawing their weapons and covering the rest of the team as they descended onto the road leading up the bridge. A police roadblock closed off the far end, but a loose police presence on this side allowed the few cars and people to flee, getting them out of a potentially dangerous situation. At 3 o'clock in the morning, traffic was sparse. Only a few cars were left behind, near a matte black H2 Hummer parked 3/4 of the way down. The police had successfully evacuated all of the innocent bystanders, but several had to leave their cars behind, unable to turn them around to get away. With his full team on the deck and ready to go, Curtis gave the order to move ahead. With practiced precision, each man held an M4 carbine pressed into his shoulder, elbows tucked. They looked down their weapon sights as they walked along the bridge, taking smooth steps to maintain their aim on the target vehicle. "Don't take your eyes off of the truck," Curtis said. "2 tangos exiting on the far side," Jimenez said. Curtis signaled for his team to take cover. Bracing their weapons on the empty vehicles, they kept their aim on the Hummer and waited. One of the mercenaries raised his hands, holding a rifle over his head by the stock and foregrip, hand away from the trigger. "We give up. Don't shoot." Curtis narrowed his eyes and his throat tightened. "Step out with your hands up." The two men obeyed his orders, one still holding his weapon up, the other letting an AR-15 hang from its sling. Curtis stepped out, followed by two of his men. The other two held their positions, guarding the vehicle. "There's still two inside," the one holding the rifle said. "Tell your buddies to hang it up," Curtis said. "It's over." The man with the rifle on its sling shifted his gaze quickly between Curtis and the driver. The hairs on Lieutenant Clark's neck stood on end, and his gut screamed something was off. "Look out!" one of his teammates shouted. A burst from inside the truck shattered the driver's side window, and an AK-47 unleashed a hail of bullets at the HRD team. The mercenary with the rifle hanging from a sling ran to the far side of the Hummer and brought his weapon up. Before the man could fire, Curtis dropped to a knee and put the glowing red dot of his targeting reticle on the man's chest. He gave the trigger a pair of smooth presses, and the M4 bucked. Two wet thwacks sounded as neat little holes appeared side by side on the man's chest before he fell from view. Higher-pitched bursts shook the air as his men returned fire on the driver, killing him. Without wasting any more time, Curtis seized the momentary lapse in their enemy's bravery and ordered his team to move forward. All 5 HRD operatives stepped with a smooth pace, weapons held steady from hours upon hours of intense training. As the dust settled, they could hear the man in the back seat shouting from inside the vehicle. He had one hand pressed on the window and the other waving out from the shattered driver's side door, showing he was unarmed. The other mercenary outside of the vehicle tossed his weapon down when the fighting started, and was now curled on his side, eyes bugging out. "We surrender! Please don't kill us!" His voice cracked and trembled. Curtis yanked the door back open, keeping his weapon braced against his shoulder, and the team swarmed the vehicle. 2 men hauled the suspect out, flattening him, stomach down on the asphalt. The other 2 team members pulled the last man around, also forcing him down and securing his hands behind his back. Curtis circled around the vehicle slowly. He saw the man he shot, lying dead on the surface with a pair of bloody holes grouped close together to the left of his sternum. He used the toe of his boot to work the weapon sling around the dead man's shoulder and kicked the rifle away. Curtis continued his search, making sure no more hidden surprises were waiting for his team. "All clear," he said. "Clear," each of his men responded in turn. "Signal the go-ahead. Law enforcement can clean up this mess now," Curtis said. He keyed his mic. "Dr. Spencer, get the truck in here so we can secure these 2. "Roger that, Lieutenant Clark." "I think this is the last of them, Stone," Curtis said.
"I believe you're right," John replied. "Great job, Lieutenant. First round's on me."
Chapter 2. Marvin Van Pierce, director of the Hostile Response Division, walked into the room. The team was already inside. Those who weren't already standing rose to their feet when the director entered. Parker Lewis, the computer specialist, still sat in his seat, oblivious, his eyes fixed on the screen of his laptop. John Stone nudged Parker's chair with a stiff knee.
"Oh, yeah, sorry about that, sir,"
he said, staggering to his feet and easing his computer closed. "Relax, everyone," Van Pierce said, placing a folder at the head of the table before sitting down. The rest of the team took their seats, except for Parker, who looked around confused.
"I just stood... never mind,"
he said, sitting next to John. Director Van Pierce eyed Parker, almost letting a smile show on his face. "Are we finished, Mr. Lewis?" Parker just nodded, pressing his lips together. "First, I want to say congratulations. With yesterday's operation, we've successfully eliminated the remaining mercenary companies operating on U.S. soil." Marvin opened the folder and glanced down at the top sheet. "We will question them all and find out definitively. But it's believed they were all acting in connection with the recently deceased Warren Ratcliffe."
"Or at least the man that passed his orders down to Ratcliffe,"
Dr. Miranda Spencer added. She adjusted her glasses, looking at a copy of the report the HRD director also had.
"Do we know who that may be yet?" John asked. "The man above Ratcliffe, I mean."
"Not at this time," the director said. "With the amount of data you and Parker were able to bring us, I have no doubt that information will be discovered. But it's going to take time."
You dropped a mountain of files on us, Curtis Clark said with a smirk. The analysts are going to be pulling double shifts to rake through all of that. I have a question, sir, Parker said, raising a hand.
Put your hand down, son. Just ask your question. This isn't elementary school, Marvin said.
Okay, I know we haven't heard back from the teams handling the interrogations, but do the analysts have an idea what the contractors were hiding? Parker folded his hands on the table. They weren't targeting anyone, and they weren't taking anything from the locations they hit.
Initial reports suggest a high probability that they were intelligence operations, Van Pierce said.
Most likely the man calling the shots covering his tracks, John said. None of these companies had any involvement until after Ratcliffe's death.
We just need to keep doing what we're doing until the data comes back and we get a clearer picture, the director added.
After the meeting, John jogged down the hall to catch up to Director Van Pierce. Sir, may I have a word?
Marvin stopped and turned. Of course, Stone. What is it?
He started walking down the hall again as John fell into step at his side. I just think we should be focusing much more on the shot caller, the man that handed the orders down to Ratcliffe.
How do you know it's a man? Marvin asked with a smirk. I understand. But are you sure this isn't just your desire to seek vengeance for a friend?
John stopped and faced Van Pierce. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a part of this. But you and I both know this is much bigger.
Marvin stopped and put his hands in his pockets. Yes, it is. That's why we need to be careful about how we approach the next few steps.
We've seen what these guys are capable of, John said. If this mystery man at the top is sending Merc units to destroy evidence, he's not on the run or going into hiding. He intends to stay right where he is.
And while he's doing that, we'll keep getting closer to revealing his identity, Marvin said. I appreciate your drive, but this is a massive threat we're taking on. One mistake, one wrong move, and we lose the advantage.
Are you sure we've got the advantage? John asked. I'm only asking for a bit of leeway to start looking for a name. Something that's possibly not in the files we've already got.
Just you? Strap on your kit, grab your gun, and start roughing people up until they spill the beans?
John stood up straighter, holding his hands behind his back. I would need some support. Parker.
I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but you're in no condition to be doing field work. You had a building fall on top of your head not even a month ago.
I've been sidelined for the past 3.5 weeks, sir. Not even training. John paused for a moment and relaxed his posture. I'm not some hotshot out looking for a fight. I'm talking strictly gathering information.
Marvin put a hand on John's shoulder. John, I know what you're asking, but I need you to trust the team. They know what they're doing, and our analysts will be putting all of the information together as fast as they can. Reports will be generated hourly, so if anything comes up, we'll know. You and Curtis have worked together quite well these past few weeks, Marvin said. Your presence in the operations center has been invaluable. I just need you to continue in that role until we've got something actionable.
Clark's a natural leader, John said. He folded his arms and shifted his weight back. I can do that, sir.
Thank you.
Director Van Pierce turned on his heels and continued down the hall. John stood in place for another moment, listening to the click-clack of the director's dress shoes as they receded into the distance. He knew Van Pierce was right. The team worked well together, and they accomplished a lot in a short amount of time.
Chapter 3.
Price Wyndham cut an imposing figure. Standing at over 6 feet tall, tipping the scales at just under 200 pounds, he followed a strict workout regimen to maintain his physique. His spacious office was sparsely decorated, with a minimum amount of clutter. He sat at a thick tempered glass and brushed steel desk, kept clean with no useless papers or office supplies. The dark-stained oak walls complemented the black and gold marble floors, making the already spacious office feel even more vast. Price leaned back in his chair with his new enforcer, Mr. Gordon, standing at his side. A man addressed Price, clutching his hands in front of his stomach and occasionally wiping sweat away from his brow or upper lip with a trembling finger. Outside of Wyndham's office, this man, in charge of a powerful private security company, would command great respect, and in some cases fear. But here, now, in front of Price Wyndham,
Reuben Shields was a near-quivering bundle of nerves.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wyndham,
Price waved his hand to silence the man. He stood and smoothed a hand back over his silver hair before straightening his tie. "What were your objectives, Reuben?" Price planted both fists on his desk, leaning forward as he spoke.
I mean, my men were to destroy all compromising information.
Reuben rolled his shoulder and tugged at his collar with a finger.
And retrieve, if possible.
"No," Price said. "Your only orders were to inflict sufficient damage to the data systems to make retrieval of the information impossible. Not to retrieve, not to copy. Destroy."
I just thought that...
"I don't pay you to think. I pay you to act."
Mr. Gordon straightened his posture and unbuttoned his jacket as Price's voice shook the room. Reuben stammered and took a step back.
"Mr. Wyndham, we got word that you needed to back up all data in a central location," the man stammered.
"It's 2018, Mr. Shields."
Price crossed his arms over his chest.
"Did you think that our facilities aren't networked to make passing data back and forth a simple matter?"
Reuben opened his mouth to say something and thought better of it. His lips clamped shut with an audible pop.
"We are able to move said data from one point to another as easily as Mr. Gordon crossing this room to reach you."
The lithe, silent killer walked across the marble floor, stalking the defense contractor. Mr. Gordon stopped right in front of Reuben and clasped his hands behind his back. The stance was non-threatening, but his jacket opened far enough to reveal a handgun holstered to the right of the enforcer's belt buckle.
"Your men had simple orders, Shields. Connect and detonate the EMP charges and burn any hard copies. Nothing about pulling data or leaving the premises with any of it."
Reuben swallowed, still talking to Price as his eyes remained glued to the Glock 21 Mr. Gordon carried.
"My mistake, sir. I promised to rectify the issue."
"And what is that?"
Price asked, sitting down again.
"This hostile response division that secured the drives your men had in their vehicles when they were apprehended?"
The imposing man sat and rested his elbows on the desk with one hand inside the other, pressing them to his chin. His enforcer circled behind Reuben with slow, measured steps. Reuben tried to speak, but Price held up a hand to stop him.
"Yours was a huge mistake. The kind of mistake that gets people killed."
"Please, Mr. Wyndham, let me fix this," the man pleaded.
A hand clamped down on Reuben's shoulder, causing him to flinch and tense up. The silence stretched for seconds, and Mr. Gordon released his grip. Reuben recoiled again, waiting for terrible things to happen.
"Your performance over the past couple of weeks may be enough to overlook this, however."
Price turned to retrieve a small stack of papers from a file cabinet behind him.
"Of the 3 teams we used, your men accomplished the majority of the dozen or so such jobs we required. And for that, I'm going to let you leave my office of your own accord."
"Thank you, Mr. Wyndham. Thank you,"
Reuben said, voice warbling. He backed away, nearly bumping into Mr. Gordon, but the enforcer stepped to one side smoothly, allowing the man to kowtow his way out of the office.
"You can count on me to make this right."
"We'll be in touch," Price said,
as Reuben closed the door behind him.
"You should have let me kill him," the enforcer said.
He faced Mr. Gordon again. A half-smile pulled at one corner of his mouth. Price was looking at a man that, just weeks ago, suffered a broken back at the hands of John Stone. It was the type of devastating injury that left many men and women unable to walk for life. Wyndham's organization spent a fortune on research and development, focusing much of it on military applications. Several of the programs were devoted to making soldiers more combat effective. It was from those programs that they designed the implants used throughout Mr. Gordon's body, running along his back, which restored his fighting effectiveness. The enforcer's spinal column would never heal, but the experimental technology helped the signals bridge that gap. Combining the surgical procedure with cutting-edge treatments and therapy also granted his enforcer vastly increased physical attributes. Mr. Gordon was now stronger, faster, and much more deadly than before. Chapter 4.
"We're just borrowing the data," Parker said. "Not even the actual data, just a copy of it."
"I understand how computers work, Parker.
but it's not worth ruffling any feathers, John said. I bet more than a few of these people on here are up to something. Like this dude, Kevin Dolling, Parker said, jabbing a finger at the list of names from one of his surface-level searches. That name sounds nefarious.
Just sounds like a regular name to me, John said.
You said it yourself. You told Van Pierce that we should be out digging up more information. Climb up the ladder. Find out who's really in charge.
And now I agree with Director Van Pierce. There's a team of analysts poring over the intel, and they got the same goal in mind.
Parker scoffed, pretending to be offended.
You think those bachelor's degrees in the Geek Squad can find something?
Yes, John said, popping his hands on a desk and leaning back.
Well, yeah, I guess. There's more of them, and their computers probably cost more than mine.
Probably.
Hey, you don't know how much cash I've dumped into this rig, Parker said, pointing to his laptop.
John smiled.
Let's just play this the HRD's way.
I should at least be in there helping out,
Parker said, stuffing his laptop into a messenger bag. John headed for the door.
When the team has more information, we can revisit this conversation.
And if we don't have enough info, Parker said,
we'll send Curtis and his team out to run the ops necessary to gather some more.
Lieutenant Clark? What's he gonna do? Shoot at the computers until they spit out the info he's looking for?
What do you have against Clark? John asked.
Parker's shoulders sagged. He picked up his bag and looped the strap over his head.
Nothing. I'm just feeling a little useless here.
You had a pretty exciting month, kid. What's wrong with just relaxing for a couple of weeks, enjoying all this fresh, bullet-free air?
Parker chuckled, scratching his chest under the strap of his bag.
Point taken. But if MVP doesn't deliver in 2 weeks, I'm borrowing a few gigs of data and seeing what I can find.
John just shook his head, unable to hide his smile.
Good night, Parker.
The big man headed down the hall and turned a corner.
Yeah,
Parker said, puffing his chest out.
Yeah.
Chapter 5. Mr. Gordon flexed his arms, opening and closing his hands. Since the treatments that rebuilt his body, it was a subconscious act. Before he came face to face with John Stone, he was serious about his physical conditioning. After suffering paralysis at the hands of his foe, Mr. Gordon emerged a different man altogether. A machine, a product of science and technology. Though still flesh and blood, the muscles running along his denser skeletal structure were like braided steel cables, dense and compact. He was given explicit instructions about the package as it was handed to him by Price Wyndham himself. The small, padded envelope had no external information or discernible markings. Mr. Gordon memorized the delivery address before slipping it into the inside pocket of his Kevlar motorcycle jacket.
This goes to the Senator, personally, Price had said. No aides, no couriers, no middlemen. From your hand to hers.
The enforcer understood the gravity of the job he had been given. He didn't know the contents of the envelope, and he didn't care. He had no ambitions for control and power himself. Born and bred to be a warrior, he reveled in besting any opponent that stepped in his path. Mr. Gordon had never known defeat until he faced John Stone. The tingling pulses he felt from the implants along his spine were a permanent reminder of that bitter night. He stood before his Ducati Diavel, his fists clenched tight. He forced his mind to relax and reminded himself of the job at hand.
You'll meet that man again, and next time the outcome will be much different, he thought,
before slipping a helmet over his head. Draping a leg over the Ducati's seat, he started it up. The bike's 150-plus horsepower engine roared to life. Mr. Gordon pulled onto the busy street, opening the throttle up as he flew past the traffic. Price circled around and sat at his desk. Since the death and resulting investigation of Warren Ratcliffe by the government's Hostile Response Division, he had to move fast to distance himself and his associates from the man. The attempts made to pull all incriminating information to a central location failed when Reuben Shield's team had not only been taken in alive, but also in possession of a portable hard drive containing sensitive materials. Now, time was no longer on Wyndham's side. He had to regain control of the situation no matter the cost. The next steps of his plan would require an enormous expenditure of his political capital, accrued at no small expense, over years of quid pro quo maneuvering, and the collection of information that would help or hurt careers in Washington, D.C. Price reread the report in front of him, detailing the plan for the government to exert more control over the Hostile Response Division. The team, run by Marvin Van Pierce, would now be falling under the control of principal officials answering to Price Wyndham, albeit indirectly. His eyes fell to the notes, moving over the same few lines over and over. The report mentioned the confrontation with John Stone, flagging him as a potential problem. A suggestion was included to place Stone in a limited role, with on-base supervision, to ensure his compliance. John Stone was the man directly responsible for killing Warren Ratcliffe and destroying the Pest prototype, as well as preventing Wyndham's acquisitions of Project Guardian. If nothing were done about this maverick, Stone would quickly become a problem that would be too much for his assets to handle. Price thumbed through the recent calls on his phone and found the name he was looking for. After 2 rings, a voice on the other end answered.
"I received your report," Price said.
Yes, it's satisfactory, covering everything I need to know. I'm giving you full approval to proceed, but you'll need to amend the stated objectives first.
"What do you need?"
It's John Stone. Your assertion was correct. He will be an issue if left unchecked. But I find your suggested course of action insufficient.
Price turned in his chair, looking out the window.
"Left unchecked, a rabid dog can be quite troublesome. He needs to be put down."
He listened thoughtfully, then responded.
No, we do it through the proper channels. Publicly. Make sure the name John Stone is synonymous with domestic terror.
Chapter 6. Director Van Pierce scrolled the map on the projected display, focusing on the eastern coast of the United States. Curtis Clark and John Stone stood in the command room with him. "It looks like we've got several points of interest further north, in upstate New York," Van Pierce said. "That's where the data facility exploded not too long ago, right?" Curtis asked. "Yes, and it appears that at least one of these locations may be tied to that particular facility." "Who hit the other site?" John asked. "Our guys?" "We still don't know," the director answered. "All reports from government and law enforcement cite faulty utilities." "They're giving us that tired gas leak explanation?" Van Pierce smiled. "Seems that way. But if there's another player involved, we need to find out ASAP." "Yes, sir," Curtis said. "What about here?" John pointed to a small cluster of dots about 10 to 15 miles apart in Pennsylvania. "Looks promising. Our analyst flagged it, but that's an industrial complex, so it'll be tricky to search. Not as easy as pulling some data off a computer." The director brushed a hand over his stubble. Even though things had slowed down recently, he opted to let his facial hair grow a little thicker in these colder months. He stood in contrast to Lieutenant Clark's clean-shaven features and Stone's heavy mustache. "Put together a team and a list of equipment you'll need," Van Pierce said, stopping mid-sentence. 2 Army officers entered, followed by 3 MPs, and crossed the command room to stand in front of Marvin, Curtis, and John. One of the men was tall and lean, the other much shorter, but carrying a stocky, well-muscled build. The rank on their uniforms designated the 2 men as lieutenants. "Director Van Pierce," Baker, the shorter lieutenant, said. It was more of a statement than a question, addressing the man at the head of the room. "The one and only," Van Pierce answered. A brief pause let him know that the man didn't appreciate his casual nature. "What can I do for you, Lieutenant Baker?" he asked, looking at the name on his uniform. "Orders, sir. Effective immediately. The United States military will be overseeing all Hostile Response Division operations." Baker handed a piece of paper to Marvin. "You can't do that," Curtis said. "Not your call, Lieutenant Clark," the taller officer, Reed, said. "And frankly, it's well above your pay grade. But your ire is duly noted." "We're with Homeland Security," John said. "Not the military." "HRD is a hybrid branch, having equal jurisdiction with both DHS and the National Guard," Baker said. Director Van Pierce scanned the paper. His eyes widened and he glanced at John. "Your recent operations have resulted in excessive collateral damage and the significant loss of innocent civilian lives," the stocky officer continued. "You're lying," John said through gritted teeth. "Lieutenant Stone," Reed said. You are to come with us immediately." The 3 MPs moved forward, one holding a set of handcuffs. The other 2 kept their hands empty but held them close to their weapons. "What's this about? Why are you taking him?" Curtis asked, his anger barely contained. "By order of the United States government, we are to remand Lieutenant Stone into custody under the suspicion of domestic terrorism."
"This is outrageous!"
Van Pierce moved in front of John. The MPs approached the director, who looked the young man up and down, standing his ground. Lieutenant Reed spoke quietly into a radio handset, and 2 more military police entered the room. John placed a hand on Marvin's shoulder.
"It's okay. I'll go with him and find out what's going on."
"Are the cuffs necessary?" Curtis asked.
"I'm sorry, I have no choice," the MP said.
"The hell you don't," Clark said, stepping around John.
"Don't make us bring you in too, Lieutenant Clark," Baker said. "Curtis, stand down. We'll get to the bottom of this," John said.
The cuffs ratcheted onto John's thick wrists, barely securing his arms behind his back. The imposing ranger was compliant, not wanting to hurt the young MPs, but the 3 men remained on edge as they escorted him from the room. Reed addressed the 2 remaining MPs in the room. "Escort the director to his quarters." Marvin took a step forward.
"Escort me to my quarters?"
"You're officially being relieved of command, Mr. Van Pierce." Chapter 7. The HRD complex was small compared to most bases of operation, but significant steps were taken to ensure the facility was secure. The holding cell housing John for the better part of the day had been built to make sure nothing, short of a sophisticated explosive device, would grant an unauthorized exit. Now he sat in an interrogation room, at a steel table bolted to the floor. A thick steel ring was welded onto the top, near John's side, his reinforced steel shackles looped through the ring, to make sure he wasn't going to get up without proper permission. Lieutenant Baker sat in front of John and flipped through the pages of a thick file with narrowed eyes. John noted that it was the stocky man's 3rd pass to the information. He kept his back straight and his hands on the table, knowing Baker's silence was a tactic to try and gain a psychological advantage over a weak-minded suspect, staying silent so John would have no choice but to break and fill the void. Several more minutes of silence passed, and Lieutenant Baker inadvertently cleared his throat. He caught himself immediately and glared up at John, who gave a barely perceptible smile. The taller man, Lieutenant Reed, finally entered. He eased the door shut and glanced through the mirror, an amateur move. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Stone," Reed said, taking the empty seat next to Lieutenant Baker. John shifted his gaze to the second man.
"I understand. You just needed a little more time to get your lies straight."
Reed smiled, but the uneasiness and tension never left his eyes. "We're just here to get your side of the story."
"And what story is that?"
"Early November, you reported that a team of Russian mercenaries staged an ambush during one of your operations, detonating a series of explosives that killed several HRD operatives." John narrowed his eyes.
"That is correct."
He didn't offer any further details, knowing everything would have already been in the report. "Only days later, and you were in the vicinity of another building, inside which these mercenaries also detonated explosives, leveling the building in a similar manner." Reed flipped the top sheet of Baker's report to one side, reading the second page. John locked his eyes on the tall man, dipped his chin in a small nod, then looked at him from under his brows. Reed turned the second page over, setting it face down on the first while scanning the final page. He took in a breath through his nostrils and let out a low whistle. "The same explosives were used for both buildings," Lieutenant Reed said.
"If you say so,"
John said, keeping his words clipped. Reed raised an eyebrow, and Baker's mouth pulled into a half-sneer. "Did you think we wouldn't find the rest?" Reed asked. John sat back slightly, confused by the question.
"The rest of what?"
Baker pulled another file from his briefcase and slapped it on the table, whipping the cover open. John looked down at the pictures inside. The top one was a photo taken inside his Montana home. He reached for the file, but just as his fingertips reached the edge, the chains on his shackles pulled taut. John pulled the folder closer with his fingers and picked up the photo. It showed his kitchen table covered in wires, tools, batteries, digital timers, and prepaid cell phones. He set the photo aside and looked down at the rest of the stack, spreading them out on the table. "I'm not sure what kind of terrorist attacks you were planning, Stone, but you're going down for this." Reed poked a finger at one of the pictures. John stared down, leaning back to take in the photos showing the explosives and equipment scattered around his home. He was being set up to take the fall for something, or someone.
"Who are you really working for?" John asked.
Lieutenant Baker smiled, showing a mouth full of 2 small teeth. "We work for the citizens of the United States, John. We're saving American lives by bringing down a potential terrorist. They're going to string you up for this. You'll be moved immediately to a detention center where no one will be able to help you, much less find you," Reed said, his voice strangely calm. John pulled the chains of his shackles tight, and he balled his hands into fists, the knuckles turning red, then ghost white.
Chapter 8.
"You're restricted to your quarters until further notice, Mr. Van Pierce," the MP said. "A guard will be posted nearby in case you need anything."
"To make sure I don't leave, you mean?" Marvin said. "This is absurd. None of this makes sense, does it? Why would they arrest Stone?"
"I'm just following orders, sir."
He shook his head and gave the young soldier a solemn look before stepping into his room and closing the door behind him. John had been taken into custody, and he needed to find out the reason. Van Pierce sat at his desk and opened the laptop, typing a message to Dr. Spencer. He hit send, then sat on his bed and thumped the back of his head lightly against the wall. A discussion started just outside his door. The young MP spoke with someone else, and Marvin recognized the other voice. He got up and opened the door. "Lieutenant Clark, come in."
"I'm sorry, sir,
"You said I was confined to my quarters, son. You didn't receive any orders to keep anyone else out."
The guard closed his eyes, too afraid of making the wrong call.
5 minutes. Then you've got to go, Lieutenant."
"Thanks, kid," Curtis said, stepping past him into the room. "How's it going out there?" Marvin asked. "I was walking with Miranda when she got your message. She said you didn't want her to call you, just in case."
"Is she doing what I asked?"
"Yes, sir. She's on her way to give Parker the news. Are we going to find out where John is?"
"I'm not sure if you should," Van Pierce said. "If you start raising suspicion, they'll probably round us all up."
He pressed a knuckle to his lips, thinking about their options.
"You need to keep up the perception that you're still following orders. That means you should probably get back to your team soon."
Curtis looked at Marvin, clenching and unclenching his jaw.
"What is it? Why did you come here to talk to me?"
"Do you think John did what they're saying?" Curtis asked.
"I don't believe it for a second," Marvin said. "John was instrumental in taking Warren Ratcliffe down."
"Why would the Army arrest him?" Curtis asked. "Why would they charge him with domestic terrorism?" Van Pierce pressed his lips together.
"I don't know. I just don't know."
Dr. Miranda Spencer moved down the hall as fast as she dared without arousing suspicion. She turned the corner and walked into the small room set up as a secondary computer lab.
"Parker."
The programmer raised his eyebrows.
"Oh, hey, Miranda. What's up?"
"They took John," she said, her voice just above a whisper. She crossed the room and sat next to him.
"Who took him? Where?"
"The Army sent some officers to take over. The men in charge had John arrested."
"Arrested? For what?"
Parker turned in his chair to face Miranda.
"They said he was a terrorist."
She looked down at her hands resting in her lap.
"Director Van Pierce wanted me to try and find out what evidence they have on him. He wanted your help."
Parker's mouth hung open as he sat speechless for a moment.
"Of course. Anything,"
he said, snapping back to his senses. His fingers flew over the keyboard, pulling up all the records he could find. Text scrolled across his monitor before a window popped up, putting a stop to his progress.
"Huh? What is that?"
Miranda asked, pointing to the warning message.
"I can't get into the files I need."
"What do we do now?"
Parker flexed his neck and wrists, cracking the knuckles on one hand.
"Well, playing by the rules isn't going to work, so I'm changing the game."
Parker lost himself in the chase. He spent the last hour breaking through firewalls, organizing files, and following any lead he could find. His wrists ached, and tension pulled at all the muscles from his neck to his lower back. He sat back in his chair, wiping a hand over his face and rubbing an eye with his sleeve. Miranda leaned in, putting a hand on the armrest of his chair.
What did you find?
Parker didn't respond. He squinted at the screen, scanning through the document quickly to pick out all the relevant information.
Parker?
Dr. Spencer tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to look at her, the blood draining from his face.
John is scheduled to be transported from here tomorrow. They're going to fly him out of the country. To a black site detention center. Guantanamo Bay?
Miranda asked, also shaken by the news.
No, another one.
Parker turned back and started another search.
I didn't even know they had more than one.
Miranda stepped away, arms crossed over her stomach.
We need to tell Director Van Pierce. How can they do this?
There's only one reason for the government to send you to an off-the-books facility, Parker said.
They're going to make John disappear. How can they?
Miranda's eyebrows furrowed.
Miranda, I need your help,
Parker said, gently grabbing her by the arms.
We need to help him. Stop the transport before he disappears for good. Parker, I can't. We don't have the proof to stop this from happening.
She stepped back as he released his grip on her arms.
I just need you to buy me some time until we can free him from the holding cells. You're talking about breaking him out? If he's being charged with terrorism or treason, do you know what they'll do to us?
Miranda shook her head frantically.
I'm sorry, Parker, but I can't. All right. I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry.
Parker sat back in his chair, grabbing 2 handfuls of his hair and bringing his elbows together with a frustrated groan.
This is a setup. I can't let them get away with this. They'll lock you up with John, or they'll kill you, Parker.
He swiped his tongue across his bottom lip and spun his chair back to the computer.
You should go, Miranda. You can't risk being here if I get caught.
Miranda started to respond, but stopped herself. She closed her eyes and wiped away the start of a tear with her finger. She adjusted her glasses and rested a hand on Parker's shoulder for a second before leaving. Chapter 9. A burly guard jammed his nightstick into John's ribs, shoving him into the back of an armored van, his hands cuffed behind his back. He still wore the same black T-shirt and dark gray BDU pants from the night before, in the interrogation room. The muscular guard stepped in with him, holding the nightstick he used to prod John tightly in his fist. They sat across from each other on the steel benches bolted inside the truck. The man wasn't dressed like military police. John figured him for Homeland Security, who generally got their hands on all the domestic terror suspects. He had no idea where they were about to transport him, but the terrorism charges meant at some point they would be locking him up in a supermax prison, or an undisclosed detention facility like Gitmo. The vehicle rocked as the driver and passenger doors slammed shut. The sounds echoed through the mostly concrete motor pool of the Hostile Response Division base of operations. A deep scowl twisted the guard's features. John didn't know if this was how the man treated all the people he transported, but it was clear the guard didn't think too highly of him. The big van rumbled to life and lurched forward, taking John to an uncertain fate. Parker guzzled the last of the energy drink from the can, crushing the tall aluminum cylinder before flinging it into the corner with the other 2. His eyes stung and muscles ached. The hunger and fatigue made it difficult to concentrate, and his hands shook from a combination of too much adrenaline and too much caffeine. He spent most of the night gathering everything he needed to accomplish his plan, and still didn't know how to help John. The most he could do was delay the transport until inspiration struck him. The armored van left the HRD facility 10 minutes ago, and Parker needed to get eyes on it. He monitored the progress of the multiple programs he was running, as feeds from a network of various cameras started streaming in. Tied into the processing cores of the entire HRD computers lab, Parker's computer had almost everything it needed at a moment's notice. It didn't take long to pick up the van transporting John. His programs not only found the vehicle, but overlaid likely travel routes in real time based on the driver's patterns. Parker had another program running to take control of the traffic lights and did his best to stall the progress.
Think, Parker. You can't just sit them at a red light until they pass out from exhaustion.
His mind raced, and his fingers flew across the keys. He thought about getting the local police to intervene, but making the van run a red light was hardly a cause to call in the SWAT team, especially not for a DHS transport vehicle. Maybe an accident severe enough to bring fire and rescue. They wouldn't just leave John in the back if he was in any real danger. Parker pinched the bridge of his nose. An accident that bad would put lives at risk, though. Maybe if one vehicle massive enough hit them, like a big rig.
Or an armored car,
Parker thought, as his eye caught the heavy truck with the bank logo on the side on one of the camera feeds. The programmer plotted several possible intercept courses, forcing the lights to cooperate, trying to make the two meet. Every attempt resulted in failure. At one point, the two vehicles were traveling in the same direction on parallel roads. Parker turned his chair away from the keyboard and pulled several deep breaths in through his nose, letting the air out through his mouth.
"You can do this, Parker."
He opened his eyes again and spun back to the laptop. Chapter 10. John rotated his hands, working the circulation through his wrists again. He leaned back and looked at the guard with him.
"This is a setup, you know."
"Why not open up with the truth?"
"Shut up, Stone."
"I didn't detonate those bombs. All of the civilians trapped inside made it into the lab below."
"I said be quiet," the man said, standing up.
He placed his hands on the ceiling to steady himself as the van came to a stop.
"You crossed the wrong people, Stone."
The DHS agent's mouth twisted into a sadistic smile. This man was part of the plan. He pointed his nightstick at John.
"They tell me to bring in some piece of garbage that attacked my fellow Americans, and that's what I do."
His mock-patriotic tone irked the Army Ranger. John knew once they got him to the detention facility, there would be no chance of proving his innocence. A place like that didn't cater to the fantasy of a trial by jury. He was already guilty in their minds. The van started to move again, then jerked to a stop. The driver slammed on the brakes and leaned into the horn. Simultaneously, a second horn blared outside, growing louder. John and the guard were launched to one side as a massive force struck the armored van from the right. John's body struck the steel sidewall, and a jolt of pain tore across his shoulder blades, down his arms, all the way through his fingers. The DHS agent ragdolled against the hard wall next to him. The van rocked sideways onto two of its wheels and balanced precariously at the tipping point before finally landing back on all four wheels. They were tossed by the impact again, this one lessened by the heavy shocks of the van. They were stopped in the middle of the intersection, and John could hear people outside yelling. The guard finally stood with a sneer, shaking his head to regain his senses. John bolted into action. He turned his body and dug a boot into the diamond tread floor. With a hard thrust, he dropped low and drove a massive shoulder into the man's body, flattening him up against the opposite wall. The audible crack of ribs giving out sounded as the DHS agent let out a low huff. The guard shouted in fury and pain, swinging his nightstick in a wide arc. John, hands still cuffed behind him, leaned his body away and turned his head just enough for the weapon to whip by and miss by centimeters. The momentum carried him back against the wall, and the big guard prepared to deliver a backhanded follow-up swing. John launched off the steel surface, dipped his chin, and drove his head into the guard's face. Taking a step back, John watched a line of saliva drip from the man's lips. The guard fell to one knee, and he let the nightstick clatter to the steel floor plate. His hand reached for the pistol on his hip, and he looked up at Stone with pure fire and hatred. John brought his knee up and thrust a heavy boot forward, wringing the man's head off of the steel door before he dropped unconscious. Parker heard heavy bootsteps rushing down the hall. He turned to face the door just as it came crashing in. A pair of men stepped in, pistols drawn.
"Away from the computer!"
A young soldier advanced, keeping his weapon pointed at Parker. He raised his hands.
"I'm unarmed. I won't resist."
His heart hammered in his chest.
"Hands on your head,"
the lead man said, now only 10 feet away. Parker complied, lacing his fingers together. The soldier kept the gun drawn and used his offhand to force Parker to turn. He pushed the programmer face first against a wall and kicked his feet out past shoulder width.
"Room secure,"
the other soldier said into his radio.
"I just wanted to help John,"
Parker said.
"That was stupid,"
the first soldier said, checking him for weapons.
"That's the court's job, not ours. John's being framed. Someone at the top is setting him up to take the fall."
Parker's chest hit the wall as the younger soldier pushed a hand on his back, forcing one arm behind him.
"And now you're going to end up in the cell right next to Stone, once they find him."
The cuffs clacked into place, locking Parker's wrists.
"Once they find him?"
Another wave of relief washed over him.
"He got away."
Shoulders aching, John searched the guard's belt with his hands still cuffed behind his back. He found the keys and freed himself, just as someone slapped the rear door and unlatched it. "You okay in there, Corey?" the man asked, pulling the door open. John snatched the Beretta M9 from the guard's holster. Sunlight spilled into the van, and he brought the pistol up, holding the front sight on the second guard's chest. The man held one hand up, but gripped his slung rifle a little tighter. "Easy, Stone. No one needs to get hurt." "Let go of the weapon," John said, dropping to the asphalt. He locked eyes with the older guard. "I'm innocent." "Not if you continue this. Let the courts decide, John." "The people setting me up don't plan on letting it get that far," John said, circling around the man. "Let's go. Keep looking forward." The scene was all confusion and chaos. An armored car had struck the van transporting John in the middle of the intersection. He saw several other vehicles were also involved in collisions, and all 4 directions still showed green lights. "Move!" John prodded the guard ahead. "Please, John. There's nowhere to run." The driver of the armored van spotted the pair moving away. Still dizzy from the accident, he drew his pistol, and everyone around him scattered. John turned at the sounds of people screaming and saw the staggering driver pointing a gun at him. The pistol bucked twice before the guard steadied himself, grabbing the gun with both hands. John tackled the old guard to keep him from getting shot by the wild firing, then bolted away from the crowd. 3 more cracks rang out, kicking up bits of asphalt. John tore ahead and hopped a low fence leading to an alley. He emerged from the alley, running into the street in a full sprint, too late to see an oncoming car. Tires screeched as the driver slammed the brakes. John tucked his body just before the impact. His back hit the windshield hard enough to force the air from his lungs and spiderweb the glass. The pistol flew from his grasp, and John tumbled down the hood onto the street, dazed. The driver jumped out of his car, showing a hint of concern, but anger took over as the man started shouting obscenities when he saw John get back on his feet. "Are you nuts, man? You're paying for this!" the driver yelled, jabbing a finger into John's chest. "Yeah, I'm really sorry about all this." "You're gonna be, you—" John's fist connected with a slapping thud, and the fat man crumpled to the ground. He rushed to the car and slid into the driver's seat. John shifted to reverse and peeled away, executing a sloppy bootleg turn. "Getting rusty," he thought. He pressed the accelerator down, and the car protested, but somehow managed to get past the speed limit. John would be able to put some distance between himself and his captors, but this car would stand out, even if the driver didn't report it stolen. He had to secure transportation and make it into hiding before whoever was calling the shots put him on the most wanted list. Chapter 11. Miranda stepped into Van Pierce's quarters.
"They've arrested Parker."
Marvin looked past her to make sure the guard wasn't too close before he closed the door. He shushed Dr. Spencer and walked her over to a chair to sit down.
"They're going to lock him up in Guantanamo," she said.
Dr. Spencer, slow down. I don't know what's happening right now.
Miranda set a bag on the desk, tucking the stethoscope inside. Saying she needed to monitor Van Pierce's vitals was the easiest way to convince the guard in the hall to let her see him. She took a long, deep breath and continued.
"Parker tried to help free John while they were transporting him, but someone noticed the suspicious computer network activity, so the security forces started searching the building."
Marvin closed his eyes and sighed.
That kid is too reckless with his methods. Is John still on his way to the Supermax facility?
Miranda shook her head, putting her glasses back on.
"I don't know. No one is telling me anything."
He sighed, pressing his hands together.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
"We need to get you out of here, sir."
No, not yet.
Marvin walked to the door and leaned close, listening for any activity outside.
I don't want to arouse any suspicion that could get you in trouble, too.
"We can't just let whoever is doing this get away with it," Miranda said. "I can call someone. Maybe there's a chance that—"
Just stay close to Curtis, Van Pierce said. I trust his judgment. If there's anything that can be done, he'll be able to do it. And you'll be in the best position to help out.
Dr. Spencer folded her arms across her stomach, leaning forward in the seat.
"I guess you're right. I know Lieutenant Clark is asking about John, so hopefully he has some more information already."
Thank you, Doctor.
Marvin opened his door to let Miranda out into the hall, just as the young MP walked by.
"All finished, Doctor?"
the man asked.
"Yes, Mr. Van Pierce is fine."
Miranda tucked the small bag full of medical equipment under her arm and gave him a nod, walking out. The last of the sun's warm glow faded. John ditched the stolen car an hour earlier, heading deep into the city on foot. This late in the year, the cold air bit deep into his flesh, seeping into his muscles and bones. He rubbed his arms with cold hands, blowing into them to warm them as best as he could. John needed to find shelter and escape the freezing weather. It wouldn't be long before the city would start seeing snowfall. To keep his mind off of the chill, John took stock of his equipment and intel. All he had on him was a pair of boots, BDU pants, and a black t-shirt. John always kept some cash stuffed into one of his socks, just above the ankle for emergencies. He was grateful for that bit of preparation. The only information he had available was the false trail Baker and Reed used to set him up. They tried to pin 3 separate explosions on him and brand him as a terrorist. This had to go higher than Ratcliffe. Everything John and Curtis had obtained about the man had already been turned over to the HRD analysts, except for the quick searches that Parker ran. He recalled the name the programmer found, something that stood out in his mind. Kevin Dolling. John didn't know how he was connected to all of this, but it was the only thread within reach, and he intended to tug at the loose end, seeing what else would spill out as it all unraveled. Fighting the numbness in his arms, John pushed forward, staggering out into the night. If he was going to find out how Dolling fit into all of this, he needed internet access. The nearest library would be his best bet. It would be closed this time of night, so he would have to wait until the morning. Until then, the idea of tucking himself into the back corner of a diner with a hot coffee between his hands was appealing enough to outweigh the risk of someone spotting him. Chapter 12. Price Wyndham pressed his thumb and middle finger into his temples, listening to the man on the other end of the call.
He escaped, sir. Stone escaped. Yes, I got that part, Price said,
fighting to keep his voice steady and calm.
Can you please go over the rest of the details again, Senator Wales?
Yeah, so the van was on its way to bring John Stone to the maximum security facility when an armored van ran a red light.
Price waited for several seconds for the caller to continue.
And that's it? The armored car hit the van so hard Stone disappeared?
No, sir. I was just looking at the reports, and something didn't make sense, Byron Wales said. After the accident, John was able to subdue the guard inside, taking his weapon. From there, he held a second man at gunpoint until he had the opportunity to flee. The driver fired his weapon, trying to stop Stone, but he was able to get away.
Maybe I'm missing something, but that all seems to make some semblance of sense, Price said. I see a clear case of incompetence.
What I mean, sir, is that the armored car didn't run a red light. The accident reports state that every vehicle involved in the accident claimed that their respective lights were green. Someone tampered with the traffic lights.
I'm aware of that, Senator. My people have already handled the situation.
Of course, Mr. Wyndham. What is it you would like me to do, then? The senator asked.
What I need you to do, Byron, is to tap into your state's resources and initiate a manhunt.
Price leaned into the senator's first name. The lack of any title meant to communicate a clear hierarchy in their relationship.
John Stone is a federal fugitive. I can't just pull men and women off of their assigned duties without a clear order from a higher agency to look for someone that doesn't appear in any criminal database.
If Stone shows up on a most wanted list, and the FBI get him before I do, that would complicate our agreement, Byron. Is that what you really want?
Senator Wales sighed on the other end, pausing for a moment.
It's getting too heavy, Wyndham. I need to take a step back. I need some breathing room.
What was that, Senator?
Price sat back in his chair, struggling to keep the frustration out of his words.
I need to distance myself from you, Mr. Wyndham. For a little while at least, until this all blows over.
As long as John Stone is free, there is no blowing over, Price said. He can bring the whole thing down on our heads.
It's your operation he's threatening, Price, the senator said.
Price was taken aback. He spent a few seconds to collect himself before continuing.
If you think for one moment that none of this will blow back on you, my friend, you are sorely mistaken.
I've taken steps to protect myself, the senator said,
his bravado growing.
I've got a file stashed away that can help clear my name and my conscience.
You think that file will keep you safe?
Price's words dripped with anger. There was a long pause on the other end.
"If something were to happen to me," Wales said, "copies of the file will start turning up at every major news outlet in the country. In the world."
"Very well, Senator. We can play this your way," Price said, smoothing his hair back and straightening his tie. "You can have your space. But remember, when this is all over, I will not forget your veiled threat against me. There will be a reckoning."
"Mr. Wyndham,
Price killed the call and closed his eyes, rubbing his temple as he took several deep breaths. He stood up and unbuttoned his jacket, walking around his desk where Mr. Gordon stood, listening to the call. He put a hand on the enforcer's shoulder.
"I need you to clean this up."
"Yes, sir. I'll start the search for Stone right away."
"No," Price said. "I'm talking about Senator Wales. This file he's talking about is a liability, one that I'm not comfortable with leaving unaddressed. You must find out what he's got and where he's keeping it. No loose ends."
Mr. Gordon nodded, a slow, deliberate movement, and turned to leave.
"Understood. Consider it done."
Chapter 13. Curtis kept his eyes forward as he walked down the hall toward Director Van Pierce's quarters. The man he was looking for spotted him and approached.
"Can I help you, Lieutenant?"
the MP asked. The young man had been posted in this section of the HRD base when the takeover occurred. Curtis didn't trust him yet, but his intuition about the man told him to take a chance. "I need to get this to the director," Curtis said. He held out the envelope, hoping his gut hadn't steered him wrong. He could see in the man's eyes he was torn. The MP knew something was off by the way everyone in the base had been acting. Many of the HRD staff went along with the government officials coming in, but some felt it was an unnecessary action or even a blatant overreach that hurt their effectiveness. The morale in the base had waned, and if Curtis didn't read this kid right, he was about to make things worse.
"I'll see that he gets it, Lieutenant Clark."
He took the envelope reluctantly, averting eye contact.
"Thank you, Private," Curtis said. "This is urgent. It's about John Stone."
His eyes went to Curtis at the mention of John's name. He hesitated, almost handing the package back.
"I shouldn't be doing this. Delivering this to Mr. Van Pierce, I mean." "You know as well as I do something strange is happening," Curtis said, softening his expression. "I'm just trying to find out what the hell is going on, and how I can help."
He pointed at the paper in the man's hand.
"Can I count on you?"
The man stared down at the envelope, biting his lower lip in thought.
"Yes. I'll make sure Mr. Van Pierce gets it."
"Thank you," Curtis said with a nod. "When did Lieutenant Clark give this to you?" Marvin asked, taking the envelope.
"He just left, sir. Maybe 2 minutes ago."
"Thanks, son. No one else knows about this?" The MP shook his head.
"No, sir. I brought it to you as soon as I finished my last round."
Marvin nodded and closed the door. He walked to his desk and tore the flap of the envelope open, pulling out a single folded sheet of paper. Curtis's handwriting filled half of the page, scrawled in a hurry. He spent several minutes reading and rereading the report, eyes narrowed. Curtis included as much information he could about John escaping during transit. It wasn't known how it happened, but Parker's arrest was also covered, mentioning that he had been arrested for aiding a fugitive. After that, Curtis wrote that he would be part of the team tasked with bringing John back. It was the best way to make sure John returned alive so they could find out the truth. Curtis didn't know or trust John as well as Marvin did, but he still had a great deal of respect for the man. Someone was setting John up to take the fall. Marvin didn't have a suspect in mind, and the uncertainty of it all put him on edge. Miranda Spencer left the briefing room after talking to Curtis about everything they currently knew. A voice addressed her from behind, and she turned to see Lieutenant Reed walking toward her.
"Can I have a word, Doctor?"
"Of course, Lieutenant," she said, keeping her composure. "I was headed to the lab. Just wanted to talk to the analyst about the data crunching."
Reed's eyebrows raised almost imperceptibly.
"Oh, did no one tell you?" "That has been put on hold after Mr. Lewis commandeered the network for his private use."
Miranda had already known the analysts were told to stand down, but she played coy, not wanting to tip her hand. Reed asking to talk was a sign that they did have their suspicions, however.
"This way,"
The lieutenant gestured for Dr. Spencer to follow him to a different room. She followed, her footsteps creating a mismatched rhythm that almost harmonized, 3 steps for every 2 Reed took. Neither spoke, as they rounded a corner and reached an already open door. Reed motioned for her to enter. Miranda saw Lieutenant Baker already seated, a laptop in front of him, and a small stack of papers shuffled about on the table. She smoothed her lab coat and skirt along the back of her thighs, taking a seat on the opposite side. Reed closed the door and joined Baker, sitting further back from the long table. Miranda broke the silence.
"What can I do for you two?"
Baker looked up from his display as a smile spread across his round face. What would typically be a comforting expression now had a hint of smugness, like he was winning. Miranda took a deep breath through her nose, pursing her lips and fidgeting in her chair. "Dr. Spencer, we just want to ask you a few questions about your time with John Stone over the past couple of months," Baker said, letting the smile fade as he got back to business.
"Yes, of course. What about it?"
Miranda placed her hands in her lap. She sat up straight and looked the man in the eye. Baker let the moment stretch as he casually scratched at a non-existent itch on his cheek. "How long have you worked with Mr. Stone?"
Like you mentioned, a couple of months."
"Can you give us an exact date, please, Doctor?"
"Not off the top of my head, no," Miranda said. "I only just met him like 7 or 8 weeks ago. That's when Director Van Pierce—"
"Mr. Van Pierce has been relieved of duty," Reed said, interrupting. "He is no longer the acting director of this facility."
"Sorry. That's when Mr. Van Pierce introduced me to John."
Miranda's voice started to waver. "Were you aware of John Stone's plans to execute a number of terrorist attacks across the United States?" Baker read the question with no emotion, like someone reading the ingredients on a box of cereal.
"What?"
Baker's eyes moved up, peering at Miranda over the paper. "Were you aware that John Stone planted explosives in 2 separate buildings, killing U.S. citizens? Or that he had plans to execute more?"
"He didn't plant any explosives."
Miranda had her hands on the table, leaning forward. 6 weeks ago, John Stone detonated a series of explosives, killing 6 hostile response division agents. Your own team, Dr. Spencer." A hint of Baker's smile returned.
"That wasn't John,"
Miranda said. Days later, he detonated another explosive device that brought an entire building down. Casualty reports say 3 civilians died and almost 36 injured as a result, Reed said, stepping forward.
"That's not true. He saved those people. All of them. John is the reason they made it to that reinforced lab in the basement."
Miranda folded her arms across her stomach and straightened her posture. "Witness accounts say that he entered the building, fully armed and holding a detonator," Baker said. "When the device failed to explode, the people fled downstairs to avoid him."
"That's not what happened."
Miranda was shouting now, ready to leap up from her chair. The blatant lying set her off. Only when it was too late did she realize that was the reaction Baker was looking for. His crooked grin waxed and waned as the man fought to maintain his composure.
"What about Parker? He was there. So was Ty," she said.
"Parker Lewis? You mean the man we just arrested for aiding in Stone's escape?" Reed asked, standing at one end of the table now. "Tae Seung Min, known by his alias, high-octane." Baker read the name off of a separate sheet. "This man has a criminal record and is known to participate in illicit and illegal activities. We're supposed to take the accounts of these 2 seriously?" Reed came back with his good cop demeanor. "Please, Doctor. We are only asking for your help to bring John in before anyone else gets hurt."
"I don't know where he is."
Miranda's voice was barely above a whisper. She spoke the truth, and it almost relaxed her to say it. "But you know how Parker works. These methods may prove useful to track down Stone," Baker said.
"Can I talk to Parker? I'll convince him to help."
"I'm sorry, that's not possible," Reed said. "Perhaps you can just explain to us how Mr. Lewis used his software to find the targets the HRD was hunting."
"Don't you have his computer? Can't you just use the programs he wrote?"
Baker's face betrayed him as a flash of frustration washed over his features. "Mr. Lewis is an unconventional software engineer. Our team can't make sense of what's on there." Miranda felt the situation shift back in her favor. Parker's quirky programming style frequently frustrated her, but now it was helping. Lieutenant Reed also noticed the shift and poured on the pressure.
"Doctor, if you refuse to help, I'm afraid you will be detained and possibly charged with aiding and abetting a known fugitive," he said. "Helping terrorists looks very bad in the court's eyes."
"I don't know how it works, though," she said, shrinking down.
"Maybe if you can just tell us what it does, we can figure out the rest," Reed said,
slipping back into a friendly tone again.
"Why does he tap into the camera recordings?"
"None of them are real-time, and the footage isn't usable for any facial recognition software," Baker added.
Miranda flitted her gaze back and forth between the two.
"It's for tracking movement," she said, "and predicting where a target will go."
"How does he accomplish that?"
Baker asked, writing down notes. Miranda stared down at her hands, having felt like she just betrayed her entire team.
"Doctor,"
Reed said,
"please, maybe you can help us find John."
She shook her head as a tear streamed down her cheek.
"I can't. I don't know how the mob recognition program works."
"Mob recognition?"
Baker wrote something down and leaned in closer.
"What does that do?"
I can't."
Reed's hand rested on her shoulder now.
"Dr. Spencer, what does Parker's mob recognition software do? If you can help us, we will take all of that into account and show leniency on your team. Van Pierce, Parker, even John. Please, Doctor, will you help us?"
Miranda pressed a hand to her mouth, eyes red and shoulders shaking. She looked up and nodded to Lieutenant Reed. Chapter 14. John sat at one of the library computers, rubbing warmth into his fingers. Early morning sunlight streamed through the windows, but his mind was clouded from fatigue. He stayed awake through the night, gathering his thoughts and keeping an eye out for anyone tracking him down. One name, Kevin Darling, was all John had to work with. He didn't know who the man was, or even if he had a significant connection to the person setting him up. Parker found the name while sifting through the data they found, in the hands of the mercenaries Curtis Clark's team had taken down. John would have to pinpoint a location for Darling, to start his hunt for the man trying to frame him. His first priority, however, was to look through all the major and local news sites, trying to find out if word of his escape had spread to law enforcement. It took him the better part of an hour, looking at all the major sites, and then doubling back in case any of them had been updated with new information while he was busy on another site. Though John was branded a terrorist by the men that had him arrested, nothing about him, the car accident, or even his escape, had been reported anywhere.
"They're hiding it," John thought.
The people orchestrating this whole thing don't want anyone to know. That meant it had to be a small group within the government, or someone with strong ties to that group. The situation was both a blessing and a curse. If Homeland Security were actually involved, his name would have appeared everywhere, with warnings being broadcast nationwide. Now he could operate a little more freely, knowing not everyone was on the lookout for him. On the other hand, someone powerful enough to suppress any news about John would have plenty of resources at his disposal. John smiled. He rocked the boat, and someone needed him and the HRD out of the picture before they could discover who that was. He needed to seize the initiative and press the attack now. Good men and women died as a result of this shadow group's actions, and John was about to bring the entire organization down.
"Let's see what you can do for me, Kevin," John said, scrolling through the search results.
Parker's mystery man was connected to several high-profile clients. Many of them were in government roles, although the majority seemed to be entrepreneurial types. John had two options to pursue, the government or the business connections. Focusing on the senators, governors, and other influential people could bring too much heat down on him. It would be harder to put pieces together, chasing the business leads, but targeting mostly fraudulent companies would garner less notice by the public. John sketched out the suspected names and locations on small scraps of paper, using the stubby pencil the library provided. Now he had a list of probable target locations to search, but given his limited resources, their proximity also had to factor into his decision. That singled out one particular building to start his search. The Essential Eye, a small design firm only a couple of 100 miles from him, was his next destination.
Next stop, Colorado.
Chapter 15. Morgan Dowd closed the door behind him, kicking his shoes off as he entered his apartment. He hung his bag up on a hook and shrugged his coat off, unwrapping the light scarf from around his neck. He twisted his head to one side, letting the stretch run down one side of his neck.
Need a chiropractor?
Jesus! Morgan fell back, knocking his coat rack down, clutching his chest.
Who are you?
Mr. Gordon sat at the kitchen table, slicing another chunk off of an apple and taking a bite. He flipped the small kitchen knife, blade down in an ice-pick grip, and slammed it into the wooden surface. The menacing enforcer stood up and tossed the rest of the apple into the sink and wiped his hands with a dish towel.
That's not important, Mr. Dowd. You only need to know that I'm here on behalf of Byron Wales. I understand that you are in possession of a certain file.
The senator? What does he want with me?
Morgan asked, keeping his back pressed against the wall as he stood up. Mr. Gordon tilted his head and smiled, a crooked smile that leaned to one side.
I think you're not grasping why I'm here. Senator Wales didn't send me. My employer asked that I stop by and straighten some things out. You are a journalist, are you not?
Morgan picked the coat rack up and fumbled for his messenger bag.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to call the police.
He found the phone in the side pouch of the bag and looked up to see the man in his kitchen unbutton his overcoat, letting it fall open and revealing a pistol holstered in his waistband.
We got off on the wrong foot, Gordon said. Let me start over. I'm here on behalf of Senator Byron Wales to ask you that you do not release a particular file that would—
He waved a hand tracing small circles in the air as he searched for the word—
complicate matters for my employer.
You work for Price Wyndham?
Morgan let his arm drop, still clutching the phone.
My, you certainly are good at your job,
Mr. Gordon said, raising his eyebrows.
That saves me time, dancing around, hinting at why you need to hand over those files.
Morgan shook his head.
I don't know who told you that I'm somehow involved, but they're wrong. I'm not part of the senator's plans.
That's unfortunate. You see, Mr. Dowd, after this discussion here, I'm going to drive across town to visit your mother.
The enforcer snapped the blade of his tactical folder open and closed in a hypnotic tick-tock rhythm. Morgan's face grew pale, his jaw dropped open, and his heart raced. Fear filled his eyes.
It won't take long. I may even have time to visit your sister, Casey. She's only about 10 minutes from your mother's place, right?
Morgan covered his mouth with his hand. A tear fell down his face, running over the contours of his fingers.
Your niece should be in the middle of finishing up her homework or helping set the table for dinner by the time I arrive. Maybe they'll even fix a plate for me.
Please, she's only 8.
Mr. Gordon narrowed his eyes.
Well,
he stretched the word out before continuing.
I suppose if you turn the files over, I would have to bring them back to my employer. It wouldn't leave me enough time to visit your family.
The phone fell from Morgan's hand, clattering on the hardwood floor.
I can't. Those files aren't mine to give.
Crossing the kitchen in 3 smooth strides, Mr. Gordon hoisted the man by his neck and pressed him against the wall. All pretense of politeness was gone.
If you don't hand over those files, I'll kill everyone you know and love, ensuring the information never sees the light of day.
Morgan clutched Gordon's wrists with his hands, struggling to support his weight.
I'll leave a trail of death and destruction in my wake, one that you had the power to prevent, Mr. Dowd.
He dropped the journalist. Morgan fell to all fours, coughing and gagging.
So, what shall it be?
Wyndham's enforcer crouched next to the man.
The easy way or the fun way?
It's all here, then, Mr. Gordon asked, clutching the small paper between his index and middle finger.
All of the files are located here.
Yes,
Morgan said, clutching his throat, voice still raspy.
Digital and hard copies?
The journalist nodded.
And you are certain that no other copies exist? If I even catch a hint of this story in your paper—
He let his words hang.
No other copies,
Morgan said.
Wales didn't want to risk it getting out unless something happened to him. He was very explicit in his instructions.
Excellent. I truly appreciate your help.
Mr. Gordon turned as if he were going to leave. Morgan took a step forward, wanting to ask, but daring not to speak.
Does this mean you won't kill me or my fam?
The enforcer whipped his body around and his right leg lashed out, executing a crisp spinning heel kick. The foot landed flush against Morgan's temple. His skull cracked, and his head snapped viciously to the side, under the force of Mr. Gordon's augmented speed and strength. Morgan twisted and slammed against the wall before his body crumpled. He was dead before he hit the floor. Mr. Gordon stood on one foot with his kicking leg still in the air. He brought his knee in and swiped a hand down his shin to straighten his pant leg before setting it back down. He dialed his phone, holding it to his ear as he memorized the information on the small slip of paper in his hand.
I've got the location of the files. I'm just finishing up here.
Mr. Gordon ended the call and slipped the phone back into his jacket pocket. He knelt next to a small duffel bag he left in the kitchen earlier and pulled out several small cylindrical devices, setting them in various locations in the kitchen, where Morgan Dowd's body lay. He left the duffel bag on the floor, tucked a remote detonator into his other pocket, and put his gloves back on. He looked both directions down the hall as he left, making sure no one saw him. On his way out the front of the building, Mr. Gordon plucked the fire alarm handle, setting it off as he thumbed the button on the detonator. The incendiary device in Morgan's kitchen devoured everything inside. A plume of thick black smoke belched out of the open window of his apartment. It took Gordon 5 minutes of walking to reach his car. As he drove away, he passed 2 fire trucks heading to the apartment building to battle the blaze.
Not a bad response time for rush hour, he thought.
Chapter 16. John thanked the man driving the old pickup as he hopped out of the truck's cluttered bed. It took most of the day hitchhiking to reach his destination. By the time John crossed the city limits, it was well past sundown. The only sleep he had were the few moments stolen in the biting wind, bouncing around in the bed of a pickup truck or slouched in the back of a utility van. The Essential Eye office was closer to the center of the small city in northern Colorado, but lucky for John, his last ride was passing through. It dropped him off close enough to check the place out. He rubbed his hands up and down his arms, then took stock of his possessions. He bought a flash drive and prepaid phone before arriving, using up a good chunk of his cash. No tools, no weapons, and no backup. No problem. John reached the building by 2 a.m. It was small compared to the larger multi-story facilities, but the business didn't need to be large to channel a lot of money through for laundering. It was considered a high-end design boutique, catering to several large clients. Or at least, that's what it said on paper. John knew that Dawling used this as one of the hubs for cleaning money from a large part of someone's shady network. He just needed to follow the money. It would no doubt lead him to the top of the food chain at some point. The design firm was among several other buildings within a prominent shopping center. The big box stores ate up much of the real estate, all connected in one long line of logos in a vast parking lot. The rest was filled in with smaller single-establishment buildings and a few longer ones with several businesses next to one another. A security guard was driving around monitoring the entire shopping complex, but 2 men were tasked explicitly to patrol the Essential Eye office. One man roamed around inside, walking a set pattern, and a second guard outside watched the entrance. These 2 were professionals, not the typical rent-a-stars. John watched from deep shadows across the street, trying to find a way into the building. The outside guard would occasionally poke his head inside to make a comment to the other man. Once he went in to grab a coffee. John noted that each time the man opened the door, he didn't use a key or card. It was unlocked. Finally, something's going my way, John muttered, blowing into his hands to keep them warm. Using the shadows along the bushes, he crept up to the building. At the rear entrance, he flattened his back against the wall next to the security door, waiting for the outside guard to restart his circuit. John glanced down at the lever of the door. There's no way this is unlocked. He tugged lightly and smiled as it refused to budge. He saw his opening when the regular security guard turned a corner and moved around to the front, hugging the building. John reached the front entrance and saw the shopping center guard talking to the man out front. John was in their field of view, but a shadow helped him keep hidden as he moved. His original plan was to take out the front guard quietly, while the other two weren't around. This distraction was another coincidence working in his favor. Heart racing, his breath came out in short, visible puffs. He held his breath and eased the glass door open, slipping inside. The sound of steps muffled on the short pile industrial carpet snapped his attention to the interior. The other guard was making his way to the entrance. John hurried to a dark corner next to a large fake plant, crouching just as the man passed by. The guard opened the front door and shouted to the other two.
"Hey, Joe, does Nate want some coffee, too? I just put another pot on."
John knew as soon as the guard turned to head in, he would be right in the man's line of sight. There was no way this plastic tree would hide his bulk, even in the low light.
"Go now, John," he urged.
He straightened up and turned the corner smoothly, slipping farther into the offices. Dr. Spencer held one arm across her stomach, bracing the elbow of her other arm up. She paced back and forth, absently chewing on her thumbnail. The team that had taken the HRD facility over brought a couple of their own computer techs, and she was in the lab helping them get Parker's computer up and running. Both techs, a man and a woman, looked a lot like each other, almost comically so. They had similar clothing, short-sleeve button-up shirts with dark ties, and they wore their hair at practically the same length, with the woman's just a bit longer, touching her shoulders. The man, Daniel, turned in his chair, pushing his glasses up.
How long does this normally take?
Miranda blinked and looked down at him.
Hours. It's a lot of data to parse, even if you know where to look. No, I meant how long to find the connections to the cameras.
He tapped the display where a progress bar sat, frozen at 12%. She shook her head.
I'm not sure. I was never here for that part. Parker always seemed to have it ready to go.
The man grumbled and turned back to his work, pulling up another window and typing up some notes.
How did Parker narrow the search?
The woman, Renee, asked.
We always had a point of origin,
Miranda said.
So if you're looking for John, you would just start at the intersection of the accident. The traffic cameras.
The computer tech closed her eyes, almost annoyed at the answer.
Yes, I realize that. I'm talking about once the target is spotted.
Miranda had to press her lips together to keep from firing back a witty retort.
It's not real time. You don't narrow the search, it just traces the path for you once the subject is located.
She could see the other woman also struggling to maintain her composure.
What I meant was, how do you pick out specific traits to find your suspect?
This was going to be a long night. Neither one had received any kind of briefing on Parker's mob recognition program, and Miranda didn't have the working knowledge to walk them through it.
I don't know,
she said after a long pause.
The computer runs an analysis through the database looking for the target's traits and the traits of any known associates. Great, that's what I'm talking about, Renee said. How do we find that in this mess?
She gestured to Parker's laptop.
Well, I'm not sure John's traits were logged into the computer. Also, he's not going to be with anyone, so we will have to pick him out without the additional data points.
Thank you, Doctor,
Daniel said, trying to ease the tension.
Let's get started then.
How do we get the data we need?
Renee asked before Miranda blurted out the same question.
We've probably got plenty of mission footage of John Stone. That's got to be enough to build an initial profile.
The man took his glasses off, rubbing one of the lenses along the outer edge of his sleeve. There were only half a dozen offices in the building. Most of them contained useless files, design work to maintain the front for a company funneling money through it. Still, it took John over an hour, playing hide-and-seek with the guard inside as he made his way to each door. He reached the main office in the back and peered around the corner, ensuring the guard wasn't able to see inside. He powered up the display, waking it from its sleep. The computer was still somewhat new, or the user was pretty strict about keeping the files organized. That was a good thing for John, who didn't want to waste time slogging through an endless ocean of scattered icons on a cluttered desktop. John took another glance into the hall to make sure the guard wasn't around. He pulled the flash drive from his pocket and inserted it into the USB port on the side of the monitor. Seconds passed excruciatingly slow, waiting for the computer to recognize the new storage device. Once it finally appeared, John dragged as many files onto the drive as he could. The workstation held much more than the cheap flash drive could contain. John mouthed a silent curse and looked around the office. He He pulled the drawers open, looking for a spare drive or some other storage device, but found nothing that would help. He had to make the call quick and choose what he wanted to take with him. It took several more minutes than he would have liked, but John had the files narrowed down and copying over to the small drive. The progress bar let him know it would take a few minutes to complete, so he turned the display off and moved to the file cabinets. He quietly pulled the first drawer open and thumbed through the folders until he found a few with names that he recognized from his search in the library. Most of the papers inside were useless to John, but each of the folders had documents detailing transactions. John wanted minimal exposure here, and taking anything with him could be noticed. He spread the sheets of the first file on the floor and took the burner phone out to snap pictures. He struggled to get the focus to work in the low light. Once he was happy with what he saw on the screen, John pressed the button to take the picture. The phone's flash pulsed, filling the office, and it let out a simulated shutter click. "Stupid, John. Very stupid." "Who's in there?" the guard inside said, sounding closer to the office than John expected. He was on his feet just as the man pushed the door open. A bright white beam flashed into John's eyes, and he heard the metallic snick of a snap baton being deployed. "Who are you?" the man yelled in surprise. John put his hands up to block the harsh glare, still holding the mobile phone. "Say cheese," he said. "What?" The brilliant flash went off, blinding the guard, followed again by the shutter-clicking sound. The man squeezed his eyes shut and swung his baton in a wild, backhanded arc. John leaned away, then stepped through when the weapon cleared. A heavy fist thundered across the man's jaw, and he crashed to the floor in a twisted heap. John pulled a pair of handcuffs from the guard's belt and snapped one end on a wrist before noticing the jacket he wore. It was made of a light but sturdy dark fabric. He pulled the man's arms out of the sleeves and put the coat on. It fit, though it was snug around his chest when zipped up. He saw the flashlight beam from the second guard through one of the windows. If the other man noticed his buddy wasn't at his post, John would probably have to take him out as well. He pulled the flash drive from the monitor, unsure if all the files had been copied over. John snatched up an armful of hard copies from the drawer, but he had to leave the ones splayed out on the carpet behind. He took the cap from the unconscious guard and pulled it over his head before slipping out the front door. He circled around the building, heading the opposite direction as the second guard made it to the front. John tucked the file folders into his jacket and snuck to the sidewalk before he made his way into the night. Reaching the corner, John stuffed his cold hands into the jacket's pockets. He felt a small plastic shape in one side and pulled out a key fob. It was for the guard's car. He looked at the manufacturer logo on the key and saw a couple of cars parked at the far end of the shopping complex lot. A smile pulled at his face as he jogged toward the vehicles. Chapter 17. John parked the car in a dark alley and kept its heater cranked to full. He watched the snow coming down outside, the wind drawing the flakes down in shifting, swirling patterns. It was still just a light dusting, but heading back out into the cold didn't sound appealing at all. Leaving the key in the ignition, John killed the engine, adjusted his hat, and stuffed the files back into his jacket. He stepped outside, and the cold air already stung his face. John noticed a motel and circled back for a couple of miles to find a good place to leave the car. He had to ditch the vehicle, but hopefully someone with questionable morals would see it and take it for a joyride, helping to put some distance between the car and where he was headed. If he started walking now, he would reach the motel just as the sun came up. The thought of stopping at the diner nearby and grabbing a comforting hot coffee appealed to him. As his stomach growled, John used the image of bacon, eggs, and toast as motivation to keep his feet moving. He tugged the collar of his jacket up and walked into the darkness. "You awake, Doctor?" Renee asked, tapping Miranda's chair with a foot. Miranda bolted upright, nearly falling. "What time is it?" She rubbed her eyes and looked around the room. "Almost 8, Renee said. "Daniel just got a location to start our search, and we need your help to kickstart the whole thing." "How?" "By telling us how Parker uses the point of origin to track a target. We're pulling the recordings from cameras in the area now." "No, I mean, how did Daniel get the location?" Renee gave her a smile that was equal parts frustration and amusement. "We received a call this morning. It seems John hit some random design firm's office late last night." "Where?" Miranda stretched and rubbed her arms to fight off the cold, stale air in the lab. "Colorado." Renee pulled Miranda's chair next to Daniel and gestured for her to sit.
Doctor.
She sat.
Why would John target an office in Colorado? Ours isn't to ask why, only to answer where, Daniel said as his fingers flew over the keys. Now please, Doc, let's not waste any more time, Renee said.
Miranda put her glasses on and did her best to fix her hair.
Can you bring up the closest camera footage?
A window popped up showing John walking through a hallway, putting a hat on his head, but in the image, the brim was high enough for a sliver of light to hit his face. In the back, Miranda could see another man on the floor, dead or unconscious. She couldn't tell which.
Where is this? The camera's inside the office, Renee said.
We kind of lucked out on the quality, Daniel said. We've got his clothes, face, and his exact location at an exact time. Is that enough to start the search?
Dr. Spencer's heart sank.
Yes, that should be enough.
Her voice was low. She walked them through the process of using the footage to add to the profile they built using John's HRD mission footage. From there, they started the search.
This is where the fun begins,
Daniel said, cracking his knuckles.
Release the hounds.
The computers around the lab lit up, fans whirring as the networked processors churned through the data passing around. More cameras were added to the search as the radius widened. Daniel and Renee spoke to each other in hushed tones, pointing to different monitors, windows, and data points. Soon Miranda felt fatigue pulling her back to sleep.
Got him,
Renee shouted, snapping Miranda back again.
Where?
Daniel asked, rolling his chair over to the other tech.
A 24-hour diner. Looks like he had breakfast there about 3 hours ago.
She pointed to one of the displays and scribbled some notes on a pad, rolling over to input the location into their search. The mob recognition software shifted its priorities, abandoning various queries and shelving most of the stored footage, narrowing its search for the most relevant position.
Where is he now, though?
Miranda asked, clutching her hands together.
We don't know that yet,
Daniel said.
But Parker's program should find him soon enough. This is pretty interesting stuff, you know?
Yeah,
Miranda said. She always felt Parker's methods pushed the boundaries of legality and knew that Director Van Pierce didn't wholly approve. That these two techs were so eager to use it told Miranda that they had no problem operating outside of the boundaries of the law, and she had no choice but to help them. John sat on a worn wooden chair in his motel room. The files he took from the Essential Eye were spread out across the bed. He read all the relevant pages, finding the transactions that stood out the most. John turned the small flash drive between his thumb and forefinger, unable to access any of the data without a computer. A small place like this motel didn't have any kind of business center, which limited his options. John got up and tossed the flash drive onto the table, grabbing the notepad and pen to start scribbling a rough web of likely targets and activity, based on the hard copies. He wasn't able to grab the most important file, but he did have the photo of one of the pages on his burner smartphone. John tapped the screen, swiped past a blurry image of the surprised guard's face, and pulled up the picture he was looking for. He zoomed on the photo of the document, skimming it at first. He read through the info in detail, but there wasn't enough to point John to the top of the chain of command. We found enough to steer him in the right direction. Everything in the files directed him toward a second probable location, but John knew that by the time he reached it, the person he was after would know he was at the Essential Eye. He spent the next 20 minutes scribbling a loose web of connections, based on the frequency and amount of the transactions passing through the design firm. One point in particular stood out: a manufacturer that specialized in furnishings for homes and offices. The perfect front to move money in and out of an interior design firm. The proximity would make it hard for John to reach it quickly. That gave the people behind the setup plenty of time to beef up their security measures. One of the names also connected to the second target caught John's eye. He was sure it was someone affiliated with Warren Ratcliffe. Austin Pinnell, a small-time money man, frequently working with many of the businesses in John's search, including one of Warren's more lucrative operations. Pinnell was somehow tied up in all of this, washing money, no doubt. If he wanted to get to the man at the top, John needed to take great leaps, targeting the connections like this one. John rubbed the fingers of his right hand, thinking about how he could possibly approach the building without any weapons. "Not like you have much choice, John," he said, leaning back in his chair. Chapter 18. Curtis stepped out of the SUV as the driver turned off the engine. He had a 3-man HRD team with him, tasked with bringing in John Stone. None were part of his usual crew, each man assigned by the new management for HRD, sent to take over command after Van Pierce was relieved of his position as director. Curtis knew almost nothing about the 3 soldiers with him, but their attire, mismatched choice of gear, and facial hair suggested that they were private defense contractors. Mercenaries. "Fan out," Curtis said. "Watch all the exits." The men brought their rifles up and moved toward the small motel. Patrons saw the armed soldiers approaching and ran back to their rooms or scrambled for cover. Curtis wanted to let the men know that they didn't need to treat this as an assault, but the truth was, he had no idea if John was armed or how he would react. This motel was John's last known position, passed down to him by the 2 computer techs with Dr. Spencer. Renee sent the coordinates to his team early that morning, and Curtis got them rounded up and moved out. With the exits covered, Curtis walked into the main office. It was small, with only enough room for a few people to stand at the chest-high counter. An older woman leaned out of the back room trying to watch the mercenaries encroaching on the property. She used the door frame as partial cover when Curtis entered. "Don't be alarmed, ma'am," he said. "We're not here to hurt anyone. I'm working with the Department of Homeland Security, and we're looking for a suspect." He kept his rifle hanging from its sling and his pistol holstered.
"I ain't seen anyone suspicious," she said, shrinking back.
Curtis knew the woman was nervous about having 4 armed men on the premises.
"I understand. I'm here to ask if you've seen this man."
He pulled out a sheet of paper with 2 images of John, one from his most recent photo ID and the other, a still pulled from security camera footage. The older woman looked at the paper, then came out fully behind the counter and leaned closer to get a better look, adjusted her glasses and tilting her head back. The facial expressions she made bounced between relief and confusion. Curtis knew when most people saw DHS pursuing a suspect, their thoughts always moved to a foreigner with a beard and a backpack.
"Have you seen him, ma'am?"
Curtis asked after the woman studied the images for what felt like a full minute.
"No. Well, I mean, yes, but he ain't here no more."
She adjusted her glasses again and pulled the paper closer.
"It looked like he'd been through a war, that one. Just left a few hours ago. Paid cash."
Curtis got the first confirmation that they were on the right trail.
"Do you know where he went? What he may have been driving?" "He walked out of here and turned right, south. He didn't have no car."
"Thank you, ma'am. You've been very helpful." Curtis leaned to the mic on his shoulder, ready to call his men back.
"What'd he do, anyway?"
the woman asked, watching the motel patrons ducking for cover outside.
"I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm not at liberty to discuss that," Curtis said.
Still upset he didn't even have the full details himself, why John was taken into custody, or why he was pursuing him. Curtis turned to face the window.
"What room was he in?"
John's room didn't reveal any clues of his whereabouts or what his destination could have been. It was clear by the lack of any mess that he didn't use the room for much more than catching his breath, knowing someone would eventually be on his trail.
"Nothing here, sir," one of the
men said, kicking the corner of the bed with his boot.
"Stone didn't leave anything behind that we could use."
"Thank you, Private." Curtis called his men back and loaded up into the SUV. As he buckled the seatbelt and set the rifle next to him, he called Renee and Daniel.
"John was here, but he left hours ago. I need you to get a location ASAP."
Did you search his room?"
Daniel asked. "Yes, it was clean. Nothing left behind, and the sheets weren't even turned down." Curtis was annoyed at the computer tech implying he didn't know how to do his own job.
"I need a destination, Daniel."
"Just head east,"
Renee said.
"The projections have him heading that direction already. We should have something for you before you get too far."
"Can you be sure that he didn't find something while he was here that would have him heading in another direction?"
"We can't be certain,"
she said.
"All we can do is trust this program that Parker set up."
Curtis closed his eyes at the mention of Parker's name.
"Copy."
A slight twang of guilt echoed through his chest. Parker was John's friend, and Curtis felt like using the hacker's own program to track him down was a betrayal of trust. But Parker had broken the law by helping a fugitive, whether or not they thought John was innocent. That was for the courts to decide.
"East,"
Curtis said to the driver, ending the call. Chapter 19. Fatigue still tugged at John's limbs, his arms heavy as he kept the stolen car on the road. He was able to get a couple of hours' sleep at the motel, but it was a break he couldn't afford. There was a lot of ground to cover, and any space he gave to the people trying to remove him from the picture would make his job that much harder. He made it to New Mexico in only a couple of hours, but he had to drive another 3 to reach the manufacturing facility he was looking for. John parked the Toyota in the parking lot next to his target. He had stolen 3 cars in under 3 days, becoming a criminal in the process of trying to prove his innocence, though Grand Theft Auto paled in comparison to domestic terror. The sun was just setting as the industrial district's morning shift headed home for the night, and the evening crews arrived to start their day. Another cold night, John thought, as his breath puffed out in small wisps. At least I got a jacket this time. The Toyota's door thumped as he leaned in to close it, not wanting to make a loud noise. He rubbed his hands together and tucked the key into his pocket. The fuel gauge rode the edge of the E, but it would at least be enough to put 10 or 12 miles between himself and the factory, if he needed a quick escape. The shrubs bordering the parking lot of the manufacturing facility gave John plenty of cover to maneuver around toward the rear of the building. But as he made his way along its edge, twigs tugging and poking his jacket, he saw the amount of security was far more significant than that of his first target. Half a dozen defense contractors roamed the wide-open areas, creating overlapping fields of view covering every side of the manufacturing plant. Each man carried a submachine gun of some type, but John couldn't make out what kind from this distance in the dark. He rubbed the fingers of his empty right hand together and wiped them along the outside of his thigh, looking for the best possible approach to sneak by the guards. The rear loading docks had plenty of regular employees wandering around. The contractors watching over them might miss John sneaking through it if he could time his entrance and blend in. He spotted an area that would be covered by only a single guard and focused on him. After a few minutes watching the guard's pattern, John stepped onto the asphalt and jogged toward the entrance at the corner of the building, making sure to stay in the man's blind spot. He slid behind the fender of a truck, and the skidding of gravel sounded like an avalanche in John's ears. He planted himself against the vehicle and kept his eyes glued to the mercenary. The man turned away, and John seized the opening, making his way toward the door. Crossing under 2 of the overhead lights, John's shadow splayed out in 4 different directions, rotating around like the hands on a clock. The shadow to his right elongated, and he stopped, but the movement on the ground caught the contractor's attention. The guard spun to see who was behind him. John moved in fast to close the gap. The man's eyes widened in recognition. They were expecting him. His hand dropped to his weapon, but John pinned the SMG to the man's body. John lashed out with the web of his right between his thumb and forefinger, smashing the guard's throat. The man's hand shot up to his neck as he gasped for breath. John grabbed the guy's vest and pulled him close as he brought a freight train of a knee into his foe's stomach. The guard collapsed, unconscious. John worked the strap of the man's weapon free, looping it over his shoulder. He pulled the guard out of sight, just as one of the workers stepped out of a truck and spotted him. The man saw John standing over the guard and dropped the box he carried. The cardboard carton landed on its corner and split open, spilling out its small metal contents, ringing and echoing across the complex. "Hey!" The sound alerted a second guard, and he made his way toward the commotion with his weapon already drawn. John crouched behind the truck, and the defense contractor snap-fired 2 single shots. The cracks of his weapon and the sparks flying off the vehicle sent the employees scrambling away. The contractors were clearly tasked with taking John out as a priority over the safety of the workers. John gripped his weapon one-handed and returned fire. The UMP-45 spit a short burst, chewing up the asphalt near the aggressor. He didn't score a hit, but it was enough to force the man to move. John stepped out into the open and sprinted for the entrance, and another weapon joined the firefight from the opposite side of the building. So much for the stealthy approach, John thought.
"There are reports of a firefight," Renee said. "Not too far from your position." "What, is it John?" Curtis asked.
Unknown, but it's a strong possibility, given the data from Parker's software, Daniel said,
his voice coming from the background.
"Where?" "I'm sending the location to your vehicle's GPS now," Renee said.
The screen in the center of the vehicle's dash lit up, showing their current location and a route to a second marker. They were only 10 minutes out. Curtis stared at the two dots, separated by less than 20 miles. Is this a coincidence, or did Renee and Daniel know where they were already sending us? The thoughts gnawed at Curtis's mind, but he set it aside for the mission. "Go," he said to the driver before looking back over his shoulder. "We've got a possible location of the target. A firefight is going on, but we don't know who's involved." The men in the SUV traded glances and nodded to Curtis as they prepared for the hunt. Curtis turned to face the front again. "Check your fire. Watch for innocents and law enforcement. Remember, we bring John in alive." Chapter 20. Dust shook and rose from the pulsing percussions emanating from the barrel of John's UMP-45. Using a nearby truck for cover, he unleashed a pair of short bursts at the contractor nearest to his position. 2 bullets thudded into the man's chest, slamming into his body armor, sending him to the ground. The man fell back with a groan and rolled to the side to avoid John's follow-up shots. Only 20 feet of open ground separated John from the entrance to the building. He stepped forward, SMG against his shoulder while pressing the trigger. His rounds shattered glass and splintered wood, keeping his opponents behind cover. John held his aim as he moved, firing until the bolt locked back. Using the brief respite from return fire, he sprinted the remaining distance to the building entrance. He gripped the door handle and yanked it open just as a contractor popped up from behind cover. 2 bullets whipped by, and a third struck the steel door as John made it into the building, diving in and sliding across the floor. Inside, the employees ducked into rooms, behind crates, or fleeing as fast as they could, fearing that an armed killer just entered. A mercenary burst into the room, his weapon held low at his waist, ready to spray in wide arcs. John hurled his empty machine gun at the guard the moment he entered. The man was in mid-run, and the flying steel weapon caught him by total surprise. It smashed into his face and took his feet out from under him. He landed hard on the concrete floor with a smack and didn't move. John moved toward the downed guard to take his loaded SMG. The strap pulled tight, still wrapped around the contractor's shoulder and neck. The door behind him flew open. 2 mercenaries from outside leaned in on either side of the entrance, finding their target and opening fire. Big .45 caliber ACP rounds bit into the concrete and sparked off of the support column. John dropped to his side. Unable to take the SMG, he pulled the pistol from the man's holster, firing several shots at the open doorway. The 2 attackers ducked back, and John came up to a crouch, firing again. He held the 3-dot sight steady, focusing on the front fiber-optic dot. When a target presented itself, popping out to return fire, John depressed the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. His first shot hit the man in the stomach, causing him to drop his arms and spoil his aim. The second round struck just above the collar, biting into the flesh of his neck. John's final shot found its mark, hitting the contractor in the head. John dumped the rest of the pistol's magazine on the other side of the entrance to make the second merc think hard about stepping into the open. He dropped the empty handgun and found his empty UMP next to the unconscious guard. He picked up his weapon and snatched 3 loaded magazines from the unconscious man's chest rig. The mercenary stepped to the doorway, weapon spitting on full auto. John sprinted deeper into the building as more voices pierced the echo of the automatic weapon fire. He wouldn't be able to hold them all off in the middle of the loading bay. Besides, John was here to find evidence, and he wouldn't get that from a bunch of dead hired guns. An empty magazine clattered to the floor as John reloaded his SMG on the run. Thunder reverberated through the open space, rattling windows and thumping against John's eardrums as the mercenaries gave chase. He pressed the release to chamber around, turned, and braced himself against the frame of an open doorway. The UMP jackhammered against his shoulder, but his point of aim remained solid. His precise incoming rounds were enough to dissuade his pursuers for now. Curtis opened and closed his hand, working some of the cold from his extremities. The increased adrenaline pulled the blood flow closer to his core and elevated his heart rate. "How far?" 2 minutes, the driver said. "Weapons check," Curtis said over his shoulder. Bolts cycled, chambering rounds as his team readied their M4 carbines. Curtis press-checked his M9 and slid it back into the holster with the safety engaged. "You need to get there now, Lieutenant," Renee said, impatient in her voice. "We're 1 minute out," Curtis said. He ignored Renee's follow-up, thinking about why she was so concerned about them taking too long to arrive. Part of him wanted to believe that everyone at HRD was concerned not only with the innocents in the area, but also John's well-being. The vibe he got from the men he shared the vehicle with spoke differently. "John, what did you get yourself into?" John inserted another magazine and slapped the charging handle, sending the bolt home. He shouldered the weapon and let loose with a long burst as another contractor rushed in. The bullets pounded his chest and rode up. His target fell back with a short gurgle and hiss, not wearing body armor. More rounds punched through the drywall, shattering the windows behind John and knocking chunks out of the desk he used for cover. Using the position of the bullet holes in the wall for reference, he returned fire with short bursts and heard two distinct voices as they shouted warnings. John ran to a second door in the office and kicked it open, rushing back into the hallway as the firing continued through the wall. He turned and crouched, firing at a flash of movement in the entrance to the office he just left. His rounds tore at the thigh and shattered the kneecap of the man taking point. Shouts of pain caused the other mercenary to fall back. The bolt on John's UMP locked open on an empty chamber. Turning to head down the hall, John held his empty weapon close and dipped his chin, running as fast as he could to the office entrance at the far end. He barreled into the heavy wooden door, shoulder first, and tore a chunk from the frame as it swung in. His eyes bounced around the lavish room, taking in as much information as he could. John wasn't alone. A short, thin man stood up near the oak desk, his eyes bulged in fear. Austin Pinnell, the money man. A computer at his feet sparked and smoked. Several pops sent out another spray of crackling embers to the expensive carpeting.
He's destroyed the data in the computer.
The man pulled the strap of a messenger bag over his head and ran out the rear exit at the far end of the spacious office. John scrambled after him. He needed either Pinnell or the bag on his shoulder. John's weapon was empty, and he didn't have time to fumble with his last magazine. He threw the door open and turned in time to see the exit to the side parking lot slamming shut. John kicked the steel crash bar and followed outside. The cold air bit into his face and hands, but his mind was elsewhere. Sharp pistol cracks kept him focused on his quarry. Pinnell tossed his bag into a Corvette and panic-fired his pistol 3 more times before he ducked inside. The bullets went high as John surged forward to eat up the remaining distance. A mask of panic washed over the man's face as he started the engine and saw the massive Ranger bearing down on him. The small, frightened man fired through the passenger side window, hurling pebbles of shattered glass after the bullets whizzed past. John dipped his shoulder low and struck the door, denting the panel and rocking the vehicle on its struts. The frightened driver attempted to reload his weapon as John hooked his fingers underneath and hoisted the car up onto 2 wheels. With a furious shout, he lifted 2 of the wheels completely off the ground. The man inside frantically dropped his pistol and fumbled, too late, to put the vehicle into gear. John gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed, and his legs drove like pistons. The car's body and frame groaned as it dropped to its side. Glass cracked and metal creaked as the Corvette continued to rock, threatening to completely roll upside down. It finally settled back, the door and fender crunching under its own weight. John moved around to the other side. His quarry screamed and tugged at the belt, keeping him trapped. With a hand on the hood of the car, John braced himself and kicked the windshield with a massive boot. The frame gave way to the tremendous force and caved in enough for him to reach inside. The man inside was in a full panic now, but gunfire snapped John's attention back to the building. The 2 guards pursuing him through the halls emerged, firing at what little they could see of him poking out from behind the car. John rolled toward the rear of the vehicle and grabbed his UMP still hanging by its sling. He ejected the empty magazine and retrieved the last one from his pocket, reloading the weapon. He leaned out to get a better angle and opened fire. One of the rounds from John's burst punched through the upper arm of the lead man, forcing him to release his grip on his gun. The second man shouted and walked forward, dumping his entire mag at the car John was leaning against. Plastic cracked and metal rang out, protesting from the assault. He heard a sudden whoosh and felt an intense heat emanating from the rear of the car. Gunfire had punctured the fuel tank and ignited the gas flowing out. John pushed off the car and sprinted away. His boots tore up chunks of gravel with each step, and the gunfire continued from behind him. A ball of fire erupted, engulfing the rear half of the Corvette. The man trapped inside screamed in agony and terror. Flames crept forward, devouring the seats, the leather interior, and the clothes of the driver.
The bag inside!
John's focus locked onto the front seat where the messenger bag full of files hung, hooked on the seatbelt catch. The material started browning as the strap itself warped and melted before igniting. He ran forward, but the automatic weapon fire from the other contractor stopped him short as he skidded and fell back. Raising his SMG, John fired a quick burst and rolled behind a steel drum trash can. Sparks shot out as his assailant punched holes into the drum. John's instincts kicked into overdrive. He settled into an eerie calm, tracking the rhythm of the shooting. The mercenary used a steady technique, triggering a series of short bursts in the same beat. Finally, in a brief moment of calm, John heard the clatter of a plastic object hit the ground. Pivoting out from behind cover, John came up into a crouch, weapon braced against his body. He locked his front sight onto the man, now stepping past the car on its side, and depressed the trigger. A quick 2-round burst caught the man in the torso, folding him over just enough to disrupt his reloading. John stood and pressed forward, firing 2 more quick bursts before holding the trigger to empty the magazine at near point-blank range. 3 of the rounds punched through the soft body armor, but the ones that didn't caused enough blunt force trauma to seriously injure and incapacitate the mercenary. Smoke poured from the broken front windshield of the overturned car, and the driver had long stopped his screaming. John reached inside to pull the messenger bag out, before tossing it to the ground and stomping out the flames that threatened to swallow every last shred of evidence he fought to retrieve. Sirens in the distance bled through the crackling flames consuming the car. John scooped up the remains of the bag and peered inside, seeing that not everything was burnt to a crisp. He tucked it under his arm and ran for a row of vans and trucks with the manufacturing facility's logo on the side. Most didn't appear to have any keys inside, but the 2 on the far end, both trucks, had a key dangling from the ignition. John pulled the door open and slipped inside, tossing the burnt bag into the passenger seat. The SUV's brakes chattered, bringing the speeding vehicle to a stop. Curtis already had the door open and stepped out with his M4 carbine held at a low ready. "On me!" The other 3 team members exited and moved into position. Gunfire on the far side of the building echoed out as a series of bursts, with some metal ringing in the distance. The team moved to the corner and sliced around it. They reached the other side of the property, then heard the sound of sustained automatic fire. Out of instinct, Curtis and the other members of his team pressed their bodies closer to the building and dropped to a combat crouch. The firing stopped, and Curtis waited for an internal 3 count before giving the signal to continue moving forward. As they stepped around to the other parking lot, all 4 men stopped in their tracks, not expecting the scene that greeted them. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire engulfing a car turned on its side, and the distant wail of approaching sirens. Curtis, awestruck by the devastation, stepped out into the open. One man, wearing military-style gear, lay on the floor, bleeding from a wound in his upper arm. "Check him," Curtis said. "Get that wound treated." One of the men let his rifle hang from its sling and pulled out a small trauma kit. And Curtis stepped around the vehicle, looking it up and down and inspecting the bullet holes all along its underside. Around the front of the car, or top, really, he saw the remains of someone in the driver's seat. The front windshield had been smashed in, probably while the vehicle rested on its side. Curtis brought his weapon to his shoulder when he spotted another man on the ground, wearing similar gear to the injured man. He scanned the area, taking short steps, as his boots scattered spent shell casings. "This looks like John's work," he thought. An engine growled to life, and Curtis dropped to one knee, bringing his M4 up. The rest of his team moved up, rifles at the ready. A white pickup truck rolled out into the open, heading for them. The driver stopped, and the glare from the overhead lights wiped across the windshield. Curtis was staring at John Stone, sitting behind the wheel. He held his aim low, at the hood of the vehicle, but still close enough in case he needed to fire. "It's over, John," he called out. John shook his head slowly. "It's a setup, Clark." Curtis couldn't hear the words with the truck's window up, but John mouthed the words clear enough. "Let me bring you in. We can clear this." Gunfire erupted to Curtis's right. John ducked a split second before the firing as the bullets cracked the windshield. "He's got a gun," one of his own teammates yelled before shooting again. Chaos swirled as the others joined the shooting. Curtis stood, shouting for them to hold their fire. The truck lurched and backed away, sparks lighting up the entire front of it. The rear bumper took out a fence post before the truck spun around and drove off. John slammed into a fence at the rear of the property before disappearing over a hill. "I said hold your fire!" Curtis waved his arms and shouted as the last shot went off. "He was reaching, LT! I saw it!" the first shooter said. Curtis let his weapon hang and clutched his head with both hands as the sirens approached. He and his men were here on an official government operation, but he knew that the police would arrive, ready to trade fire with anyone and everyone involved in the firefights that occurred here. It was going to be a dicey situation, and he needed to get his men back in line.
back on their leashes. Chapter 21. Smoke poured from the grill and out from the numerous bullet holes in the hood of the truck. John parked it off to the side of the road, as far away as he could, from the busy street. The engine sputtered and died before he even had to turn the key. The burnt bag filled the cabin with the aroma of an inviting campfire. John looked down at the submachine gun hanging on his shoulder. The bolt was locked open, a stark reminder that the weapon had run dry in the last encounter. He resisted the urge to wipe his prints off of it, rubbing a thumb along the grip.
Not like they won't know that I was the one that carried it.
He grabbed the bag and left the empty UMP in the driver's seat, stripping the bolt from the weapon to toss away in a trash can. John stepped out into the cold, and the temperature change was a physical barrier, almost pushing him back in the dead truck. A gust of wind whipped through and slipped into one sleeve and under the collar of his jacket. The light material didn't do much to stave off the chill, and the air that made it through brought a level of discomfort bordering on pain. John zipped the messenger bag against his ribs under the jacket and tucked his hands underneath his arms. He ducked behind the low collar of the jacket as best he could, walking into the dark night as the first flakes of an evening snowfall started. John stayed out of the light as much as possible, putting distance between himself and the truck. He blew into his hands, rubbing them together as he jogged across a dark street, heading toward a faint, flickering orange glow, a fire of some kind. The last thing he needed was to interact with people while he was on the run, but with the cold seeping deep into his bones and his teeth starting to chatter, John was drawn to the distant flame like a moth. He stayed deep in the shadows while approaching. The area he wandered into was run down, mostly empty, and best of all, dark, except for the fire burning inside a beat-up old steel drum. Several people were standing near the flickering orange beast with another group on the outer edges of the glow, talking and drinking. He pulled his hat lower and clutched his jacket closed as he walked up. As soon as he stepped into the outer edge of the fire's glow, John held his hands out, just below shoulder height to show he meant the group no harm. A few of the people in the group seemed a bit alarmed at a stranger approaching, but the oldest-looking man of the group greeted him with a warm and inviting smile.
"Welcome, friend," the man said, looking down at John's clothing. "Name's Henry."
"Evening," John replied, taking stock of the man. Henry stood taller than the rest of his group, or at least the ones near the fire. His dark, weathered skin was a stark contrast to his white beard and hair. He wore an old, worn-out, olive-drab coat. Even in the dark, the collar, style of pockets, and the fit were familiar to John.
"You got a name, friend?" Henry asked as he covered the remaining distance and offered his hand.
John shook the offered hand and gave him a wary smile.
Safer not to say, but you can call me Frank.
Henry looked him up and down again with an inquisitive grin. "Whatever you say, Frank."
"Army?" Frank asked, nodding at Henry's jacket. He tugged at one of the collars and brushed down one side.
8 years, Henry said. "I'm just doing my part to make sure the commies didn't storm our shores."
John just smiled and nodded.
"Of course, when the Cold War ended, I got out."
Henry scratched through his beard along the side of his jaw with a finger.
"Not too long before Desert Storm, so we didn't have our shining moment either. That's how it felt when we got home. No special treatment, no help to settle into civilian life. Just a bunch of people looking right through us, as if we weren't even there."
I get that. Like, as long as they're safe, people don't notice the soldiers getting up before dawn every morning to get the job done.
John rubbed his hands and held them over the fire. Henry stared out into the distance, nodding.
"What about you, Frank? Did you serve?"
John thought for a moment about the possible answers he could give. He could see in Henry's eyes he suspected already.
"Rangers," he said,
almost too low to be heard. Henry's eyebrows raised a bit.
"Lead the way, huh?"
John crossed his arms, staring into the dancing flames.
"Doesn't feel so much like that nowadays."
"I don't blame you. Got a Navy gal back there that knows what it's like, too."
Henry nodded a head back to the rest of the people huddled at the edge of the glow, eating and talking.
"Seems society isn't getting any better lately," John said, more to himself than to Henry.
"Can't be mad at the people. They're not the ones that put us here."
Henry looked around at the others and scratched the side of his nose.
Not really mad at the government either, if I'm being honest.
John followed Henry's gaze and nodded in understanding.
I don't know what your situation is, Frank, but I see the fire in you. You'll get back on your feet.
He shot a thumb over his shoulder.
These men and women behind me are young, and they got that same look in your eye. There's hope for all of them still.
Curtis watched the police gathering evidence at the truck John abandoned, wisps of smoke still rising from the perforated hood. He pressed the web of his hands between thumbs and forefingers together, more out of a nervous habit than the need to actually adjust the fit of his gloves. The sun had come up an hour earlier, but it was still too cold for the light layer of snow covering everything to melt. After the firefight John had fled the night before, Curtis stuck around to wait for the police. He couldn't follow John with the cops chasing all of them. There was no telling how his team would respond to law enforcement intervening if they caught up to John. The lieutenant stayed up while the rest of his team found a place to get some sleep so they could continue the pursuit. The way his team reacted was very disconcerting. John had both hands visible, talking to him when one of his own men opened fire. All three agreed that they saw John reaching for something, but Curtis was still unconvinced. He was looking John in the eye as he spoke, and had a clear mental image of John's hands tightening on the steering wheel. Either way, he needed answers, and finding John without having to worry about another violent encounter was paramount. Leaving the scene behind, Curtis needed to find the most likely direction that someone would take, hoping to avoid detection after abandoning a vehicle here. He pulled the zipper higher under his chin and pulled his collar up. John wouldn't be able to make it too far in this weather. He would have had to find shelter somewhere. Curtis ducked into the entrance of a small hardware store not yet open. He peeled one of his gloves off and scrolled through his contacts to make a call, facing away from the daggers of chilled air. "Miranda, is Renee there?" He put a finger to his other ear. "No, that's fine. Better, really. I need your help, but let's try to keep this between us. I'm not so sure I can trust the oversight team right now." He filled Dr. Spencer in on the details of his run-in with John and the team opening fire. They discussed possible methods to track John without the others knowing, but the best she could do was pass Curtis the latest data from Parker's mob recognition program. It didn't pinpoint John, but at least he had a direction now. After an hour of walking, he reached a point where the possible paths diverged. Curtis readjusted his sunglasses and took a long, hard look down each choice before deciding on the direction that led him through the rougher terrain. The tracking software had nothing beyond this point, so it was all gut instinct from here on. He reached a bit of a clearing out of the way of most people, where a group of homeless men and women had set up a small camp. There were plenty of small makeshift tents, but none looked really suitable for the brutal winter moving in. Most of the people were still inside trying to get some sleep, a few fidgeting and struggling to stay warm. An older man watched Curtis approach and stepped out to greet him. The man had gray and white hair, including his thick beard. He wore an apprehensive smile, trying to stay friendly. Curtis realized that he still wore his dark HRD uniform with a pistol holstered on his hip. He removed his sunglasses, tucking them into an unused loop on his vest, and lifted his hat and settled it down a little higher, hoping to appear far less threatening. "Morning," he said, keeping his hands up and away from the firearm. The older man nodded his head. "Can I help you?" "I'm hoping so," Curtis said. "I'm Lieutenant Clark, and I just need to know if you've seen someone that we're looking for."
"We? You with the police or the feds?"
Curtis smiled. Feds, officially." He held his hand out.
"What's your name?"
The man paused, looking down at the offered hand as Curtis covered the remaining distance. Finally, he accepted the greeting and shook hands.
"Name's Henry."
The questioning smile faded, replaced with concern and confusion.
"Pleasure,"
Curtis said. He reached into his back pocket slowly to avoid alarming anyone and pulled out a folded printout. Curtis unfolded the page with a printed image, also wrapped around a smaller photograph. He handed the sheet of paper to Henry.
"Have you seen this man around last night or any time this morning?"
Henry looked down at the image, a printout from security camera footage in a dark office, with the face highlighted. The old man pressed his lips together and slowly shook his head.
"Can't say I have."
Curtis handed him the photo, John's picture used for his HRD identification badge. He paid close attention to the expression and the way it changed when Henry looked at the better quality image. He recognized John, and judging by the shifting eyes and small twitches, he had a close interaction.
His name is John Stone. He's a fugitive and considered extremely dangerous.
Henry looked up at Curtis, handing the pieces of paper back, his small, accommodating smile returning.
Is he here now? If he is, you can tell me. I can help you. I can help him.
Sorry, Lieutenant. I haven't seen this man before.
He folded his arms across his chest, partly due to the cold, but the gesture felt more defiant. Curtis knew then that John was here, but had most likely already moved on. The men and women here weren't going to be of much assistance, and he didn't want to cause any more trouble for them than they already faced with the weather shifting. He tugged the brim of his hat back down and put his sunglasses on.
Well, thank you for your help, Henry.
Curtis slipped the pages back into his pocket and pulled out his wallet, taking out the few bills inside. It wasn't much, but he felt the need to offer something. Was it guilt? Pity? He didn't know, but right now that wasn't important.
It's not much, but maybe you can get some hot coffee or soup for everyone here,
Curtis said, handing over the cash. Henry looked down at the offered bills and scratched his ear before accepting it, pride taking a back seat to necessity.
Thank you. Clark, was it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant Clark, Henry said, tucking the money into a pocket. And if you found your man John, I truly hope you're able to help him out.
Chapter 22. John had fallen asleep for a couple of hours with Henry and the others, but it was time he could ill afford to lose. Just as the sun poked up over the buildings in the distance, he left them behind, hoping to avoid being seen with the group and keeping them out of trouble. Before he left, John spent a few minutes shuffling through what was left of the paperwork inside the messenger bag. Most of the pages were burnt in the fire, but several of the sheets were folded and tucked along the far edge. John compared the information on everything he found with the notes he obtained from his previous internet search, and the files he found from the interior design firm. The unburnt pages didn't contain much more information than he already had, but bits of the other pages helped him connect a prominent dot with other operations he was looking into before. It was a name he recognized: Monty Buchanan. He initially thought nothing of it, lumping Buchanan in with other rich and powerful people that John figured were just funding the operations. What he had hoped for was the name at the top, the man pulling strings in the whole operation, the one that wanted him out of the picture for getting too close, after taking Warren Ratcliffe out and securing the Guardian. Perhaps Monty could fill in that blank. Discovering the next location he needed to get to, John dumped the messenger bag into the barrel to feed the fire as he departed. What concerned him more was how Curtis found out where he would be last night. The men he brought weren't familiar, but the way they opened fire told John that they were more likely part of the group sent in to oversee the Hostile Response Division operations. There was a good chance that those men were loyal to the man John was after. Did that mean Lieutenant Clark had turned as well? His breath was visible as he blew into his ungloved hands and ducked underneath a board blocking the entrance to an abandoned building. Time. That's what he needed now, but it was in such short supply. Dust motes swirled around in the shafts of golden morning light poking through the broken windows and rotted boards. The air smelled stale, still cold, but without the wind lancing through to John's muscles. It was a good enough place to gather his thoughts. "How did you find me, Clark?" John's voice was a commanding presence in the empty building, even though he spoke softly. He already knew the answer, though his mind tried to deny it. "Parker." The pieces started falling into place. Parker was helping him, using his mob recognition program. From what he remembered, the program used a person's physical attributes and the way they moved, matching those of known associates. It gave him the ability to find people with a high degree of accuracy, without requiring facial recognition, even in a crowd. John didn't think it was as accurate for hunting individuals, but Parker was a capable computer wizard, with a knack for bending machines to his will. What was necessary now was to try and avoid the system. His physical attributes, like height and weight, were set. but the way he moved, his posture and gait, could be altered to fool the mob recognition software. The golden glow faded as the light took on more of a yellowish white. Late morning. John had to get back out there and head to the next location. Frozen limbs and joints protested as he rose and stepped back out into the icy winds. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and hunched his shoulders, taking smaller steps at more of a hurried pace. Enough to alter his usual movement. John hoped it was enough.
"I'm almost positive John was here," Curtis said, holding his hands up to the warm air blowing out of the SUV's vents. "I need you to focus the mob recognition search starting from my current location. And let's try to keep the Wonder Twins out of this if you can."
That might be a little tough.
Curtis rubbed his hands together. "They're in the computer lab now, aren't they?"
Yes. Renee is looking at the latest data," Miranda said.
Not knowing who was involved in what he now felt was a setup, Curtis didn't know if he could trust Renee and Daniel. He had hoped to get more information about John's possible whereabouts, but if the HRD leadership had all of the same information, he would still be deployed with the man that opened fire during their last mission.
"All right, just do what you need to do, even if you gotta let Renee and Daniel know, Doctor."
Of course. I'll call you with any updated information.
"Thank you."
Curtis put his phone away and opened up his small laptop in the vehicle. The latest reports and other notes provided by his support team, including Dr. Spencer, Renee, and Daniel, were sent to a directory specific to him. He spent a minute organizing the newest data and tried to figure out John's movements. The rest of his team entered the vehicle, securing their gear. Curtis put his computer away and buckled his seatbelt. The driver slid into the seat and shifted into reverse, backing out of the parking lot. "Where to, sir?" he asked. Curtis took in a breath and let it out through his nose.
"HRD Rally Point 3.
With no further data, all Curtis could do was to direct his team to a small government building, tasked with assisting them in the hunt for John. It provided no significant advantage, but he didn't want to be out on the road, heading in the wrong direction for an entire day once Miranda's new search provided any potentially usable intel. His best tactic would be to sit tight and wait for more information. The rally point was a couple of hours from their location, which gave Curtis some time to catch up on some much-needed sleep. He pulled his hat low over his eyes.
"Wake me when we're close, or if anything important comes up."
Chapter 23. Miranda sent Curtis the full results of her latest search, using the starting point and possible directions she received. He wouldn't see it until his team reached the next rally point in half an hour. But when he got a chance to read it, she knew it wouldn't be the results he hoped for. Unlike all of their other runs with the mob recognition software, she had found absolutely no trace of John. They had been able to track him up to that point with the widely spaced waypoints and the rare moments when the software had been able to find him. Parker's mob recognition used the new data to go back over older footage and build a more reliable pattern to extrapolate a possible direction and focus more attention on those updated parameters. This time, however, not a single trace of John had been returned. Even feeding data from previous searches into the new search yielded nothing usable. It was like he went to ground, no longer on the move. All trace of their quarry had vanished. Miranda argued with Daniel as he accused her of fouling the parameters to make sure the program wouldn't work. Renee believed her, knowing that Miranda didn't have enough experience with Parker's quirky software to do that without it being apparent to them. She left the computer lab after sending the results to Curtis, but her subconscious led her through the HRD facility while her mind ran through different ways to help John. She knew the answer, and by the time Miranda admitted it to herself what it was, she already reached the holding cells where they were keeping Parker. If anyone knew how to find John, it would be him. The guard watching the cells reluctantly let Miranda by to talk to Parker, but he wasn't going to let him out, so she would have to be careful what she said. The MP escorted her to a cell near the far end, and she noted that all of the others were empty. The man nodded his head toward Parker's cell and stopped a few feet short as she walked over. He stayed within earshot, but stayed back far enough to almost feel as if he gave them a bit of privacy. Parker leaned to one side, peeking around the corner to see his visitors. His eyes lit up when he saw Miranda.
"Dr. Spencer!"
He did his best to keep the emotion in his eyes from reaching his mouth as he spoke.
Parker, how are you doing in here?
She approached the door and glanced back at the guard before getting too close to the bars. Parker's eyes kept darting back and forth between the guard and Miranda.
I'm okay. How about John? What have they done with him?
She pressed her lips together, not wanting to get Parker's hopes up too high.
He escaped.
Miranda looked down at his feet.
With your help.
Parker stepped forward and grabbed the bars. His eyes widened.
Where is he now?
We don't know. That's why I'm here, Parker. I need your help to find him.
Where's Van Pierce? Is he still relieved of command?
Miranda looked up at him again.
Yes. He's confined to his quarters.
And Curtis? Is he in his quarters too?
A small hint of a smile tugged at the corner of Dr. Spencer's mouth.
No. He's out looking for John. That's why I need your help,
Miranda said.
How? Are they releasing me?
Parker asked, smiling.
The mob recognition. They're using it to track John.
Parker's face drained of color. His eyes dropped.
How'd they figure it out so fast?
I'm helping them,
Miranda said, sadness in her eyes.
Why? Why would you help the people framing John?
Parker's knuckles whitened. Stay calm, prisoner, the guard said. Miranda closed her eyes and drooped her head forward.
Curtis needs to be the one to bring John in, alive. To do that, he needs all the help he can get.
Why can't you two just help John find out who is behind the setup?
Parker asked.
Uncover the people above Warren Ratcliffe, and maybe we can clear John's name.
They would lock us both up as well.
Miranda stepped closer, grabbing the bars just above Parker's hands.
The men after John are treating him like a terrorist threat and shooting first.
Step back, Doctor, the guard said as he approached. Parker's eyes welled up as he stared at Miranda.
What?
If Curtis doesn't find him before the new commands teams do, they will kill him.
The guard wrapped a hand around Miranda's upper arm. I said step back from the cell. He tugged her back as she tried to resist.
Okay,
Parker said. Miranda let go of the bars and held her hands up, taking one step back. It was enough to appease the MP.
I'll help you,
Parker said.
Thank you.
Miranda took the notepad and pen from her pocket as Parker explained how she could modify the program.
Thank you,
John said, closing the door of the pickup truck with a metallic thud. No, thank you, the driver said. For your service. John nodded as the man drove away, his truck belching a gray and white plume behind it as it rumbled off into the distance. John had hitchhiked his way across 2 more states to reach South Dakota. He was at the proverbial doorstep of his destination, but the weather here was much colder than New Mexico. He still only wore the light jacket, but the man in the truck had given John a pair of old mittens. They smelled of cigarette smoke and beef jerky, and they would be of no use in a firefight. It was nice to have warm fingers until then, however. He pulled the zipper up higher and jogged out of the wind and snow flurries. John approached the upscale neighborhood as the last of the sun's light faded. He had endured the colder climate and approached his target destination at night, when the temperature dropped. Knowing he would have stood out in broad daylight, it was his only choice. Walking the entire perimeter would look too suspicious, so John headed along the sidewalk running in front of the vast plot of land, turning the corner to walk down the west side of the mansion. He could see at least 2 men guarding the entrances, one in front and one on the side. That meant there was most likely another in the back, and one on the east side of the home. They all wore suits with thick overcoats and gloves, but none carried any visible weapons. Each also had Secret Service-style earpieces tucked under their collars. Highly paid private security, John thought, making a note of the expensive clothing. With no weapons of his own and no clear sign of what he would be looking for, John would have to act quickly once he made it inside. With the limited information, he figured an approach on the east side would be the most advantageous. It didn't face the street, like the front and west side, which gave him more shadows to use for his approach. John had no reason to assume that the east end would have more than one man as well. He continued walking around the block, looping back until he reached the field connecting to the mansion's spacious yard. John kept his eyes moving, looking for anyone watching him as he veered into the shadows. Leaning against a tree, John took off his bulky mittens. The warmth they provided was enjoyable, but he would need full manual dexterity to maneuver. He spent a moment contemplating trying to stuff them into his jacket's pockets, but ultimately decided to ditch them by the tree. If he absolutely needed them, he could always double back and pick them up again. Not even a full minute had passed, and John already missed the soothing comfort as he rubbed his hands together to fight off the needles whipping through the wind. He controlled his breath to avoid puffing out visible vapors as he approached the lights along the outer perimeter of the mansion's boundaries. His gut instinct was correct. Only one man had been posted on this side of the house. John watched as the sentry turned to walk the other direction, patrolling his own. With the way clear, John jumped up and hoisted himself up onto the concrete pillar that the sturdy gate was bolted to. His boots pounded into the hard, icy grass with a thud, but the cold had stiffened his joints, making the landing much harder than he would have liked. Knees still aching, John moved into a pool of shadows from the only tree on this side of the property. He glanced out and watched the man guarding the building. In the distance, John saw a faint red glow at the side entrance. A security panel, most likely controlling a magnetic lock on the door. He squinted, watching the guard turn. He had hoped to see a hint or sign that the man carried the card necessary to access the door, but the bulky clothing meant John would have to take the hands-on approach to find out. Wonderful. John stuck to the outer edge of the lawn, circling as far as he could before stepping into the line of sight of the guard patrolling the back of the house. As soon as the sentry turned and made his way toward the front, John ignored the stiffness in his legs and kept low, as he cut the distance between them in half. He slowed down, doing his best to keep the noise of his boots crunching the frozen ground. John's vision narrowed and he clenched his jaw tighter, approaching his target. Time slowed as the sentry turned, sensing something wrong. The sky was good. John made sure his shadow or the sound of his boots on the ground didn't give away his approach, but the man's instinct alerted him to danger. The sentry's eyes brightened and his mouth dropped open. Something told him there was a danger to the rear, but his brain wasn't ready to face the actual threat. John stole the moment to lunge in fast, thrusting his forearm into the man's throat before he could vocalize that there was an intruder. He tackled the thinner man onto the hard, packed ground and slammed an elbow into his jaw, knocking him unconscious. Clouds of condensation puffed from John's mouth as he sucked in ragged breaths. He groaned as he got to his feet and hooked his hands under each one of the sentry's arms, dragging him closer to the building, into the shadows. The man wouldn't be out cold for much longer, but he had a couple of sets of flexible cuffs, making John's life a little easier. John bound the guard's hands and feet, gagging him with his own handkerchief and necktie. He took the guard's thick overcoat and slipped it on, enjoying the comforting warmth. He opted to leave the gloves behind, but dug through the man's pockets until he found the key card inside a wallet. John slipped the HK VP-40 pistol from the man's shoulder rig along with the spare magazine that had another 13 rounds of .40 caliber. He pinched the card between his lips and dropped the extra mag into his pocket. With the pistol in hand, John held the key card to the small panel, and the light flashed green as an audible click unlocked the door. Chapter 24. Curtis strode down the hall, his boots thumping with each impatient step. He reached the lab and poked his head in the door. Renee and Daniel were huddled over one of the displays, pointing at the data scrolling in and whispering their thoughts. Neither looked like they got any sleep. Curtis could relate. He'd hardly been able to close his eyes either. He looked around the room and spotted Dr. Spencer curled up on one of the chairs, wrapped in a stiff olive-drab blanket. She adjusted and opened her eyes as his footsteps echoed in the mostly quiet room. Renee glanced back, but Daniel never took his eyes off of the screen. "You guys have anything for me?" Curtis asked. "Not yet," Renee said. "Nothing? It's been almost 2 days."
"Stone's a ghost," Daniel said. "He just disappeared after he left the homeless camp."
"I don't understand. How could he be that hard to find?" Curtis turned to Miranda. "Didn't Parker give you anything to help out?"
"He did."
Miranda put her glasses on and slipped her shoes onto her feet, staying wrapped in the blanket.
"We upgraded all of the algorithms and made the modifications to the code itself, but now there's so much more data to process."
Curtis furrowed his brow. "Is Parker still trying to help John by flooding our system with garbage?"
"It doesn't appear that way,"
Daniel said.
"The stuff coming in looks promising, but even with this entire room churning through it, there's just not much we can do but wait."
"Parker wants us to find John. He wants you to find him, Lieutenant," Miranda said. "It's the only chance we have of bringing him in alive."
"I can't do that if we don't have any actionable—" Daniel bolted upright in his chair.
"Got something," he said.
fingers flying over the keys. Curtis rushed over and stood behind the computer techs. "What is it?"
"It's small, but it was enough for Parker's mods to pick out."
Daniel brought up a window and scrubbed through the footage, stopping at the timestamp in the report he received. In the image, John walked by the frame. His face was obscured by the angle in his jacket's collar, but the stride was unmistakable.
"Why is it only flagging such a small part of the feed?"
Daniel mumbled as he brought up more footage from the same security system. "Where is that footage coming from?" Curtis asked. Daniel ignored him as a second window popped up, showing a man walking across the frame. The tech matched the timestamps from the two camera feeds and played it at normal speed. The man in the video walked across the screen before appearing on both screens where the cameras overlapped.
"Why is it only flagging such a small part? Did Parker's changes screw everything up?"
Renee's voice was thick with frustration, bordering on anger. "I think he's still trying to help him escape," Curtis said, leaning in closer.
"No."
Miranda adjusted her glasses and wedged between Curtis and Renee.
"What is it, Doctor?"
Curtis asked, giving her more room. She stared at the footage again.
"Can you rewind it, Daniel?"
There was something that caught her attention. It was subtle, but from further back the shift was a little easier to spot.
"John knows,"
Miranda said.
"What does he know?"
Daniel asked, adjusting his own glasses. Miranda stepped back and draped the blanket across the back of an empty chair.
"He knows we're using the mob recognition to track him." "How do you know that?"
Renee asked. "He's changing his posture and stride," Curtis said as he watched the footage again. "The program flagged him because, for this small instance, he slipped. Went back to his old movement patterns."
"It was just enough for the new program to pick out," Miranda said.
"Where's this footage from?" Curtis asked again. Music greeted John at the end of a long hallway, along with the faintest smell of a cigar wafting through the air. He wanted to look for any clues in Monty Buchanan's office before engaging, but plans change. It was the nature of the beast. With the pistol held at low ready, John crept down the long hall. He controlled his footfalls to reduce the sounds of his boots on the polished hardwood floors. As he passed each doorway, he peered through, aiming his pistol to cover any potential threats. At the end of the hallway, John stepped into Monty's study. A room so lavishly decorated it could undoubtedly appear in any number of catalogs selling high-end decorative furnishings. Monty Buchanan sat back in a plush leather chair, facing the fireplace and watching a TV mounted above the mantel. A cloud of cigar smoke swirled above his head, spreading out as it rose. He placed a glass on the small table at his side, probably some ridiculously expensive single-malt scotch, and noticed John standing at his flank, pistol in hand. "What's the problem?" Monty asked before his brain processed the scene. The coat John wore and the pistol he held made Monty think he was one of the guards at first. The instant the truth hit him, he scrambled away, falling from his chair. "Don't!" John said, grasping the gun firmly in one hand, pointing it at his target's chest.
"If you alert anyone to reach for a weapon, you won't like what happens next."
"What do you want from me?" Monty held his hands up in front of his face, cowering behind the small flesh and bone shields.
"I want information."
John stepped closer and nudged the man in his slippered foot with a boot.
"Get up. I need you to connect a few dots for me."
"Dots? I don't know anything." Monty crawled away on all fours, looking over his shoulder as he moved toward one of the far corners. John swept the overcoat open wider and crouched next to the cowering man, and letting his pistol dangle down, pointing to the ground.
"I think you know a lot more than you're letting on, Buchanan. I just need you to start spilling your guts, figuratively, before I make you spill them literally."
He tapped the man's leg with the side of his pistol. A puddle spread out from around the man's legs. His pupils opened up, almost swallowing the entire hazel irises around them. Chapter 25.
"I need to hitch a ride now, brother."
Curtis held the phone to his ear as he made his way to grab his gear.
"I know what time it is, but this can't wait. I need to get to South Dakota yesterday."
He held the phone up to his ear with a shoulder and prepped his plate carrier. "Just get me to the nearest airstrip. I'll take care of the rest." Curtis slipped the phone back into his pocket and dropped his gear into a duffel bag, hoisting it up onto one shoulder and stepping back out into the hall.
"Lieutenant, where are you going?"
Daniel asked, clutching a binder under one arm and cradling a pair of styrofoam cups of coffee in his free hand.
"You saw what Dr. Spencer found. I'm on my way to John's last known position. You can't get too far before I get there.
He knows we're tracking him. If John is as capable as you think he is, he's already out of the state.
Curtis adjusted the strap of his bag, setting it higher on his shoulder. It's the only confirmation of his location we've had in days. When you and Renee get a lock on John, I'll need you to guide me the rest of the way. Daniel stuck the tip of his tongue out, pressing his lips closed as he tried to think of something to say.
What about your team?
With a whump, Curtis's bag hit the floor.
Daniel, I really don't know where you stand on this whole ordeal, but I'm not sure if I can trust the men that were with me when we crossed paths with John the first time.
What happened?
Daniel's brows furrowed, genuine curiosity on his face.
I put it in my report, Curtis said. The 3 men with me opened fire without provocation when we spotted John.
Daniel's posture straightened.
I read all the after-action reports.
He pressed his elbow tighter against the files under his arm and grabbed one of the coffee cups from his other hand.
Every man corroborated the first man's assessment. They all said John reached for something.
His hands were on the wheel the entire time. Didn't you read my report?
Daniel looked Curtis in the eye.
Lieutenant, your report said the same as the others.
Buchanan curled up into the corner as far as he could, willing himself to sink into the baseboard. He held up his hands in a futile attempt to ward the intruder away.
Price, he said, lips quivering. His name is Price Wyndham.
John crouched in front of the frightened man.
Wyndham is the one calling all the shots? The one that was giving orders to Warren Ratcliffe?
Monty nodded his head vigorously, his voice failing him. With the still-cold barrel of the unfired pistol, John nudged the man's right hand.
I'm not sure I can trust your answer. I didn't even get to break any of your fingers. It's Wyndham, I swear.
Tears streamed down his face, dribbling onto his expensive smoking jacket.
Just don't kill me.
A playful grin crept across John's face, an expression of pure amusement moving up into his eyes.
Oh, I can't do that yet. All I've got is a name. You still haven't told me where to find Mr. Wyndham.
John hoisted Monty onto his feet, leaving one of his slippers in the corner as he dragged him down the hall toward the office. John sat him down in front of the computer.
Get me what I need, and I'll get out of your hair. At least what's left of it.
Hands shaking and fighting back sobs, Monty navigated through the files on his desktop, printing out any and all relevant information on John's next target.
Price is going to kill me. Please, you have to help. First of all, I already plan on paying Mr. Wyndham a visit and airing my grievances face to face.
John pulled the fat man out of his chair. He was going to find as much info as he could about Wyndham before he left.
Second, after I talk to him, he'll be in no condition to take action against anyone that helped me track him down.
Monty seemed to relax at that until John latched onto the back of the man's neck with a vice-like grip.
Third, what makes you think I won't kill you when I'm done?
Buchanan's eyes were saucers, wet with tears and reflecting the overhead light. John smiled and gave him a hard slap on the back, knocking him forward again.
Relax, Monty. You'll live to see.
A sharp beep in the distance cut him off as one of the outside doors opened. 2 sets of footsteps echoed through the hardwood hallway. "Mr. Buchanan, are you in trouble?" The voice was firm, with a calm and professional tone. John held a finger to his lips. The men came in from the same door John had used. They found the guard he tied up. He kept his left hand on the back of Monty's neck and held a VP-40 in his right. Glancing over his shoulder, John looked at the window leading out to the backyard. The sill was just below chest height, but given that the 2 men hunting for him were approaching and clearing the house cautiously, he had enough time to slide it open and slip out.
"He's got a gun!"
Monty shouted. Footsteps sounded in the hall, and Buchanan made a break for the door, taking advantage of John's lapse in attention. John shoved his boot into the fat man's back, sending him airborne through the doorway. Monty crashed against the hallway wall with a yelp and nearly bounced back into the room. John seized the opportunity caused by the distraction and bolted toward the window. He fired 3 shots to weaken the bullet-resistant glass and dove against it with his forearms over his head. The impact with the glass jarred his entire body. He thought for a split second that the window would stop him from escaping the house, but the glass gave way, and he tumbled out into the yard. John hit the ground hard as the air escaped his lungs, and the pages Buchanan just printed scattered around him. John reached out to grab as many as he could when he heard a guard inside approaching the broken window. He turned and headed back into the cold as the sentry called to radio for backup. Forced to leave some of the pages behind, John patted at the coat and felt several sheets still in the breast pocket. Wind whipped icy flakes into whirling patterns as the snowfall increased in intensity. He used the weather and the darkness to cover his escape, climbing back over the wall to flee. No need to stand and fight when he finally had the name of the man he was looking for. Price Wyndham. Chapter 26. Curtis pulled the strap of the bag across his body, feeling the weight of the plate carrier and M4 inside. He waved to the pilot and walked along the tarmac toward the black GMC Yukon that Daniel helped him acquire. He checked his phone for the latest updates on the search for John when a new message popped up. He stopped at the rear bumper of the vehicle and stared down, making sure he read the message right. Dumping the bag into the back of the SUV, Curtis called Miranda. As the engine rumbled awake, the call connected to the speakers inside. "You there, Doctor?"
"Yes. Are you on the way to John's last known position?"
"I just landed. I'm about a half an hour away," Curtis said.
"You might want to hurry,"
Miranda said. Curtis looked at the information console as if Dr. Spencer could see his reaction. "What happened?"
"John didn't just walk by some random house. He was targeting the man inside."
"I need eyes there now," Curtis said, pulling into the street, weaving through the sparse traffic. "Is John still there?"
"Daniel and Renee are working on it now. And Curtis, they're blocking me out," she said, lowering her voice to just above a whisper.
"Blocking you out? Are you on lockdown?"
"No. I've got a workstation, but my permissions have been tightened up. I can see most of the older reports, but nothing new is coming in."
Curtis rubbed the back of his neck. "All right, just keep doing what you can. And if you get a chance, try and get some more information from the Wonder Twins."
"Okay, Lieutenant."
"Who was the target?" Curtis asked. "Who was John after?" Miranda's keystrokes came through the speakers like mild interference.
"Monty Buchanan. He's retired, but Monty used to run an investment company. I can't get much more than that, though."
"Is he dead?" Curtis asked.
"I don't know,"
Miranda said.
"All of the reports are outdated, and Wait. I just got eyes on John."
"Where?" Curtis pulled into an empty lane and increased his speed.
"Last known position shows him a couple of miles from Buchanan's home, but that was almost an hour ago," Miranda said. "And remember when I said you should hurry?"
"Yeah."
"The team has been dispatched to pursue John. They're closing in on him fast."
The air clawed at John's throat. His chest ached and legs burned. Buchanan provided the name of the man at the top, and now his security detail was giving chase, barely a block away and closing fast. John pulled himself over a rusted gate, freezing metal stinging his unprotected hands. The pistol in his jacket pocket dropped to the ground, clattering along the asphalt as his feet touched down. The voices in the distance were converging on his position, but he took the precious few seconds to retrieve the weapon before continuing. The only thing that mattered now was escape, but his pursuers had changed somewhere in the night. After leaving Monty Buchanan's house, two of the man's security detail gave chase, but Monty was still alive, which would ensure that they would soon give up and return to their original protection detail. But then John made the mistake of slowing down, thinking he was safe enough to catch his breath. The men on his trail now were different. Private contractors fully kitted up and riding around in a pair of pickup trucks. His considerable lead now down to only a few hundred feet, John forced his pursuers to close on foot, choosing a gated area of the industrial complex he reached before the strength in his body waned. Faced with a fight against half a dozen well-trained and well-equipped mercenaries, John would need every trick in the book to even the odds. The sky transitioned from the inky darkness to a lighter violet. The faintest orange band grew along the horizon. John had been on the run all night. Fighting the fatigue, he did his best to look at the only positive in the whole situation. If they wanted him dead or captured so badly, John knew that Monty had provided the exact name he had been searching for. Wyndham must have sent this goon squad, which meant he was the top of the food chain. He was the man that John needed to reach to end it all. Numb hands gripped the VP-40 pistol as John hunkered down behind the rusted husk of a delivery van. It had been scavenged for parts, but still afforded enough cover, while still allowing him to watch his pursuers close the distance. Less than a minute later, 4 men and 2 women stepped out of the shadows and into the pre-dawn glow. Mercenaries. Each held a submachine gun and scanned the area over the weapon's sights. They spread out into a crescent formation, the outer soldiers moving ahead to funnel John into the middle, forcing him into the tiger's mouth. He needed to move to the outer edge of the group, but that would require a distraction. These mercs were real pros, advancing with coordination and discipline. John picked up an old pitted bolt, feeling the weight in his hand. He didn't want his diversion to be too loud. This was the type of crew that would catch on quickly. John looked out to the other end of the industrial yard, and a stack of rotting pallets caught his eye. Perfect. Rolling the bolt between his frozen fingertips, he leaned back and tossed it underhanded. The impact of rusty metal on old wood created the exact sound John had hoped for. It was soft, like someone accidentally bumping a weapon against something while trying to reposition. All 6 guns drifted toward the sound in one smooth movement. John swung out to his left, staying in a combat crouch. He reached the outer edge of the mercenary pincer formation, only the deep shadows of the wall keeping him from view. The lead mercenary gave a signal, and the team advanced again, paying close attention to where John had thrown the bolt. The man nearest to him approached, and John readied himself. Positioned just outside of their group, he hoped to wait for the merc to pass so he could slip by and escape, but he would have to cover open ground where the woman furthest back would spot him. John's only option was to take out the wingman and work his way in, attempting to take out as many as he could before they spotted him. Chapter 27. The Yukon rolled by Monty Buchanan's house, its engine emitting a low rumble, ready to ramp up at a moment's notice. Curtis noted the lack of police presence, but he saw 2 large unmarked SUVs parked at the gate, 2 men in suits standing guard. Not wanting to appear too interested or suspicious, he continued down the street, heading for John's last known location. Glancing at his M4 carbine and plate carrier in the passenger seat, Curtis felt a strange sense of calm. It would be a tricky balancing act, trying to play peacekeeper to convince a fugitive to give himself up peacefully, while preventing an amped-up crew from shooting first, like the Overwatch team at the motel days earlier. Curtis flexed his hands, gripping and releasing the steering wheel as he approached his destination. He reached for his phone, ready to call Dr. Spencer when she called him first. He accepted the call and dropped the phone in the center console. "I was just about to call you, Doc. I'm getting close, and I just need to know—" "It's a mercenary team," Miranda said, cutting him off. She spoke in a hushed tone, and her breathing sounded labored. "What do you mean?" "The group dispatched to track John. It's not an official hostile response unit," she said. Before he could ask how she knew, Miranda continued. "I've been locked out of the official search, but all team allocations have to be logged to ensure that no individual is tasked with multiple missions." "And none of our guys have been tasked with the hunt," Curtis said. "Exactly. I looked at the logs to see if the guys with you earlier were assigned to the mission," she said. "So how do you know they're mercenaries?" Curtis asked. I don't, but—" She let her words trail off. Curtis shared Miranda's same gut reaction, but there were far more profound ramifications than Miranda was probably thinking about. "Where are you now?" "I just stepped out of the lab. Daniel and Renee are still—" "You can't go back in there," Curtis said. "You have no idea who knows what you just discovered. You can't trust anyone right now." "What should I do? Where should I go?" "First, go somewhere they wouldn't expect to find you. Not your quarters. They'll search there first, if you're not in the lab." "I should go see Director Van Pierce." Panic bled through Miranda's words now. "No. Don't give them a way to track your movements," Curtis said. "Get out of the building if you can." "Get out? What do you think is happening?" "I don't know for sure, but none of this feels right." "Are we in danger? Are they going to kill us?" Miranda asked. "Doctor, you need to take a deep breath and relax," Curtis said. "I'm not sure what might be happening, but I've got a bad feeling about it. It may be nothing, but if you can hide or escape, you should do that." With his earlier team shooting at John unprovoked and a group of hired guns giving chase now, Curtis had the confirmation he needed that it had to be a setup. This changed everything. Now he would be walking into a potential firestorm. The mercenaries would be looking to take John out, and if Curtis didn't intervene, he would be there to collect the body. He stole another glance at his loadout, a sense of unpreparedness now settling in. With no information about the number of men after John or the weapons they were carrying, Curtis realized this was far more dangerous than he expected before heading out. He reached an intersection, looking both ways and trying to decide the best direction to take. Faint pops in the distance almost blended in with the Yukon's motor. He rolled the window down, a blast of cold air hitting his face. Curtis strained, leaning out the window when he heard another pair of pops followed by the unmistakable rattle of automatic gunfire. Without hesitation, he stepped on the gas and pulled the SUV toward the firefight. "Doc, can you get out of sight?" After a few moments of Miranda's rapid, shallow breaths, she answered,
I'm in the supply room. I don't think they'll look for me here.
"Good. Keep your head down, and don't come out unless someone that you absolutely trust comes for you," he said.
Where are you going?
She asked. "Into the storm." Boots crunched on gravel and snow as his target closed. John saw the beam from the man's weapon light sweeping side to side, blasting away the darkness to uncover any threat. As he stepped past the junk pile hiding John, the light pivoted in his direction. John had to move fast, not wasting a moment to rethink his strategy. He pushed forward, lit up by the beam's outer fringes but avoiding the bright epicenter. His movement appeared more like a receding shadow, allowing John to chew up the distance before the mercenary could make sense of what was happening. In a smooth, flowing sequence, John pinned the weapon to his opponent's body as he stepped behind him, wrapped his hand around, covering the entire lower half of the man's face. With a sharp, wrenching yank, the mercenary's neck snapped and his body collapsed. The muzzle of his CZ Scorpion clanged against a rusted barrel nearby, and 2 800-lumen beams snapped over in John's direction. The mercenary shouted and moved toward him. He pulled the pistol from his waistband and snapped a pair of shots at the closest. The .40 caliber rounds dropped the man, but he pulled himself behind cover before John could follow up. John pivoted fast to engage the woman coming at him, but something obstructed his view of the VP-40's front sight. Stovepipe! The weapon failed to eject the last shot, and a piece of spent brass stuck out of the ejection port. He swiped a hand back, clearing the obstruction, and power-stroked the slide to chamber the next round. Before he could line up his shot, the mercenary opened fire. John's bullet went high, and he fell back behind the piles of junk for cover. The woman called to the rest of her team for support as she crouched, placing disciplined bursts around John's cover, keeping him pinned. He slid along his belly, moving far enough to avoid most of the suppressing fire. He had to engage now, before the rest of the hired guns joined the fight. Coming up on the far side of the junk pile, he leveled his sights at the bright heart of the flashlight's beam and brought his point of aim a bit higher. He pressed the trigger 3 times, the gun clicking on the final squeeze. The woman had stopped shooting, and her flashlight beam fell to the side, but there was enough light spilling over so John could see the double feed malfunction in his weapon. He dropped back and tried to strip the magazine free to clear the chamber, but another attacker rounded the corner with a clear line of fire. John hurled the jammed pistol at his head. The steel slide struck the man's face, knocking a tooth out of the merc's mouth. Staggering back on his heels, the man brought a hand up to his face and fired his Scorpion blind with the other. John was already sliding forward where the soldier with the broken neck still lay. He grabbed the dead man's SMG and fired a quick burst, still on his side. A mist of blood sprayed into the beam of the weapon's light as the merc fell. John rose to a kneeling position and pulled the gun to his shoulder, or at least he attempted to. The CZ Scorpion resisted, its sling still wrapped around the dead mercenary's body. John fired from the hip, emptying the mag, but the other 2 mercenaries swarmed him, spraying the area with long bursts, peppering his cover with 9mm hollow points. He dropped the weapon and made a break for more cover, farther in the industrial graveyard. Bullets sparked all around him, and a round tore into the coat flapping behind him. He half-tripped, half-dove behind another row of gutted vehicles, rolling the last meter as more rounds chewed up the ground behind him. Melting snow soaked one of his pant legs and the sleeve of his jacket. The cold seeped into his arms and legs, chilling him, even through the rush of adrenaline. Bullets rang off metal as the other woman issued orders to the soldier with her. No weapons, nowhere to hide. John looked around for something, anything that would help him turn the tables. The Yukon's headlights illuminated 2 all-black, unmarked pickup trucks. Curtis stomped the brake and fishtailed to a stop. He threw the door open and grabbed his rifle, pulling the plate carrier over his head and shoulders. The sounds of gunfire greeted him with muted pops in the distance. Easing the charging handle back, he checked the chamber of his M4 and brought it up, making his way around his vehicle, keeping the weapon trained on the ghost trucks parked in front of the industrial facility. He reached the front gate and pressed himself up against the wall, stepping away to peek around. Lieutenant Clark adjusted the sling to move his rifle along his back as he jumped up to pull himself over the gate. His boots touched down, and he had the M4 back up and pointing forward. He moved toward the sounds of battle with hurried steps. Bullets struck metal, the pinging echoing and letting him know he was close to the fight. Curtis sank lower, almost jogging with his knees bent as he stepped into the open yard, in front of the long-abandoned manufacturing plant. Flashlight beams waved around as combatants ran from cover to cover. Their muzzle flashes gave Curtis glimpses of wider areas. He dropped to one knee behind a concrete divider, propping his weapon up and peering through his red dot sight, looking for John. He found him further in the back, where 2 mercenaries were firing on his position. The 2 split up and were making their way to a line of what used to be cars or trucks. Curtis shouldered his weapon and stepped out, moving to the next available cover. Movement out of the corner of his eye drew the M4's muzzle down and to the right. One of the mercenaries had propped himself up against a metal drum. The injured man had his hand clutched to his chest, blood seeping from between shaky fingers. Curtis took a step toward him to help, but the man's face twisted into a scowl and he raised his weapon, a CZ Scorpion submachine gun. Lieutenant Clark sidestepped and snapped his red dot up, just as the merc squeezed off a wild one-handed burst. Curtis's M4 cracked twice, punching another pair of holes in the man's chest, one of the rounds going through his hand. A woman's voice cut through the chaos, issuing orders to the other mercenary engaging. Muzzle flashes lit up in the lieutenant's direction, bullets hissing past and bouncing off the ground nearby. Curtis fired his weapon and ran forward, sliding along one knee as he dropped behind the skeletal remains of a truck. He braced against the structure and continued firing at the man targeting him. Curtis swapped magazines and surged ahead, throwing a wall of 5.56 NATO rounds at his assailant, driving him back. John was pinned down, and every second Curtis delayed was another chance for the hired guns to get the kill shot. He couldn't afford to let them drive the narrative after taking John out. He would have a hard enough time clearing the Ranger's name with him alive to tell his side of the story. The mercenary let loose with another burst. Curtis felt the punch of a 9mm round make impact on his chest, but the ballistic plate had no trouble soaking up the kinetic energy. He pivoted and dropped behind a pile of scrap metal for a second before stepping back out to re-engage the threat.
If I can't take this going out fast, John is in grave danger.
No sooner did Curtis finish his thought than a furious roar joined the chaotic chorus. John's breath came out through gritted teeth. Death was rounding the corner, but he was prepared to make his attackers pay a hefty price for it. He shrugged his coat off and readied himself to rush the first merc to step into view. More shots came from further back, a much different sound than the scorpions chattering and chirping away at his cover. It was a familiar report to John's ears, a pair of tight shots from an M4 carbine. The woman stopped shooting only long enough to bark commands at the man with her, telling him to deal with the new shooter. John heard the merc's scorpion crackle to life, and the M4 answered with authority. He raised his head up to see who joined the fight when the woman continued her assault. Sparks flashed out, and John retreated behind cover, just as he saw her approaching. She circled around his position, only seconds away from clearing her line of fire. She stepped to the side, shooting quickly, relying too much on proximity and the weapon's rate of fire. Her rounds kicked up small gouts of pebbles, but John pivoted away a moment before. He took a bounding step toward a patch of tall yellowing grass. He hooked his thick fingers around the cold metal rim of a well-worn tire, half hidden in the dead foliage. John tensed his body, all of his muscles lengthening like a taut spring. He spun back toward the mercenary, his right arm trailing as he turned. Her muzzle tracked closer to him as he unleashed an angry shout that shook the air. John hurled the wheel like an enormous Olympic discus. The tire loomed huge in her vision and was on her before she could fire her weapon. The woman turned and shrugged a shoulder up before the tire crashed into her body, knocking the wind from her and sending her sprawling to the ground. John lunged in, but the mercenary was too fast. She rolled back over his shoulder, coming to a low crouch. Steel flashed as the woman pulled a karambit, the wicked talon-shaped blade slicing through the air. She scrambled to her feet, whipping the knife in small figure-8 motions, keeping John back. The point bit into the flesh on his forearm, and he backed away. She timed a backstep flawlessly and put more than enough room between them, bringing her firearm back into the fight. John wrenched the door of the nearest vehicle open and ducked behind it. The mercenary's SMG ripped into the barrier with a heavy staccato rhythm, the door unable to stop many of the rounds from punching through. Then the firing ceased. A spent magazine clattered to the ground. John ripped the door from its rusted hinges and rushed his attacker again. She was already slapping a full magazine into the weapon when she looked up at him. John's feet slipped on the loose gravel, making it difficult to find purchase. His makeshift door shield wouldn't do much to stop the incoming fire, but his legs continued to push as he bore down on the woman. The merc sent the bolt home and shouldered the scorpion. Thunder clapped from his left, a strangely distant sound. The woman's body lurched, and her head snapped violently to the side. A mist sprayed out, catching the golden rays of the rising sun. John watched the merc's body topple over in slow motion. He snapped his gaze in the direction of the shooter. Lieutenant Curtis Clark approached with smooth steps, maintaining his point of aim, keeping the M4 braced up against his shoulder.
It's over, John.
We're going back to the base to clear this whole situation up.
Chapter 28. Curtis closed the gap, keeping his weapon trained on John.
Keep your hands where I can see them. You're making a mistake, Lieutenant. Someone is framing me.
John raised his arms, keeping his hands at shoulder height.
We can discuss this back at HRD. Who do you think is behind this? Your thugs tried to kill me earlier. What makes you think they weren't the ones that sent this hit squad after me? I'll be there to make sure you get a fair shake, Curtis said, keeping his M4 up.
He retrieved a pair of plastic flex cuffs from his duty belt.
Did Van Pierce send you? Just call him, and let me talk to him, John said. The director has been relieved of command and restricted to quarters. Curtis motioned in a small circle with the cuffs. Turn around and lace your fingers behind your head.
John complied, his feet scraping the loose pebbles as he turned.
What is your gut telling you, Clark? Why would they want Van Pierce out of the picture? You and I both know, as the director, he had the pull to end this whole thing. We'll clear this all up, Curtis said. We'll get you back, explain the whole situation, and once Van Pierce is back in control, everyone responsible will face the repercussions of their actions. I suppose that means me too, right? John asked, with a dry chuckle, shoulders sagging with fatigue.
Curtis grabbed his wrist, pulling to loop one end of the cuffs on, and John spun to face him. With a stiff palm strike to the side of the M4, he knocked it free from Curtis's grasp. Wasting no time, John grabbed the ends of the ballistic plate in Curtis's chest rig and tossed him to the side. Before Curtis could roll to his feet, John was on him, slinging a hammering right hand to the ribs between the front and back armor plates. Curtis ducked the follow-up hook and answered with a stiff right cross and front kick to push the mountain of a man back. I don't want to fight you, John. Not your call, kid, John said, already bridging the gap. They fought hard, Curtis landing 2 blows for every one of John's. But the Army Ranger's considerable size and strength advantage soon came into play. John hurled Curtis bodily through the air, and a smaller man impacted against a pile of crates. Curtis barely ducked under a blow that would have ended the fight, before wrapping his arms around John's waist, driving forward and pushing the big man back on his heels. John twisted and shoved him off, but this time, as Curtis came up to a crouch, he drew his M9 pistol and held it steady. Stop, John! Look me in the eye if you don't think I'll shoot you. Shoulders hunched, breath puffing out invisible clouds, John ran his tongue across the corner of his mouth, tasting blood. He fixed his gaze into Curtis's eye and straightened his posture, holding his hands up near his chest, palms out. Lieutenant, I have reason to believe there is a level of corruption above the Hostile Response Division, he said, appealing to Curtis's professional nature. Someone in the government is exerting his or her influence to frame me and shut Marvin Van Pierce's group down. Curtis rose to his feet, his aim never wavering from John's chest. He returned the burning stare, the internal struggle more evident now than ever. I have a name, John said. Price Wyndham. He's the one at the top. He must have some influence in the government. John pulled his shoulders back a little more and let his hands drift down slowly. Curtis, I need to follow through with this. We can't trust the HRD right now. The seconds stretched out, pulling out to minutes, hours in John's mind. He had an opening to move in and disarm the operative, but he needed Curtis to see his truth so he could pursue Wyndham without the lieutenant on his trail. Curtis shook his head, breathed out a long exhale, and lowered his weapon. I can't clear your name like this, Stone. I can't even keep them from coming after you. I'm not asking you to run interference. I just need you to stand down and let me go. Curtis decocked his Beretta and held it out to John. My SUV is out front. The key is still in the ignition. John paused for a moment before reaching out to grab the weapon. Thank you, Lieutenant Clark. Believe me, it's the very least I can do. That's all I ask, John said, tucking the pistol into his waistband. Sirens wailed in the distance, and a low, steady thumping joined in. You better get out of here, John. He nodded at Curtis before heading toward the entrance. The GMC Yukon's engine growled to life before fading into the distance, replaced by the pulsing vibration of a helicopter hovering overhead. Over the screaming sirens of the approaching authorities, Curtis felt the hum of his phone. He pulled it out and looked down at the screen, showing the name of the caller. You sly dog, Curtis said, smirking as he accepted the call.
Price leaned his elbow on his desk, squeezing his temples with his thumb and forefinger.
"Send him in," he said,
clicking the intercom off. He knew what information the man in charge of managing assets in the field was about to tell him. Price had already received the news from Mr. Gordon only moments earlier. The office door swung open, and the portly man stepped in, stopping short as Price's enforcer blocked the path on his way out. The man bobbled his head several times, a weak, apologetic gesture, as he shuffled to the side to let Mr. Gordon out of the room.
Mr. Wyndham,
he said, another series of bobs following. Straightening in his chair, Price placed his hands on the desk, one over the other.
"What is it?"
Baker and Reed called. John Stone has escaped. Again.
Price closed his eyes for several seconds and blew a breath out through his nose.
"Where is he now?"
The man tugged at his collar in a cartoonish gesture and swallowed before responding.
"We don't know. He appears to have had some help from one of his previous Hostile Response Division colleagues, a Lieutenant Curtis Clark."
He didn't want this sad song and dance to continue, fast losing patience with the incompetent man. Price waved him away, no longer interested in talking. He sat back in the chair, resting his steepled fingers on his lips, forcing himself to take slow, deep breaths to calm down. John Stone was a thorn in his side. It should have been a simple matter to remove him from the equation and keep him out of play while he dismantled the HRD. Marvin Van Pierce was already out of the way, yet his influence continued to haunt Price. He looked down at his right hand, balled up so tight the flesh along the edges of his palm were a bright red, his nails digging into the tissue. Relaxing, he rubbed his hands together and stood, just as Mr. Gordon came back into the office.
"Perfect. Just the man I wanted to see," Price said. "Find out everything Buchanan said to Stone. I want to know if that fat little ferret told him too much. And mobilize one of our remote assets. Have them start a search for John Stone."
Gordon nodded.
"And Buchanan."
Price chewed on his lower lip for a moment and let out a small sigh.
"Unharmed for now. We'll need him after all of this is over."
He placed his hands in his pockets.
"But make sure you remind him of his grievous error if he did, in fact, say more than he should have."
"Ankles crossed. Place your fingers behind your head."
Curtis complied with the command shouted over the wumping of the overhead chopper. The sun was up now, but its warmth did little to comfort the lieutenant. The chill that ran up his spine had nothing to do with the weather. He saw the look in John's eyes when he had him in his sights. Curtis knew deep down what John said had to be true, but something inside wouldn't let him fully believe it. But after a face-to-face encounter with the man, he saw only truth. It was John's truth, but Curtis could see that John believed it with every fiber of his being. His sole focus was to bring John in alive. He told himself it was to get to the bottom of the whole situation, that it was about letting John tell his side of the story, in the hopes that it would help during a trial. But Curtis knew that he was a fool for thinking that way, with all the evidence stacking up the way it did. John's eyes said more than his words, and helped Curtis see what he refused to believe. Someone wedged a boot between Curtis's crossed feet and pinned his hands to his head. Another soldier checked him for weapons, tossing the knife in his belt away and pulling the spare magazines from his pouches. Another man circled around, keeping the M4's muzzle at a low ready. He probed the crushed remains of Curtis's mobile phone.
"We've got Clark in custody now."
One of the others secured Curtis's hands behind his back with flex cuffs.
"He made a call before we got to him, but the phone is smashed."
Hands hooked under his arms, hoisting Curtis to his feet.
"Bring me the SIM card. We can get everything we need from that."
Curtis tensed when he heard Daniel's voice over the radio. He was right to tell Miranda to hide when he did. After locking her out, he knew Renee and Daniel were following the orders of the people John hoped to uncover, but hearing his voice just now let Curtis know he couldn't be trusted anymore. Curtis berated himself for not approaching the situation differently. Alone and outgunned, with a small army tracking him down, John had no one to help him find Price Wyndham. Chapter 29. Parker stood up in his cell, leaning his head against the bars to see who they were bringing in now.
"John?"
"Step back, Lewis," the MP said. escorting someone into the cell next to Parker. The door clicked shut, and Curtis stuck his hands through the slot in the door so the guard could remove the flex cuffs binding his wrist. "Hey, kid, you find a way to hack these bars open?" he said with a wry smile.
"Lieutenant Clark?"
Parker pressed himself up against the bars again.
"Did you find John?"
Curtis paused before answering.
"Yes. And no. It's complicated, and I'm not so sure we should be discussing it here." "I suppose you're right," Parker said. "Is he okay?"
Parker heard the man chuckle.
"We're talking about the same man that had a building dropped on him barely a month ago," Curtis said.
He's tougher than he looks,
Parker said with nervous laughter. Curtis let out a bellowing laugh.
"He looks like an Abrams tank with a beard. Can't imagine how much tougher he can get."
"It's good that his mustache has a buddy."
"It's probably the only thing keeping him warm."
Parker sat on the concrete.
"Do you know where he's going now?"
"I think it's better for him that I don't," Curtis said. The door at the end of the hall opened and closed again. Parker tried to see the person approaching with the same futile method of mashing his face against steel.
"What are you doing here, Dr. Spencer?" Curtis said.
"I told you to get out if you could."
"I know. But when I saw them bringing you in..."
Miranda let her words hang.
"Miranda, were you able to find John with the mob recognition mods?" Parker asked.
Dr. Spencer stepped away from Curtis's cell so she could see Parker.
"No. Well, I mean, yes, we did. Originally," she said.
"That was when I found him the first time," Curtis said.
"He must have figured out what we were doing and changed his behavior to avoid the algorithms," Miranda said.
"Huh.
I never even thought of that," Parker said.
"So what are your plans to find him now?"
She stepped closer to his cell.
"I'm locked out."
"She shouldn't even be here," Curtis said. "Daniel and Renee are helping whoever is trying to shut us down."
"Is Dr. Spencer in danger?"
Parker asked, real concern in his voice.
"I don't know,"
she said.
"They haven't been looking for me, but I no longer have access to the system."
"That's why you need to lay low until you can get out," Curtis said. "We don't know who's involved or how."
"He's right," Parker said. "It's not worth the risk. We don't even know who John is looking for."
"Price Wyndham," Curtis said.
"Who is that?"
Miranda asked.
"That's the name John gave me. It's the man he's looking for."
The temperature in the computer lab almost matched the dreary winter day outside. Dr. Spencer poked her head in quickly, checking to make sure the room was empty, before slipping through the door and padding to the far corner. She scooped an older laptop on the desk, tucking it under one arm before heading back out. It wasn't connected to the processor web running the mob recognition program, because it lacked the raw horsepower they needed to churn through the data. It would be perfect for what she needed. Unmonitored, underestimated, and practically invisible to the system. Miranda straightened her posture and strode down the hall, like she had no worries, or wasn't doing anything questionable. Curtis was right, however. She needed to find somewhere to avoid attention and lay low. But sitting in a hiding spot, hoping to elude everyone walking by, wasn't how she intended to spend her time. Miranda made it back to the supply room and sidestepped by the stacks of boxes, into the little hollow she prepared. The fan whined, filling the small room with a plastic sound. She didn't know what to look for exactly, but she had a name, and that was enough information to start digging. Price Wyndham didn't appear much in the outside world's news stories or official filings, but the HRD network oddly had a database on the man and his influence in the corporate world. His name appeared many times, connected to over a dozen smaller companies. Nothing stood out as unusual, but many of those smaller entities frequently did business with companies flagged by the HRD. Money laundering or moving assets from one name to another to cover transactions. She leaned to the side, looking at the door to make sure no one had come in. She would be able to hear anyone opening the door, but her clandestine actions were making her paranoid. Miranda pulled up a secure connection to a remote drive and dumped a few essential files. Nothing that would take too long to transfer, but enough to look into later. Pulling out her phone and thumbing through the contacts, she selected a name, typed up a quick text message, letting him know what to look for and what she had learned from Curtis. The confirmation whoosh sound felt almost soothing, letting her know that her message in a bottle made it out safely. Miranda pressed her hands together and held them in front of her mouth, tucking her thumbs under her chin.
"Let's keep digging," she said,
sliding the laptop closer again. Fingers danced across the keys, bouncing and sliding along the touchpad as she continued her deep dive into the mystery man. She had more files queued up, ready to push to her remote drive when someone pounded on the door.
"Who's in there?"
a gruff voice asked.
I just told you, it's Dr. Spencer, Renee said, barely audible from the hallway.
"Dr. Spencer, I need you to step out now. Please don't make me kick the door down."
Miranda chewed on her thumbnail for a few seconds, a million possibilities whipping through her mind, all a useless blur of thoughts.
Okay, I'll come out.
She closed all of the connections and lowered the laptop's display, tucking it further back.
Please don't shoot me.
She closed her eyes, wincing at the ridiculous statement. She turned the handle and pulled it open slowly, seeing a man in uniform towering over her. He placed a gentle hand on the back of her elbow and eased her out of the room. Renee stepped around her and stepped into the supply room, emerging seconds later with the laptop.
Checking your Facebook page?
She asked with a smug look of self-satisfaction.
You think you're so slick, Doctor. But Daniel and I knew you couldn't be trusted. You thought you could sneak all that data out of here?
Miranda's eyes widened.
That's right. We locked down your connection. Did you think you could push almost a terabyte of data without us seeing it?
Dr. Spencer only now realized that Renee was talking about the files she had queued up for the second push. The first few files had already made it out. She narrowed her mouth and looked down at the floor, trying to hide any sign that she may have succeeded.
Lock her up with the others,
Renee said, walking back to the computer labs. Adrenaline long faded. The pain and stiffness settled deep into John's body. The sun did little to warm him during the few times the clouds didn't actually darken the sky. He drove Curtis's SUV as long as he felt he could before choosing to ditch the vehicle. The Yukon would be compromised anyway. Too big, too easy to spot. The only bright spot was the rugged tablet stashed in the back pouch behind the driver's seat. John didn't know when he would be able to get access to a computer to search for more information about Price, and he knew using the HRD device was a risk. But finding the man responsible for framing him was more important right now. At least he thought it would be a benefit. What John discovered was that the man he was researching had kept much of his activities out of the public eye. He was a phantom, unseen or unheard of in the real world. The only mentions were the few times when Price exercised his stock options from one of the many companies he maintained. John's fingers tightened, and plastic creaked against glass, threatening to crack. The frustration welled up. He leaned back against the brick wall in the back parking lot behind a strip mall. The cold was all-encompassing and only added to the hopelessness that threatened to pull him under. He closed his eyes and looked up when the tablet chirped and buzzed. His heart raced. He worried that he pushed his luck. The device was still logged in with Curtis's credentials, giving John access to the regular outside network, as well as anything in the HRD network. He avoided looking at the files on the internal servers to avoid raising any red flags. But it appeared that they may have noticed, which meant they could track him through the device. He reached for the power switch, but the alert message caught his eye. It was a message sent to Curtis, but the excerpt displayed on the small pop-up tab said, "Hey, John, how's the weather?" John stood up, his eyes darting back and forth. Did they already find him? Were they descending on his position now? The desire to check what had been sent outweighed the urge to trash the tablet and run. John opened the app and selected the message, checking to see who it was from. "Why would I expect anything less?" he said, chuckling with relief. The message from Marvin Van Pierce was brief, with only a short greeting and several addresses listed. John looked at the locations looking for some type of hint or clue about the relevance of the different places. He input the destinations in the mapping app on the tablet, trying to decipher a pattern when he finally understood what the message meant. Each of the addresses was roughly the same distance apart from the industrial facility where Curtis gave him the keys to the Yukon. The addresses gave John two possibilities. The first was that it appeared that the people running the HRD now had no reliable method to track him. The second was that MVP wanted John to visit one of the locations, but wasn't sure which direction he may have headed after leaving the firefight. The closest destination was a few hours away on foot. If he left now, he would be able to reach it before sundown, giving him enough light and warmth to keep an eye on the location to see if it was a potential trap. He didn't expect to see the director at any of the sites, unless he already knew which point John would head for, only sending the rest as a smokescreen. Even though that's the type of clever ruse Van Pierce was capable of, John still felt that was a long shot. He spent another couple of minutes looking at the map, memorizing the other locations, just in case he needed to hit all of them. His thumb slid up to the power button, holding it down for several seconds to shut the device down. John thought about smashing the tablet to prevent anyone from finding him, but he considered hanging on to it. The reflection in the black screen was worn and weather-beaten. John's beard had grown in thick and full in the months since he had finally seen his mission of vengeance through by taking out Warren Ratcliffe. John brushed the bushy beard with dried and cracked hands. There was still one more target to hit, one more man to bring down. With a firm grasp on either end of the tablet, John flexed his hands and wrists, snapping it in half, sending a spray of glass and plastic outward. He stacked the two halves together and dropped them into a dumpster. This could very well be a trap, but given the limited amount of information about Price Wyndham, John had already decided to take the bait. The Beretta M9 pressed into his midsection as he adjusted his pants, pulling his t-shirt over the grip, hiding the pistol from casual onlookers. Chapter 30. The air stairs bounced gently as Price stepped off the plane. He smiled and waved at the waiting car, fastening the bottom button of his jacket. Pulling the collar closer to stave off the icy wind, he crossed the distance to the waiting vehicle as the driver stepped out. Price's smile faded when the man he had expected to open the rear door approached him instead, with the phone in his hand.
"What's the meaning of this?" he asked,
speaking at the car and ignoring the man in front of him. The driver's dark lenses hid his gaze as he handed Price the phone. "The call is for you, sir." With a scowl, he snatched the phone and held it to his ear.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Wyndham, but I felt the need to come here and tell you in person that—
"One could hardly consider a phone call in person. Let's just discuss what this is really about," he said.
I truly apologize for the embarrassment, but my associates and I just can't risk being seen with you at the moment, the woman on the call said. Your name has been coming up a lot in queries directed at our organizations lately.
"When?" he asked, truly perplexed.
3 or 4 times in the past 8 hours, which is concerning enough. But within the last hour, over a dozen requests have come in through our servers. Even you must agree that is a bit excessive.
"Who is it? Who is looking for me?"
Mr. Wyndham, I do apologize for this inconvenience, she said.
"Listen to me, you little lapdog. If you think I'm just going to—"
Don't presume to treat me like one of your secretaries, Price. I was already on my way to pick you up when this all happened.
Her tone changed dramatically.
I've got a message from Miss Blair and the others. Clean your mess up. Deal with this, John Stone. And until you do, you are not to contact us in any way.
His face flushed, his teeth gritted. Price tried to fire back a response when the line clicked, ending the call. His fingers tightened on the phone, digging into the flesh around his fingers. The driver stood tall, holding a hand out for the phone. The audacity of this hired muscle. A wage slave, thinking he was better than Price. The self-satisfied look on the driver's face made him furious. He stepped to one side and threw the phone at the car. It struck the armored door panel and bounced to the tarmac, cracking on impact. Price turned and walked back to the plane, twirling his finger in the air in a gesture to let the crew know they were leaving. Price's assistant jogged over as he reached the plane.
Sir, where are we going?
"Get us off the ground now. I'll tell you where we're going once I figure it out."
We're not cleared for takeoff. We can't just get back into the air without a destination or itinerary or something, the assistant said.
Price grabbed the slighter man's collar and pulled him close.
"We're going to Wyoming. Get me in the air now."
The man nodded and hurried into the plane. Price climbed the stairs and walked back to his seat, as the pilot's arguing bled out from the cockpit. He settled into the leather chair and dialed his phone, calling his head of security.
"Call it off. Stop the search and bring everyone back to the estate. If John Stone wants me, he'll have to get through an army to do it."
John rubbed one forearm and then the other, trying to brush away the cold. His breath puffed out invisible clouds as the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature following it. The destination he chose was a multi-level parking lot, 2 floors from the top, tucked away in a back corner. He climbed in through the side, slipping under the taut steel cable meant to keep cars in, not people out. For the past hour he crouched in the shadows far away from the stairs or elevators, avoiding as many people as possible. The only vehicle he saw was an older model silver sedan parked in the spot indicated on MVP's message. He watched the car, but no one had been on this floor the entire time. John made a note of the cameras mounted around. If anyone was watching this place, they could be monitoring from a remote location, ready to spring the trap. His hand instinctively found the butt of his pistol, but he had to make the conscious effort to relax, keeping his hands in view. Rolling his shoulders forward, he gave himself a slight hunch and walked with shorter, shuffling steps than usual. If the mob recognition software was running, he didn't want to make their job any easier. At the passenger side of the car, John glanced in, seeing no one inside. There was an index card in the driver's seat, but nothing else of note. He circled around, keeping a slow, casual pace, and without a pause, pulled the front door open, picking up the card and settling into the seat. John looked at the blank side of the card for a second before flipping it over. There was a key taped to it, and a single word scrawled in marker: trunk. He stepped out, walked to the back, and looked around the parking structure to make sure no passers-by happened to be strolling through. Turning the key between his numb fingers, John unlocked the trunk and eased the lid open, leaning to one side to look through the gap. Once opened all the way, he looked down at the duffel bag tucked along one side. John pulled the zipper open and dug around inside. Sitting on top of everything else, he saw a thick jacket, a pair of gloves, and a set of extra clothes. Before continuing, John pulled the coat out, slid his arms through, and zipped the front up. The warmth he felt was an immediate boost to his morale. He pocketed the gloves for later and continued digging. It didn't take long for John to realize this was definitely a care package, sent by Van Pierce after he must have spoken with Lieutenant Clark. He pulled out a Kydex holster from the Beretta he had taken from Curtis. John slipped the gun inside and secured it to his waist. Van Pierce also left $100 in cash, some bottled water, a monocular, and a prepaid flip phone with a single contact already saved in the list. John didn't recognize the number, but had no doubt it, too, was a burner phone. He zipped the bag up, pulled it out, and closed the trunk. Tossing it into the passenger seat, John pulled the seatbelt across his body. The car coughed and rumbled to life, and he cranked the heater to the highest setting before pulling the phone out again. After 3 rings, Van Pierce picked up.
"John?"
"It's me. Curtis said you were being detained. How did you get out?"
"I wasn't exactly detained. Just confined to quarters and relieved of command," he said. "I was able to convince the young man keeping tabs on me that the whole Overwatch thing was wrong. Lucky for me, he sort of saw things my way before he looked the other way while I slipped out."
"I have to say, it's nice to hear your voice, Director. But the care package you left for me is much nicer."
"Man, I knew you were tough. But I didn't think you were also crafty enough to get as far as you have with the number of resources they've been devoting to track you down."
"All things considered, I would rather not be in this position," John said. "I really need to know what is going on."
"Well, you're in luck, John," Van Pierce said. "I had to make an educated guess about which location you would choose, so I'm not too far from your current location."
"I'm guessing you know where I am based on the number I'm calling from. But how do you know I'm not already on the move?"
"Like I said, crafty." Chapter 31. John pressed both hands against the wall and leaned under the shower, letting the heat loosen his muscles and ease the tension throughout his body. Van Pierce left him enough cash in the care package to get a motel room, and John seized the opportunity for the first shower and hot meal in days. He toweled off and got dressed in the still-warm bathroom, putting on the extra clothes from the duffel bag. Dressed and refreshed, he tucked the holstered pistol into his waistband and pulled the jacket on. The bag was light, nearly empty now, swinging from his shoulder as he left the room. His journey to rendezvous with MVP was short and uneventful, but that didn't stop him from continually watching, his head on a swivel. John half expected the meeting to occur at a park where Van Pierce would be sitting on a bench feeding ducks, or in the far corner of a diner, hiding in plain sight. But given the situation, they both felt it best to avoid any and all surveillance. Stashing the car in a nearby parking lot, he dumped the bag with his old clothes inside. Marvin Van Pierce's car sat on the far end, under a broken light in a pool of darkness. John jogged up but kept his hand near the pistol as he approached. Unable to see through the heavily tinted windows, he circled around to the front, still hesitant but approaching nonetheless.
He trusted MVP at this point, but letting his guard down now would be foolish. John drew his weapon and kept it hidden behind his leg. He opened the door with his left hand and slid inside, sitting down with the Beretta resting on his lap as he closed the door. Though not as cold as the outside temperature, John expected the interior to be much warmer.
You like it chilly, don't you?
MVP smiled and shrugged.
Running the engine while I waited just felt like a waste of gas. Who knows if we'll need every last drop?
Thank you for the care package, by the way, John said. I was about to call it quits if I had to go another day without a decent pair of gloves.
Yeah. I figured those bear paws of yours were pretty sensitive, but that was just the appetizer. You're here for the main course.
John tucked the pistol back into the holster.
All right, you've got my attention.
Van Pierce's smile grew.
Well, let's just say that Lieutenant Clark may have mentioned a name to a certain doctor we know, and before the new HRD overlords locked her up, she passed some useful information about this person of interest.
Price Wyndham.
This is going to make your day, Stone, Marvin said. Your little escapade has helped shine a light on that cockroach and all the other pests he runs with. You've got him scared.
Scared isn't enough, John said. I need him taken down for good. Either a bullet or a gavel. He needs to fall.
We can't build a case by ourselves, especially not since we're both wanted men now.
John's face hardened.
Then we need to get our hands on him and find out everything he knows.
You're spoiling the surprise. I just got a message from a friend in the FAA. I know where Wyndham is headed. Drop me off here, Marvin said.
John pulled the car over, stopping in front of an abandoned fire station. Weeds had overtaken the front facade of the structure, yellowed by the cold, but still tall and thick.
What is this place?
He asked. This is my stop. Take this key and use my room to get a full night's sleep, Van Pierce said. It's a long drive to Wyndham's mountain estate, and you're going to need all the strength you can get.
What are you going to do?
Just some light shopping, Marvin said. Scout the area, and I'll meet you later. But don't do anything crazy. At least not until I get there.
John watched the HRD director jog up the path and disappear inside the old building. Marvin left a file folder on the seat. The pages inside were the printouts he provided, giving John all the information he needed about Price's home. He looked down at the key card, tucked inside the small paper sleeve with the motel's address written on the back. They had been driving for hours, and the opportunity for a few hours of sleep sounded far too good to pass up.
Chapter 32.
John was awake and on the road, the sun barely up and beaming in through the driver's side window. Even in his broken and worn-out state, he was only able to sleep for 6 hours. His body felt stiff and sore, but the rest filled him with a renewed vigor, driven by the mission to reach Price Wyndham, to stand face to face with the man and bring him to justice, or take him down. It took the better part of the morning to reach Wyoming, and another couple of hours to make it to the outskirts of Wyndham's property. Thick snow blanketed everything, coating the trees with fresh powder overnight. But today John hardly felt the cold. The fire inside kept him warm, part anger, part anticipation.
Get a hold of yourself, John. This isn't over yet.
His hands tightened on the wheel as he pulled the car over. He killed the engine and sat still for a moment before reaching over for the files Marvin left for him. Several of the pages were printouts of satellite photos, showing the layout of the land. John focused on 2 of the pages showing the path up to the primary structure. The distance from the road to Wyndham's estate looked to be over 1 kilometer. Trekking through knee-deep snow over rough terrain made the approach difficult. Tracing the best path along the broad clearing with his finger, John noticed a small structure tucked into the tree line. He brought the page closer, unsure of what he was looking at. It was a small flat area above the snow, likely a wooden platform. He sat back in his seat, stretching his arms out in front, trying to see the big picture. It was the perfect spot, affording a clear, unobstructed view right at a choke point where towering walls of rock closed in.
That's where I'd put a sniper, he thought. Of course, it would work better with overlapping fields of view.
Running his finger to the other side of the walls, he spotted a corner poking out from under a tree.
Bingo.
A second platform had been constructed on the other side of the clearing, perfect for use as watchtowers. With a sniper on each, they would be able to dissuade any aggressive approach on foot. The roads leading up to Price's home were more than likely under heavy patrol, making the long trek up the back of the mountain the best method of getting in. The photos showed the platforms empty, likely taken hours or even days before Price had returned to hole up. It was worth the risk to traverse through the trees to get at least a small glimpse of the closest platform. Waltzing up the side of a mountain right into the line of fire would be bad for the mission at hand. John instinctively pulled his sleeve back to check his watch, seeing only a bare wrist. Not having a watch felt strange. Relying on a burner phone to check the time even more so. Van Pierce never gave him a definite time, but the last text message said he was on the way. That was over an hour ago.
Might as well get something done while I'm here.
Pocketing the monocular, John circled away from the road leading to the clearing, heading deep into the trees. The light gray jacket and pants MVP provided proved somewhat useful in the snow. Not quite a camouflage pattern, it still helped to smooth his silhouette with all the snow around. Relying heavily on the magnification of the small handheld scope, John covered only a couple 100 meters to edge closer to the clearing. Belly crawling through the deep snow would help keep him hidden, but he would have to be careful about making a man-sized trench that one of the spotters could see after he left. Even with the optic's 10x magnification, John could only see the faintest outline of the nearest platform. Undoubtedly, if they had anyone posted as a lookout, they would have far more powerful eyes. He couldn't get any closer without risking being spotted. Several more agonizing minutes passed before he could see something moving. A sliver of shadow wavered in his right. Someone was standing on the structure, looking down. John struggled to sharpen the image in his mind when he caught the glint off of a scope. It had come from far too low to be in the standing man's hands. The sniper was lying prone, scanning the area, and John could feel the shooter's eyes fixed on him. He lowered his head closer to the snow and pulled the monocular under his body, slowing his breathing and waiting for the inevitable impact. After 2 full deep breaths, it was clear that the sniper wasn't preparing to shoot. Still, John would have to be careful about how he backed away. He still needed to make some attempt to cover his tracks, but in a way that didn't require any sudden movements. With slow, methodical backsliding and long swipes of his arms, he pulled back enough to get to his feet and head down to wait for Van Pierce.
For a second there, I thought I was about to miss out on all the fun, Marvin said, leaning against the fender of a matte white and gray H-1 Hummer.
John brushed the snow from his pants and jacket.
Looks like you brought the party favors, so I had to wait.
So what are we looking at up there? Marvin asked. Welcoming committee?
Couple of doormen, John said.
He walked over to the car and reached into the open window to retrieve the overhead photo printouts.
These 2 positions here are elevated platforms. There's a sniper on this one, and I can only assume that there is another trigger on the other side as well.
Wow, I guess we shouldn't be surprised that Wyndham is a bit skittish about uninvited guests.
Speaking of surprises, what's all this about? John asked, jutting a whiskered chin toward the Hummer.
Oh, that? Like I said, shopping. Just needed to pick up a few supplies for the job, Van Pierce said.
He walked around to the back and opened the tailgate, pulling out an M16A2 with a grenade launcher mounted under the barrel.
Now that I can get behind.
This little beauty is mine. Your gear is back there.
Marvin pointed to the rest of the equipment in the back. John's eyes widened at the large crates filling most of the cargo area.
Where did you get that?
I know a guy that knows a guy, Marvin said.
So what's the plan, then? How are we going to deal with the snipers?
Well, even with all this, John gestured into the truck, they would spot us coming from a mile away. Literally. I'm guessing Price would drop a small army on our heads if that were the case.
Stealth, then?
If I can get up to the closest platform and take out the shooter and spotter, we would have a pretty clear path along the south edge of the property, John said. The snipers have an overlapping field of fire, but once we're at the platform, they would have to be looking directly at the other team to see us, and I doubt they're swinging the scopes out that far.
Need some company?
Marvin inserted a magazine into his rifle and worked the charging handle.
I think I can manage. Just wait down here for me to come back, John said.
Sounds good, Marvin said. I'll need your help to lug all this gear once we start the main event.
Chapter 33. Clearing one side so he and Van Pierce could reach Price Wyndham's estate unnoticed posed the least amount of risk, John reasoned. The heavily wooded area thinned as the rock wall to his left rose and angled in, forcing him closer and closer to the tree line. He was crouched, moving with careful steps to avoid anything that would give away his position. Pressing his back against the rock wall, John pulled out the monocular. Blurred swaths of trees painted over the view, but he could see enough of the platform from there. His hand rested on the butt of the Colt 1911 in a drop-leg holster. It was one of the toys MVP brought along, swapping it out for the Beretta, along with the K-bar knife strapped to his chest. There was no doubt that it wouldn't be too difficult to get close enough to reach out and touch them with the big .45 caliber rounds, but John needed to clear the path quietly, which meant the blade would be doing the brunt of his work. He unsnapped the K-bar and clutched it in his hand, belly-crawling the rest of the way to the base of the platform. A set of wooden steps came down from the perch, pressed along the back edge. John eased up the stairs, setting his foot on each wooden plank before shifting his weight forward at an excruciatingly slow pace. His head reached the base of the platform, and he fixed his gaze on the two men watching the path below, unaware that death was stalking them. John took the same measured approach, settling each foot down, establishing a firm grip on his knife as he closed the gap. He reached out with his left, holding the knife close to his body with his right, ready to clamp a hand around the spotter's mouth and pull him into the blade. He stepped closer, and a faint metallic thunk sounded under his boot. It was like a thunderclap in John's ears. The spotter spun, his free hand falling to the grip of the HK UMP-45 strapped to his shoulder. John pounced, driving the tip of his blade forward. The spotter brought his left hand into the path, more instinct than skill, and the knife punctured flesh, plastic, and glass. The man's hand and spotter's scope stopped the K-bar. With the blade stuck, John hammered the man with a huge left cross, whipping the spotter's head to the side. He turned and hurled the man to the edge of the platform and wheeled around, just in time to see the sniper already up in a combat crouch, unholstering the pistol on his hip. John ate up the gap with one long stride and swatted the weapon away with a massive hand, sending it flying into the snow. The sniper drove his shoulder forward and attempted to hoist John off of his feet. The mountainous man sank his 240-pound frame. The soldier may well have been trying to lift 240 tons. John dug into the sniper's ribs with thundering right hooks, each turning the man to the side and eliciting a grunt as the man's strength faded. The mercenary stepped away and threw a punch, landing flush across John's jaw. The man's eyes and John's smile widened at the same time. Movement behind the sniper caught his attention. The spotter was back on his feet, struggling with the SMG. The sniper drove a solid kick into John's chest in his momentary distraction. The force was enough to push him back, his foot kicking the sniper rifle behind him. The spotter fired, his weapon cradled with his left forearm, the hand still mangled and dripping blood. John dove and rolled as the suppressed burst chewed into the wood. He grabbed the sniper rifle and swung the muzzle around, bracing the weapon against his body. As the rifle came up, the sniper had his knife out and lunged at him. John squeezed the trigger, and the Barrett 82A1 erupted. The .50 caliber BMG round blew a chunk out of the sniper's ribs, nearly tearing the man in half. But the bullet continued through the mercenary's body and exploded the spotter's head like a melon. The shot still echoed in the distance, but John reacted fast, pivoting and rolling to rest the rifle on the wooden deck. He looked through the scope, where the second sniper team watched the road below. They heard the shot. John knew they did. There's no way anyone could have missed them. "Falcon 2, this is Falcon 1. What is your target?" He saw the duo now, settling his crosshairs on the sniper. They were still looking down the clearing, thinking that's where this team would have been shooting. "Falcon 2, I repeat." John shifted his aim, seeing the spotter turn to look directly at him through the scope. Before the man realized what was happening, John's rifle boomed again. The muzzle blast vibrated the air, the weapon's muzzle brake throwing out plumes of powdered snow to each side. The spotter fell back, his body obscured by the red mist. The enemy sniper flinched in surprise but pivoted his own rifle to face John. Unexperienced on this weapon, John now found himself in a battle against a trained sniper, far more familiar with the process of putting rounds on target at long distances. He had a little more time and was aiming at a standing target when he took the spotter out. The sniper presented a smaller, more dangerous problem. Still, John had the advantage, already being in position, while his opponent shifted around. Settling in to take his shot, he let out half a breath and tensed his finger. An eternity passed through his mind. When the trigger broke, the thunderclap and muzzle blast rendered his eyes and ears useless for a seemingly endless stretch of time. John wondered if the enemy had also sent over a bullet with his name on it. John tightened his jaw and peered into the scope. His shot had torn a gouge through the top portion of the sniper's weapon, shearing the scope off, before passing through the man's upper torso. John took in a deep breath and blew it out through his mouth in a cloud of vapors. John had hoped for the easy way in, but a trio of 50 caliber rounds ringing off the rock walls was quite an alert.
The hard way, then.
The distant thunderclap drew Marvin's attention away from organizing the gear in the H-1. He looked up through the trees, trying to spot the commotion in the distance. They had parked far away from the clearing to avoid the eyes of the spotters, but that put him well out of range of any optics that would allow him to see if John was okay. He shoved the rifle into the back and slammed the tailgate shut. He stepped up into the driver's seat and turned the key, waking the mighty beast. 2 more cracks split the air, only seconds apart. A high-caliber rifle, no doubt. The snipers. Marvin whipped the Hummer onto the road and sped toward the clearing. After a sharp left, the military vehicle clawed its way up the rough terrain, lurching and bouncing on its suspension, as the 300 horses under the hood ascended. This was a stupid plan, and he knew it. Driving a large, loud utility vehicle right into the line of fire of 2 shooters, slinging heavy anti-material rounds downrange was a sure way to get killed. Marvin's only hope was that the engine would bleed off enough energy to protect him inside if they started shooting at him. He spotted the first platform along the southern ridge and veered in that direction, knowing that was John's chosen target. With the rough bouncing, Marvin had a hard time identifying the man standing with a rifle cradled in the crook of an elbow. Van Pierce pulled the steering wheel hard, skidding to a stop and kicking up a spray of snow. He opened the door and stepped out, pressing his body against the fender, bracing his arms on the hood as he drew his pistol.
Christ, is that you, John? I thought you were dead.
The Army Ranger strode down the steps along the back of the structure, resting the Barrett rifle against one of the supports.
Then why come up here? Sounds like a sure way to join me if I was dead.
I didn't think it all the way through.
John turned his head, looking up toward the top of the mountain.
What is it? Marvin asked.
Quiet, John said, holding a finger up as he turned his head slowly.
Do you hear that?
Van Pierce stepped around to the back of the H-1, cupping a hand behind his ear. There was a slight hum in the air, a high-pitched whine that grew in volume and number.
The welcoming committee is on its way.
Need to make a stand here before advancing, John said, reaching for the sniper rifle.
No, Marvin said, pulling the tailgate open and retrieving his M16.
You need to suit up. I'll hold them off.
John nodded and put a hand on Marvin's shoulder. He reached into the Humvee and pulled a large plastic and steel case, letting it fall to the ground with a thud. He grabbed 2 more suitcase-sized boxes and set those on top.
You better get to work, then.
With a smile, Marvin shook his head, slid the barrel of his M203 forward, and loaded a grenade.
I'll try to save some of the fun for you.
Van Pierce pulled the sling of the rifle over his body and started his trek up the hill. As the distant hum grew louder, he pressed his body against a tree and braced his weapon, aiming at the top of a ridge. The snowmobile crested the top, and he depressed the trigger of his M16, spitting out a 3-round burst. Following with a second salvo, the bullets kicked up snow, but 2 rounds sparked against the approaching vehicle. The driver swerved just as the man sitting behind him opened up with his submachine gun, sending the shots wide. Marvin blew out of breath and led his target, clicking the fire selector to semi-automatic. His next pair of rounds found their mark, punching holes into the driver's torso, sending the snowmobile careening. The gunner on back rolled and came up into a crouch, but 3 quick trigger presses sent him to join his buddy. Marvin stepped out into the clearing and continued up the path. As more engines approached, he found a depression in the snow and dropped down, switching back to burst fire mode. 2 more snowmobiles came into view in the distance. He fired 3 bursts, all missing, but the return fire was equally ineffective as the drivers spoiled their gunners' aims maneuvering to present a harder target. Switching his grip to the underbarrel-mounted M203, Marvin fired a 40mm grenade at the lead vehicle. With a whump, the projectile flew in a tight arc, and the snowmobile exploded into a ball of fire. The second pair of assaulters came straight at him, cutting the distance fast. The gunner fired a stream of bullets stitching up the snow. Van Pierce rolled to the side, drawing his Beretta. He fired 5 quick shots from the pistol, one-handed, cracking the windscreen and convincing the driver to rethink his strategy. The snowmobile fishtailed to a stop as the gunner leaped off the back and advanced with his HK UMP-45 spitting lead. Marvin released the rifle and pressed the pistol between both hands, returning fire until the man dropped. He holstered his sidearm and grabbed the M16, ejecting the magazine. The driver was struggling to unsling his weapon at the same time. Marvin won the race, inserting a fresh mag and thumbing the bolt release, before punching several holes into his opponent with a trio of bursts. He trudged up through the thick snow, sliding the barrel of his M203 forward and ejecting the spent shell. Taking cover behind the snowmobile, he reached for another grenade on his belt and fed it into the launcher's chamber, clicking it closed. Engines swarmed in the distance as he swapped his partial magazines in his pistol and rifle for full ones. The M203 thumped again, sending a 40mm high-explosive grenade into the cluster of vehicles cresting the next hill. The blast flipped one of the snowmobiles on its side, and a second one rocked back like a bucking bronco. The blast and the shrapnel killed 3 of the men, but a 4th rose up from behind one of the trashed vehicles, firing his weapon. Pain and fire launched into MVP's left forearm. The round passed through the flesh and muscle of his arm before striking his vest. The shock from the wound and the bullet hitting his chest plate knocked him back. He rolled to one side and returned the favor, his M16 emitting a plume of fire and fury. The bursts cracked off chunks of fiberglass and punched holes into the mercenary's torso and arm. 2 more snowmobiles leaped over the hill and raced down, the gunners in back pinning Marvin behind his cover. He reloaded his rifle, but had to leave the spent shell in the grenade launcher. In a crouch, leaning on the chewed-up husk of a downed snowmobile, he put enough fire on his enemies to keep them back. The drivers swung the tails of their snowmobiles around, sliding to a stop as the gunners dismounted and approached, blasting away with their SMGs. Marvin pressed his body as close to his cover as he could, blindly spraying bullets until the thunderous click of an empty chamber signaled the end of his defiance. Letting the M16 fall, he drew his sidearm and came up firing. The 9mm bullets peppered the area around the oncoming soldiers, but did little to deter their assault. A bullet tore into his side as 2 more hammered his chest, the ballistic plate stopping the rounds from penetrating. He fell onto his back on top of his rifle, and the pistol slipped from his grasp. One of the soldiers circled around, ejecting an empty magazine and retrieving another. Marvin Van Pierce lay his head back, closing his eyes with a defiant smile.
Go ahead, you son of a...
Mechanical thunder caused him to flinch. He felt no impact, but the machine continued to roar. It was a relentless pulsing of the air, each concussive blast reaching him only a split second apart from the last. The closest Merc staggered away, a red mist in the air where he stood. A second man shouted and fired at someone behind Marvin. Another ear-splitting raucous sounded, and its raw power severed the soldier's arm from his body in a ragged mess. The man's chest exploded open, and he collapsed in a heap on the red snow. The snowmobile drivers were firing now, their HKUMPs letting out light staccato popping compared to the approaching beast. Marvin heard the whirring and clunking of an advancing machine just before its explosive shouts of rage filled the air once more. John stepped into view, donning a juggernaut suit, its power-assisted limbs humming and clicking with each step. He held an AA-12 fully automatic shotgun with one arm, inserting another 32-round drum of 12-gauge shells into the weapon, while bullets pinged off his armored hide. His firearm reloaded, John cut the last 2 mercenaries down with 2 well-placed bursts of double-aught buckshot. "You all right, Director?" His voice was amplified by the suit's audio system as he spoke. "I will be," Marvin said, slamming his M203 shut, loaded with another HEDP round. "Now, let's go crash this little shindig." Chapter 34. "You good to go?" John asked. Marvin secured the bandage on his arm, double-checking the grazing wound across his rib. "I'm good." John's world was encased in the power-assisted armored suit. The thick helmet cut off a good deal of his peripheral vision, and the oversized neck guard jutted out, obscuring his vision along the lower edge. The suit's aluminum oxynitride visor warped his view, but the curve was necessary to provide the bullet resistance at all angles of attack. His breathing was incessant white noise in his ears, almost overpowering the digital sound amplification. Every step he took, he felt a soothing vibration, as the motors bore the brunt of the effort. Powered servos propelled the behemoth up the mountain, through the freshly fallen powder. The suit's mic picked up the distant roar of engines. Another wave of snowmobiles surged toward them. He raised the AA-12, but Van Pierce beat him to the punch, greeting the attackers with a grenade that impacted directly with one of the vehicles. His M16 spat out a burst, but the report sounded like a muffled drumbeat after the Juggernaut's sound suppression clipped a few dozen decibels. John's shotgun, even firing automatic bursts of 12-gauge shells, barely bucked in his arms, the feedback dulled considerably by the powered joints. The enemy halted their advance, the drivers opting not to charge headlong into a wall of buckshot, coming at them at 300 rounds per minute. Making a stand above, the mercenaries utilized their high ground advantage, presenting far more difficult targets. They fired down on the machine storming the castle. Inside the suit, the bullets rattled the outer shell, but failed to inflict any damage other than scuffing the outer layer. To John's ears, he was walking through a hailstorm, the impacts ringing hollow within the confines of the Juggernaut. His breathing increased, and he gritted his teeth, letting out a grunt as the shotgun fired again. John dropped the empty ammo drum, the last of the 32-rounders, and reached across his left hip for one of the 10-round box mags. In his suit, even a basic action required more concentration, as the disconnect from flesh to weapon made the task difficult. He took his time as the enemy poured on the fire. A forceful thump rocked him to one side, and shrapnel sprayed the right side of his body. The Juggernaut's composite armor absorbed the majority of the blast, but the concussive wave stole the air from his lungs. He sent the bolt home and brought his weapon up again, taking aim at the wall of snowmobiles providing cover for the shooters. He selected the magazine loaded with solid slugs for this task, blasting away at the barrier with heavy 1-ounce lead projectiles that punched huge holes into the thin skin of the recreational vehicles. Another grenade arced through the air, sinking into the snow nearby. The Juggernaut's power-assisted limbs propelled him to the side, far enough to minimize the blast. His shotgun roared, the last few slugs shredding the snowmobile and the man behind it.
"I'll break the line," John said, reloading again. "Get ready to move ahead."
"Just give me the signal," Van Pierce said,
his digitized voice reaching John through the suit's speakers. The motors revved as John's armored form rushed headlong toward the enemy. The volume of fire increased, a static-like crackling shaking the air inside. Rounds landed flush against his limbs, the impacts registering as a dull ache through his joints. Covering the last 10 meters, John emptied the magazine with 2 long bursts, the first shattering the already mangled husk of a snowmobile, the second tearing holes and severing limbs from 2 unfortunate mercs standing their ground. The firing slowed as the soldiers scattered, only shooting occasionally while they fell back. Another grenade bounced off of John's shoulder, landing at his feet. He had barely enough time to bring his arms up and shield his face from the blast. Shrapnel washed over the suit, embedding into his AA-12, rendering the weapon useless. He scanned the battlefield as one of the soldiers approached, weapon up, and hammering away with well-placed rounds, hitting him around the visor.
"Did you just throw that grenade at me?"
John asked. He hurled the damaged shotgun like a tomahawk, busting the man's face, splitting flesh and crushing bone. An engine revved, and John turned on his heel, ready to face another wave of gunners. One of the mercenaries had jumped on the last functioning snowmobile, opened the throttle, and flew at the Juggernaut. The driver leaped off, sliding and rolling across the packed snow as the vehicle careened ahead. John sank his stance low, bracing for the impact. The snowmobile collided with him head-on, but the Juggernaut's powered extremities stopped the 500-pound machine. He slid back nearly a meter, the jarring blow reverberating through his body. The mercenary got to his feet, drawing his pistol and firing at close range, hoping to hit something vital. John pressed inward as the exosuit's hands dug into the fiberglass and steel. With a shout, he hoisted the vehicle over his head and brought it down on top of the man, as if he were just an insect stinging him. Another soldier snuck up from behind, planting something on the suit's backpack. Twisting his waist and pivoting around, John struck the man with a powerful backhand blow that crushed his jaw and cracked his vertebrae, sending his body hurtling 5 meters away in a flat spin. A split second later, the explosion from the grenade on John's back drove him forward and onto his knees. He struggled to his feet as the shooting started up again, the mercenaries finding their bravery once more. The suit's servos coughed and stuttered, the limbs almost seizing as he rose. Another grenade blast kicked up a plume of dirt, rocks, and snow, but that one landed near a cluster of mercenaries. Marvin ran up to join John, sliding on his knees behind a destroyed snowmobile. He shouldered the M16 and fired a burst, hitting another soldier. This time the rifle's reports bled through the gaps and cracks in the Juggernaut suit. John felt 2 sharp slaps on his back.
"We can make it to Wyndham's house," Marvin said. "You march ahead, and I'll take care of the rest of these guys."
Price's fingers dug into the arms of his chair. He leaned forward, watching the battle on the camera feed.
Some idiot let Van Pierce escape, and now he was standing shoulder to shoulder with John Stone. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as the first wave of mercenaries rushed down the mountain to meet him. His breath escaped him when John tore through a line of soldiers in one of his juggernaut suits. Balling up his fists, he pressed his knuckles against his head.
"Mr. Gordon, please tell me you've called the rest of the men back from the other patrols."
"Yes, I did, sir."
"I need them to circle around to the back and stop those men from getting in here."
"Of course," Gordon said. "Shall I join them?"
"No."
Price's reply came out too fast, too panicked.
"I'll need you here just in case that maniac Stone makes it through."
His enforcer nodded, pulling the Glock 21 from his holster and checking the chamber for a .45 caliber ACP round in the chamber before putting it back. He took his jacket off, hanging it on the hook of a coat rack near the door, and started rolling up a sleeve as he left to relay Price's orders. Sparks flew as another burst struck the power pack of the Juggernaut. John struggled to move, the suit's left leg dragging. He could feel one of the elbows losing all power as the limb weighed his arm down. "My suit's losing power," he said. Van Pierce crouched behind him, peering around his mobile cover and firing at a soldier, each trigger press sending a single supersonic 5.56mm round slicing through the cold air. Two of the bullets missed, but the third punctured the man's throat, severing his spine as it passed through, killing him instantly. "One more push," Marvin said. "We just need to make it another 10 meters." The opposition had thinned considerably, but they could hear more men approaching in trucks and on foot. At the rear entrance of the large cabin, John punched a hand through the solid oak door and tore it free of the hinges. He pulled at the panels along the side to reveal the extraction handles. "Give me a hand. This suit is toast." Marvin kept the rifle in one hand and used the other to pull the uncovered red handles, popping the plates apart. John pushed free, separating the sections of the Juggernaut suit, keeping him locked into the beast. He climbed out, and the freezing air hit his sweat-soaked body like a concussive force. His muscles tensed for a moment as his feet found the ground. "I'm going after Price," John said, pulling the Colt 1911 from his drop-leg holster. "Go. I'll hold him off here," Marvin said, pulling two unused grenades off of the belt of a dead mercenary. "Can't let any of these goons get the drop on you from behind, can we?" Chapter 35. The warm air inside was welcome change, but John knew he couldn't get complacent now. With his mind focused on finding and stopping Price Wyndham, the soreness and fatigue had long left his body, leaving him feeling a decade younger. He sliced around a corner, weapon up at a high compressed ready position, clearing the intersection at the home's back door. Two men came down one of the halls, one talking rapidly, making his words difficult to make out. John stepped into a small room, keeping his body up against the wall as the approaching bootsteps grew louder. He saw the muzzle of a rifle moving into view and brought his fist down hard against the man's forearm, cracking one of the small bones. The weapon swung down from his grasp, and the soldier's cries of pain were cut short when John's elbow smashed into his face, knocking his front teeth loose and wrecking his nose. The second man whipped his rifle around, but John already pressed out with his pistol. 3 rounds clustered tightly over his foe's heart, and the man's body dropped limply to the floor. John would have preferred taking both men out quietly, but he figured Price knew he was already here, which would explain why those men were in such a hurry to get to the back exit. The hall split into 2 directions, one turning where the 2 men came from, the other running the width of the cabin, past a series of neat-to-ceiling picture windows, before also cutting around the corner. Marvin's weapon started barking outside, the blasts muffled in the house. John would have to trust that no one would be able to get past MVP and sneak around from behind. He opted to head the direction from where the soldiers had come. John's pace was quicker than normal, only giving the few rooms a casual sweep of his pistol, figuring most of the opposing force would already be outside dealing with their approach, judging by their sheer numbers. The hall opened up into a large living room with a massive fireplace in the center, the flames inside crackling. He could see the other end of the room where the second hall also led to the living space. The chances that Price would have been hiding in one of the rooms on that end seemed unlikely. John advanced, positioning himself behind one of the many wooden support beams as he surveyed the area. The place was picturesque, massive bay windows opening up the mountain scenery around them. John focused his attention on the spiral staircase near where the other hall came to an end.
Taking a step out into the open, something felt wrong, his instincts screaming at him. John pulled back behind the beam, sinking into a more stable stance, and taking another look at the area around the fireplace.
"Mr. Stone." The voice was cold, like a snake. "You certainly don't disappoint."
John snapped the front sight of his pistol at one of the tall-backed leather chairs facing the bay windows. A man stood up, tall and lithe. A hint of recognition clawed at the ranger's mind. The man had his sleeves rolled up, his head shaved bald. He stepped around the chair, and John saw the pistol tucked into a holster in his waistband in front of his body.
"Mr. Stone, I've been expecting you."
It was then that John recognized the man. Mr. Gordon, Warren Ratcliffe's head of security. He appeared taller now, with more muscle packed onto his sprinter's frame.
"Thought you were dead,"
John said, holding his pistol at a low ready position.
"I remember snapping you in half like a twig."
The enforcer smiled.
"Things will be different this time."
"Yeah, because I'll make sure you stay dead."
John raised his pistol, but his opponent was a blur, sidestepping and drawing his own gun. Before John could get off a shot, Gordon already cleared his holster and fired. The blast launched a mercenary into the air, his body shredded by the last of Marvin's grenades. Ice and debris rained down as the firing slowed. Van Pierce worked the charging handle of his M16 and brought it up, taking care to place his shots carefully, no longer using the weapon's burst-fire mode. A trio of cracks found their marks on an advancing soldier. Marvin whirled to his left as another group approached, trying to force him back or pin him down. He lowered his body, lying prone behind the juggernaut suit that John had shed before going after Price. The enemy rounds thudded into the armor, and Marvin's M16 barked back, biting into the flesh of the man on the far end. "John, I hope you find your man soon," he said, to no one in particular, readjusting his body. "I'm not sure how much longer I can hold these guys back." A bullet hid nearby, spraying Marvin in the face and neck with dirt and snow. He answered back with 3 crisp presses of the trigger, making his attackers rethink their rush. Gordon's .45 caliber rounds ripped splinters from the support beam. John spun around, leaning out from the other side to get a better angle on his fast-moving target. He fired several rounds, shattering one of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A gust of wind whipped through, sending a flurry of snow inside. John didn't let any of the chaos pull his attention away. It was just background noise to him. The last time John faced this man, he was dangerous enough, armed with a 9mm Glock 19. He didn't want to believe this was the same man. This foe was faster than he remembered, more fearless. Bullets ate away at the wooden beam, flushing John out into the open. He stayed low and sprinted for another column. He heard the Glock 21 thundering as the rounds punched into the luxury furnishings against the backdrop. Just as John had hoped, his opponent expected him to stand and fight, so the quick movement worked in his favor this time as he dropped to a knee behind cover and fired until his slide locked. None of his shots hit Gordon, but it forced the man to move so that he could reload his 1911. John heard the polymer mag from his opponent's weapon hit the floor, but before he could capitalize, Gordon had already thumbed the slide top and his pistol was hammering away again. His Glock had a capacity of 13 rounds, but John only had 7-round magazines for his 1911. He was face to face with a cold-blooded killer, using a handgun with greater capacity. John would be reloading twice as much if they kept up this pace. As he moved forward to close the distance, John's pistol ran dry again just as he reached the fireplace in the center of the spacious room. He slapped in another mag and used the slingshot method to send the slide forward. Bullets chipped at the stone base, showering the area with sharp fragments. John felt a stinging pain across his upper arm. He leaned out and fired once, maneuvering to the other side. Through the fireplace flames, he spotted Gordon rushing him. John propped his arms against the hearth and pressed the trigger, firing 4 rounds to deter his assailant. The 230-grain hollow-point slugs tore into the burning logs, spitting sparks and fire through the fireplace, but it was too little too late. Gordon returned the favor. John barely avoided the bullets and blaze of the embers spitting at him. Throughout the entire fight, the enforcer had been relentless, constantly pressing the attack with a steady rhythm of rounds. And then the shooting stopped. Was this a trap? Did his opponent expect him to investigate? 1,000 other thoughts sped through John's mind in that brief moment. He was already pivoting to get a better angle, pistol held steady, when a flash of movement spoiled his aim. The 1911 bucked twice, the slide locking to the rear. Gordon circled and stepped up onto the wide wraparound hearth, launching himself up. His body was horizontal, and John's shots fell well below his target. Gordon's body spun in a barrel roll as his foot came slamming down on John's arms. A shock wave reverberated through his shoulders and neck as his pistol clattered to the ground. John swung a huge right hand, but Gordon shuffled back, letting the blow slip by. John reached out to grab his gun from the floor, but his savvy opponent flicked his foot out nonchalantly, sending it sliding across the floor. Gordon spread his arms out wide, flinging his empty Glock to the side.
"I guess we'll have to settle this up close and personal," John said.
"Maybe it's better that way."
Gordon's smile was unsettling.
"I may just stop at returning the favor and severing your spinal column."
His smile faded.
"Or perhaps I'll crush your skull."
Chapter 36. Ears ringing, his breath pulsing out in thick plumes, Marvin reached into his dump pouch for the last of his partially spent magazines and slammed it into his M16. He pressed the paddle to release the bolt and hurried to bring the sights back up. 3, 4, 5 shots split the air as another mercenary fell, and a second staggered back on his heels, rolling behind cover again. Pain suddenly lanced through his calf. Another bullet hit the ground nearby. Van Pierce fell to his side and rolled, in time to avoid the burst from a gunner that ran up on him from the right. His own rifle cracked twice, and he rolled again as the Merc fell, sliding to a stop next to him. Coming up to a kneeling position, Marvin faced the front and fired at the man behind cover making a move. Marvin's rifle clicked empty. His body moved on autopilot, sweeping his M16 away on its sling and drawing the M9 pistol in a fraction of a second. He fired his Beretta at the advancing soldier, who made it far enough to slide behind a rock. Marvin tried to move and get a better line of sight, but his leg buckled, sending a shooting pain up into his hip. He dropped to his knee again, and the mercenary tried to capitalize on his injury. Marvin fell prone behind the juggernaut and pulled the sling for his M16 free, tossing the empty weapon aside. Bullets thumped the ground, and the Merc's SMG crackled. Marvin reached to the dead enemy at his side and grabbed his UMP-45. The muzzle flashes from both weapons filled his vision. The two exchanged fire while the mercenary advanced. Marvin felt something solid thumping into his chest, and he grunted as the air left his lungs. He gritted his teeth and fired again. This time the SMG found its target, bullets streaming until the magazine was empty. Marvin's hand went to his chest, resting on the ballistic plate as he fell back, straining to suck in a breath of cold, crisp air. A voice in the back of his mind screamed at him.
"Get up, Van Pierce."
He pulled in a breath, got up to all fours, then pushed himself up onto his feet, leaning on the wall of Wyndham's cabin. He looked to one side, seeing all the small holes in the wood. Most of the rear-facing windows had been shattered in the firefight. There was an eerie stillness in the air. No more shooting, the ringing in his ears receding. That was the last of the mercenaries. Marvin had accomplished his task of keeping the enemy from coming up behind John. Now it was up to the Army Ranger to reach Price. Distant gunshots, firecrackers in the distance, reached Marvin. He limped over to pick up his Beretta, placed it back into the holster, and grabbed a spare magazine from the dead mercenary for the acquired UMP. He tossed the empty one into the snow and reloaded the weapon, heading inside to help John. The firefight had stopped as Price watched Mr. Gordon disarm Stone. The elation he felt was palpable, sweet to his senses. Watching the fight on his security camera feeds didn't satiate his bloodlust. The urge to watch his head of security tear the head from John Stone's body overwhelmed him. Price rose from his chair and hurried to the hall leading to the stairs. He stepped out of his office and heard the chaos of the fight before reaching the top of the staircase. Stopping at the rail, Price approached only far enough to get a good view, but doing his best to stay out of sight. Mr. Gordon didn't need any distractions. John's left fist dug into Gordon's body, impacting with a resounding thud. He followed with a right cross, landing flush on the jaw. Before he could press the advantage, his opponent turned with the punch, rotating around and driving his right foot into John's gut with a whump. Staggering back, John's momentum stopped when his body hit one of the wooden support beams. He was able to sink and dip his head to one side as Gordon's foot lashed out, smashing into the hardwood surface. The thick oak beam, weakened by the firefight, cracked and toppled with a deafening crash. John had difficulty controlling the range of the fight, being consistently forced on the defensive. He circled, stepping away as another flurry of kicks whipped by. John would have to bring the fight much closer, smother his opponent, and dictate the pace of the battle. A sledgehammer roundhouse slammed into his thigh, sapping the strength from John's leg. He stumbled as a spinning hook kick cracked into the side of his head. John hit the ground, rolling once from the impact of the kick, his world still spinning. This was a much different foe than he faced in Ratcliffe's house. Stronger, faster, more fearless, more dangerous than he was prepared for. The man's movements felt artificial, his strength unlike anything John faced before. Struggling to get back to his feet, John clenched his jaw, feeling a strange looseness just below his ear. A quick swipe of his tongue confirmed all his teeth were in place, but the salty, coppery taste of blood filled his mouth. He spat out a red glob and brought his hands up. He expected Gordon to rush in quicker, but his opponent paced side to side. An arrogant smile spread across his face. He was a tiger toying with his prey. "What are you waiting for?" John shouted. Gordon shuffled in with a half-step and faded back, nodding as he watched John's reaction. Again he probed, but John waited for the sudden movement, whipping a left hook, followed by a right uppercut. Both punches narrowly missed their targets. A foot pounded into John's ribs, but his hand fell in time to entangle the leg, pulling his opponent into a tighter range where fists would be more effective than feet. 2 jackhammer blows landed solidly against Gordon's face, the first breaking his nose, and the second slamming into his cheekbone. John wrapped his hand behind the back of Gordon's head, letting go of his leg. He hit the enforcer with a short body blow and fired an uppercut right up the middle, hockey goon style. Teeth clacked together, and John felt Gordon's body slump downward as the man wrapped one hand on John's shoulder and the other in the crook of his elbow. John felt a foot trip his leg and realized too late that Gordon was bringing the fight to the ground. The enforcer pulled John down and lifted his own legs up high as the two of them hit the ground. Gordon had John's arm trapped between his legs, driving his hips up to hyperextend his elbow in an armbar. John grabbed his trapped hand with his left and drove his weight forward, stacking his foe. He pulled his hands closer to his body, pressing forward with his head, wedging the man's legs apart enough to prevent any damage to his elbow. With a quick bucking of his hips, Gordon shifted his legs just enough to trap John's head and one arm in a triangle choke. The pressure grew as John felt something grinding in his jaw. Pain radiated out as his vision closed in, darkness swallowing the world around him. John used his free hand to grab a handful of his opponent's collar, and he hoisted Gordon into the air. Standing straight up, John held the man high above his shoulders, then dropped his weight forward. He heard a hiss and grunt over the whump of their bodies colliding with the hardwood flooring. He felt the pressure ease up, but his head and arm were still trapped. John repeated the process, but this time, as soon as he drove his heels into the ground to stand, Gordon released the submission, letting John pull him up to his feet. A knee thrust into John's midsection, sending a spray of spittle out. Gordon shoved John back just enough to steal his balance before hitting him in the chest with a front kick. Before his opponent continued the attack, John whipped out a series of hooks, finding only empty air. A roundhouse kick slammed into his inner thigh, and an elbow smashed into the bridge of his nose. John's world filled with stars. Through blurred vision, he saw a shape close in fast. John dipped his chin at the last possible moment and thrust forward to meet his foe. Their bodies collided, John driving a shoulder into Gordon's gut. The momentum carried them into a wooden beam, cracking it in half as they sprawled out, rolling along the floor. John wiped his palms across his eyes, his vision finally starting to sharpen again. Fists and feet came at him in a flurry of violence, too fast for him to track and defend. Seemingly simultaneous impacts found his legs, arms, head, and ribs. Yet, even under the onslaught, John was able to lash out with a couple of strikes of his own. Gordon's foot hit his chest, the shock of the blow rattling his teeth as his body crashed back against the side of a chair as it buckled and splintered under his weight. The enforcer stepped onto another chair, launching himself up, his body turning through the air and coming down to drive his knee into John's head. He pulled his shoulder to one side as the blow crashed into the busted furniture. John rolled into his foe, grabbing him with both hands and dragging him to the ground. Before Gordon could fight his way out, John landed a vicious elbow that bounced the man's head off the ground. John rose up to his knees to rain down punches with both hands. Pain shot up through his wrists and forearms with each blow, his fists landing on Gordon's head and arms. He got his feet underneath himself again and pulled Gordon up. He hooked an arm under one of his opponents and grabbed a fistful of a pant leg, lifting his foe up and driving him down through an oak and glass table between the chairs. Every breath of cold, thin mountain air felt like it tore into the back of John's throat as he strained to pull in enough oxygen to stay conscious. His energy drained fast as his body struggled to keep enough adrenaline pumping to continue the fight. "Stay down," he thought, looking at the enforcer. Gordon's chest heaved, he too having difficulty keeping up this frenetic pace. Blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. His swollen and battered face masked any discernible emotion. To John's dismay, the man got back to his feet, hands up, ready for the next round. Neither man willing to concede, both combatants stepped forward. John guessed at his opponent's tactics, raising a foot just enough to check a leg kick and plowing ahead with a jab and cross, letting his momentum carry him close. He wrapped Gordon in a bear hug, trapping his arms and squeezing. John felt one of the man's ribs pop and was rewarded with a grunt of pain. Gordon drove a knee into John's inner thigh, making enough room between their bodies to snake a hand up, attempting to gouge a thumb into his eye. John twisted his head to one side, then thrust it forward, their skulls cracking together as he released his grip. John's foe caught him by surprise, recovering quickly from the headbutt, spinning as he lashed out with another hook kick. John leaned back just enough to avoid the powerful blow. Gordon's foot touched down only long enough to rebound as his body turned back, slinging a roundhouse kick to the midsection. The foot buried deep into John's body, but he opted to absorb the blow. It was a sacrifice tactic, suffering the pain to entangle the leg. With an arm draped around Gordon's kicking leg, John pulled him into a full-power overhand right. A heavy fist crashed into the man's jaw, and his opponent fell. John held onto Gordon's leg, torquing his body hard to one side and dislocating the enforcer's knee. The animalistic shout of pain and rage shook the walls as Gordon lashed out with his good leg to shove John back. Gordon rose to his feet, unsteady, the pain finally taking its toll. The Ranger advanced, intent on ending this once and for all. Gordon never quit, still lashing out with quick strikes. John pushed through, letting the punches in so he could land his own thundering blows. Even with only one leg for support, the man was still dangerous, landing 2 strikes for every one of John's. Blocking one of the incoming punches, John lashed out and clamped a hand around Gordon's throat. He squeezed, feeling the man tense up to resist, but the soft tissue gave under the pressure. John blocked another blow with his left, but a second snuck through, the pain only serving to infuriate him. John stepped closer, bringing his elbow in tight before extending upward, lifting Gordon up by his neck. The man floated in the air, unable to break the Ranger's iron grip. John stepped forward and chokeslammed Mr. Gordon's body down onto the jagged wooden stump of the fallen support column. Vicious stalagmites of splintered wood pierced his body, perforating his vital organs before passing through the gaps in the front of his ribcage. Blood bubbled up from Gordon's lips as the last of the air escaped his punctured lungs. The fire and rage in his eyes faded as the life left his broken body. Chapter 37. Mr. Gordon's howl reached straight into Price's core. The life drained from him as he watched Stone dislocate his man's knee. The urge to flee filled him as his heart leaped up into his throat. He was halfway down the spiral staircase before he realized what he was doing. This man had tracked him halfway across the country with no resources. He couldn't let John leave here alive. It would mean that he would be on the run for the rest of his life. Price reached the bottom step in time to watch in horror as John lifted Mr. Gordon up by the neck and impaled his body on the shattered remains of a wooden support beam. Operating on a mix of fear and anger, Price circled around behind John, watching the man move. What he once thought was an invincible threat, a force of nature, now looked like a beaten man, struggling to move as he lumbered toward something in the distance. With squinted eyes, Price spotted the pistol that Stone was going for. He shouted and ran to close the distance as John reached down for the weapon. He turned his head just in time to see Price's foot catching him across the left side of his jaw. The kick landed flush, staggering the big man, dropping him to one knee. Price sneered at the old, beat-up shell of a man. How could he have caused so much damage to his empire? He lashed out with a punch to John's face and a big kick into his ribs.
"You think you can take me down?"
Price's voice cracked.
"Do you really think one man can bring my empire down?"
He grabbed a leg from the broken table and cracked it across John's back. Price kicked him hard in the stomach again, and John dropped to both hands and knees now. Wyndham turned to retrieve the handgun on the ground, but something latched onto his dress shirt, pulling him back. The grip was weakened, and not like the beast that stormed his castle earlier. Price spun and smacked him away. He crouched in front of John, cupping his chin with a hand and lifting the man's head to meet his gaze.
"It's over. You're a dead man, Mr. Stone," Price said,
a half-smile tugging at the right corner of his mouth. Wyndham plucked a spare magazine from one of John's ammo pouches and turned to retrieve the Colt 1911 only a few feet away. He picked it up and ejected the empty magazine.
"Dead men tell no tales, and all that," he said with a chuckle.
His laughter grew as he turned to face John again. Price stepped away when he saw John back on his feet. His eyes wide, he struggled to slam the full magazine into the pistol. John closed the distance as Price's shaking hands managed to reload the weapon. The 1911 cracked, and a .45 caliber slug struck John just under his collarbone. Price felt a machine-like hand latch onto his forearm, the pressure sending intense pain through his wrist and elbow. Price winced, gritting his teeth. He threw a punch with his free hand, the blow bouncing harmlessly off the side of John's face. And Price followed with a second punch, praying for better results. John caught his fist in the palm of his other hand. Slow, steady pressure building. The monstrous man squeezed both hands closed. Price's shouts grew in pitch, becoming wails and shrieks as the knuckles in his left fist popped and fractured. 2 deep cracks interrupted his pained screams as the bones in his right forearm cracked under the enormous pressure. Tears streamed down Price's face. Spit flew as he shouted incoherent rants. John released his grasp and Price collapsed to his knees. For weeks, John had been pursuing this man. A shadow, an unknown and intangible threat. And now, John looked down at a man with no more power over him. A trail of saliva traced a line from Price's lip to his thigh through gritted teeth.
"This isn't over. I have powerful friends."
He sucked in 2 hissing breaths. John studied the pathetic facade of the man that ruined his life. His words had an element of truth. He had powerful and corrupt friends, influence with enough people to shield him from the ramifications of his actions. Stealing the pest device, the Guardian, kidnapping his goddaughter, Emily. This was the man most directly responsible for the death of John's friend Frank Colt, his brother-in-arms.
"I won't see a single day in a cell," Price said.
"You're right, Wyndham," John said.
"What?"
John wrapped his hands around Price's head, one at the back of his skull, the other over his jaw, lifting him to his feet.
"Dead men tell no tales."
"Wait, you can't—"
John snapped his neck, severing the spinal column with a wet crunch. Price Wyndham's lifeless body crumpled to the hardwood floor, eyes still wide open. Fear, the last emotion he felt. The world around John darkened, the sound softening. Muffled footsteps approached, but he didn't have the strength to turn and face whoever came up behind him. He saw justice through to the end for his friend Frank. Now John was content with letting death claim him. Van Pierce watched John wrench Price Wyndham's head a full 180 degrees, dumping his body in a heap at his feet. John's shoulders sagged. He took a step forward as his legs buckled. Marvin ran over, dropping his SMG and draping one of John's arms over his shoulders, struggling to ease the big man down.
"It's over, John. We got him."
His eyes closed as his head rested on the hardwood floor. Marvin looked him over. His face was a battered mess, and he had no doubt that there had to be bruises and cuts all over his body to match. Just under his collarbone, Marvin saw a single bullet wound. There was a jagged exit wound on his back that was still bleeding. He put pressure on the wound while he looked around the room for a phone or any way to call for help. Marvin lowered his voice to keep John calm and relaxed.
"We got him."
Chapter 38. The light slipped in through half-closed eyes. John blinked and turned his head as the nurse opened the blinds. "Good morning, Mr. Stone. And how are we doing?" he asked. Even after a week in the hospital, John still felt a little worse every day. He was alive, but sometimes he wondered if survival was worth the recovery.
"Fine,"
he croaked through his teeth. His mandible had been fractured in the fight with Mr. Gordon and Price Wyndham, requiring his jaw to be wired shut. It made speaking difficult and painful, but worse, it made eating solid foods impossible. The nurse smiled as he wrote something down on a chart. fiddling with the array of beeping and whirring machines next to the bed.
Good. The doctor will be in to see you shortly.
He placed the clipboard into a pouch next to the door on his way out. John turned his head slowly, watching as two people stepped in shortly after the nurse's departure.
I still don't know how you survived all this,
Parker said, glancing at John's chart. Marvin Van Pierce followed in behind him on a pair of crutches.
Both hands broken, busted ribs, hairline fracture in your femur.
Parker, please, Marvin said. He knows all of this already.
John used his elbows to pull himself up. Parker slid the chart back into the tray and moved to the side of his bed to help adjust it, letting him sit up.
Take it easy, John. No need to get up on our account.
Marvin eased himself into one of the chairs in the room.
Curtis?
John asked through gritted teeth.
Still in meetings, Marvin said. He and Dr. Spencer are still presenting the rest of the information we recovered from Wyndham's home. There was a treasure trove of blackmail information, bank accounts, and other names.
John leaned back against his pillows, closing his eyes as he nodded. In the aftermath of the battle in the mountains, Van Pierce was able to convince local law enforcement for support until he could reach his government connections. With the Hostile Response Division compromised, he didn't know who he could trust. Price Wyndham had influence over key officials, corruption snaking deep into the organization. After Miranda and Parker analyzed the information, she and Curtis traveled to Washington, D.C. to present everything that was recovered, hoping to clear John of all accusations. While his future was still a bit nebulous, the fate of the Hostile Response Division as an organization had already been decided.
"What are you going to do now?"
John asked, his words coming slowly. Marvin rubbed at a small dent in one of the aluminum crutches.
With the HRD all but shut down, I was thinking about heading back out to Hollywood. Step behind the camera and do some directing this time.
He looked up with a grin.
Seriously?
Parker asked, pulling a file from his backpack.
No, Mr. Lewis. I was just being facetious.
The truth is, I'm not sure where my path goes from here. But I'll have to stick around to answer some questions, I'm sure. John looked at the file in Parker's hand, nodding his head questioningly toward the pages.
"Oh, this?"
Parker handed John the file as he sat in the other empty chair.
"As you know, because you gave Curtis the name Wyndham, Miranda put together a little collection of info that Director Van Pierce used to help track him down. This is just the rest of the information that she wasn't able to secure earlier. The deep dive, if you will."
"What am I supposed to do with this?" John asked.
Parker shrugged.
"Just some light reading."
"This is everything that is known about Price Wyndham," Marvin said. "A little something to provide closure, now that you've found the man responsible for killing Frank Colt."
John just stared at the plain beige file folder.
"Thanks."
Marvin rose to his feet with a grunt.
"Let's get out of here, Parker. John's got a tough day of rehab today."
Parker stood.
"Thank you, John."
He followed Marvin to the door before turning around.
"For everything, I mean."
John nodded, a hint of a smile forming. He watched the two men leave and rubbed a thumb along one of the corners of the file. He tossed it onto the tray next to his bed and pressed his finger to the button on the side rail, lowering his head as he lay back. For the past few months, John had been seeking justice. Warren Ratcliffe shook John's world apart, but he was just a lapdog for the puppet master, Price Wyndham. With both men dead, John finally had closure. Though he had been able to sleep through the night, it wasn't until now that he felt he could truly rest.
Did you like this book? Let us know by leaving a review. It only takes a moment and helps us and independent authors tremendously. In our schedule of books, we have a ton of different ideas we would like to work on. But if you loved reading about John Stone and want us to continue to tell his story, you, as the reader, can let us know directly. It is very difficult for us to get an idea of which books work without that feedback. Let others know about it as well, and encourage them to leave a review. Right now, our future releases are all based on reader feedback, so if we don't know you like the book, future sequels will sit in the queue along with the rest. Thank you in advance, the Manning Brothers.
This concludes Fractured Allegiance by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Copyright 2018 by Alan Manning. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Alan Manning and Brian Manning, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.